Hey! Hey, everybody. Hey. How you doing, huh? How's it fucking going, huh? You guys here? You guys in the chat? How you feeling? How's everybody doing? Is that where the chat always was? Is that really where the chat always was? Has it always been there? Always been in this little spot? Is that real? That feels not quite correct. Something about that. Has it always been there? It's been a while since I've streamed, I guess. Oh, man. Chris, you should do a boxing stream where you fumble through the basics of boxing. Also, nice to see you. Thanks. Welcome back, The Real Boxer. Finally able to go home from a brain surgery. Holy shit. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wow, we're starting off on a pretty good fucking roll here then. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Pig. Goddamn, we just started too. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody in the chat doing? We got a pig raid. We got a bacon raid. Welcome all of the piglets.
Hello, Mr. Fighterman.
Hello, Liam Bobium. How's it going, everybody? Jeez, we're just starting up here. I don't know what we're gonna be doing today. I just kind of thought we'd chill for a little bit, maybe some video games. I don't know. I'm kind of out of. I don't know. Like I haven't streamed in a hot minute because I was just getting a lot of work done, and also I flew out to Creator Clash over the weekend. I was in Tampa, Florida. I was swimming through the soupy air. Jeff Starr, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Chris, my boy, give us your thoughts. I'll give it some time. Give it a minute. I'm still easing into it. Chris should fight Michael Reeves. I don't think Michael Reeves is ever going to box again. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But it would make sense. I'm like 1 inch taller, technically, but like I think he's my weight, so it would work. Chris, love your music. Album when? Music isn't my focus right now, but I don't know. Like I do have a bunch of unfinished songs that I could just send to a mixer and have it put it out. I don't know why I haven't yet. I think I'm just too insecure about, I don't know, something about handing my music off to somebody else for them to mix. It's always been like really uncomfortable for me. So I don't know. I don't know exactly how I feel about it. Can we address Dr. Mike getting a cheap shot on iDubbbz? Was that like right off the glove tap where he like got him off the glove tap and fucking hit him? That was a bit of a cheap shot, in my opinion. That was a bit of a, that was a bit of a cheap shot. I saw that because I was like, I was in like the front row. So I saw all the shit like really close up. I got some pretty good videos of it too. I got some good slow-mo shots. But that bothered me a little bit. I don't think it would have changed the outcome necessarily, but I do think that was a cheap shot. Chris, are you one of the only people I know who writes... Oh, wait. Chris, you are one of the only people I know who writes songs about anxiety. Thanks for doing that. I appreciate that, man. I know it well, so... What is it? Write about what you know? Did Ninja flash you? I don't think Ninja was there, was he? I feel like I definitely would have saw him. Honestly, Chris, I love your music, dude, especially the covers and Landslide. I appreciate that, guys. Maybe I will. My voice has gotten worse throughout the years, though, so I don't know. Chris, thoughts on Blizzard's diversity chart? So so look, I figured there must have been something like that in effect, I do figure like, yeah, there must be some algorithm being like, this character is not disabled enough for the game, make him disabled. I figured that was a thing. I figured that's been a thing ever since the diversity conversation was being had. But I haven't looked into it at all. I just saw the headline and I just thought it was funny. I don't know what my diversity score is because I'm short. That's diversity. There's not a lot of short characters, really. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really like, so there's that. I am white, so that's a strike against me. I am straight and cis, so that's a pretty big strike against me. But I'm also Hispanic, so that's a pretty good boon. I'm also blind, so technically I'm disabled. So I think I've got a pretty good diversity score on me, I think. You know? I don't think the quartering will be mad to see me in a show, you know? And I don't think that's a good metric. Short Puerto Rican psychopathic blind. Listen, let's calm down. Is that a PS1 controller? It is. It's an original PS1 controller. You could tell by the fact that the shoulder buttons are really thin, and also there's no analog sticks. Hey King, what's up, short shot? There's no analog sticks at all. But dude, this is a durable fucking controller. Hey, what's up, Desuma? Thank you for the 25 months, motherfucker. Holy shit. You know, this thing is like really fucking sturdy. Like, you couldn't. That's not easy to break. Like, I feel like modern controllers are very easy to snap in half. Like the PS3 controller, the 6-axis. Jesus Christ. If an eyelash fell off of you while you were crying, it would break the controller. I'm not breaking that. This is a classic. This is such a difficult controller to find in good shape. You know, no way in hell am I breaking this. Chris, what do you prefer your buttons? Classic aim, shoot, or Xbox way to... I'm confused. Chris, what do you prefer your buttons? Classic aim / shoot, or Xbox way... I think am I having a stroke? You're just weak? No. This is a strong controller. I promise you. I've twisted controllers open before. Video games are how I get a lot of my anger out, you know? So I've definitely like sat in like a Dark Souls boss. Or not a Dark Souls boss. What was the most recent thing? I definitely did like Legendary Halo 2. I twisted an Xbox controller in half. He misspelled aim the second time? Wait, hold on. All right, let me go back. Let me go back and read that, because maybe I'm insane. City without power. City without power. City without power. What is it that you're asking? Do you prefer the classic aim, shoot? Leave me alone. I'm drunk. Okay. All right, I'll give you a pass. Did you see the PS Plus news? You'll be able to play the classic games if you owned them previously without the need to sub. Well, that's going to be... The only thing I'm looking forward to playing on PS Plus is Ape Escape. That's it. So, I don't know. Like, none of the other games really like did anything for me because I've played all of them already. Or I can play them already, pretty much. And also, the PS3 is still stuck on streaming, so that doesn't interest me at all. Chris, it's Mintberry, I'm telling you. They didn't release the full list yet? Well, the list so far, speaking of the list so far, all I've seen so far is that like I'm excited to play Ape Escape again, because Ape Escape is just a great game. Just sincerely, it's like one of the best platformers ever. I love it so much. The charm of that game is just awesome. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if I'll pay for it for that long, but I'll definitely play through Ape Escape again. I might stream Ape Escape, actually. That could be fun. That could be a fun little stream. The only console I ever had was... Wait, hold on. Let's look at the PS Plus list, okay? Let's just so I'm not talking out of my ass here. PS Plus list. No, that's not what I want. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, there's Forbes. That's going to give me a pop-up ad. PlayStation blog. Okay, all new PlayStation Plus games lineup. Let's check it out. Let's see. Does my stream deck still work? Yes, it does. Sick. The chat's a little hard to see, but you know, you get the fucking idea. You get it. You know, just get over it. You know, just fucking deal with it. All right. All new PS Plus game lineup: Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Let's see. The all new PlayStation Plus game catalog. Okay, PS4 and PS5 game catalog. So if you have PlayStation Plus, you'll get Alien Nation, Bloodborne, Concrete Genie, Days Gone, Dead Nation, Death Stranding and Death Stranding Director's Cut, Demon Souls, Destruction All-Stars, Everybody's Golf, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, Gravity Rush. These are all great games, but I've played all these already, you know what I mean? Knack, Loco Roco, that's fun. Both of the Spider-Mans. Medieval, my baby! Is the title of the stream bait? No, what? How is it? Is it bait? I am indeed back from Creator Clash. Because I went and I'm back now. You know? I don't consider that misleading. Patapon 2, Resogun, Returnal, Shadow of the Colossus, and other fucking goat, by the way. They might think I was in it. Well, I mean, they didn't watch it then, did they? So they wouldn't care. I was in it, technically. You could see my face in a couple shots. Okay, Shadow of the Colossus, Tearaway, Last Guardian, Last of Us Remastered, Last of Us Left Behind, Until Dawn, Wipeout. Okay, good. I'm glad I bought this recently. That's fun. Fuck me, I guess. Dude, guys, no, hold on. Before we do this, you guys have to understand, my travel was insane. The shit that I had that I experienced. Saw Jakey, which was cool. Jakey was there. That was a nice surprise. I wasn't expecting him to be there. It was nice to see him again. I'm probably gonna. We're both in New York, and I don't think he knew that I was in New York. So I think I'm probably gonna link up with Jakey in a couple days. But I want to. I want to just explain this to you, because this is going to be difficult to convey. These are all of the emails I got from JetBlue on the day that I was flying. These are all delays, redelays, undelays, and then delays again. And that's not even all of them. That's just all the ones that I could fit on one screen. That's just, and so look, my flight, I checked out of the hotel at 11 a.m. At 10:58, I got my first delay. Then at 1:08, hold on, let me, this is so insane. It's difficult though, because like the email itself doesn't have the times anymore. They're all gone. So let me just find my 47. Yeah, my 14 of these damn things. My original departure time was 3:23 p.m. and I got an update. Hey, we're sorry, there's been an additional change to your departure time. Your new departure time is 7:49. Awesome. I'm so glad I said no to a trip to Busch Gardens because I was too afraid of missing my flight. Thank you so much. And then I got another one, like about an hour later. We're happy to inform you that your departure delay has improved. Now it's 6:05. Then 8:03. Then 8:36. Then 7:06. Then 6:51 p.m., then 7:20 p.m., then 7:40 p.m., then 7:55 p.m., then 5:45 p.m. And then, oh, don't worry, because then after that, it's back to 7:55. And then after that, 8:15, then 6:30, and then 7 p.m. And that was the final time. That was when we boarded our flight. I was losing my shit. You could cook an egg on my forehead. I was so furious. And it was apparently because there was like a storm in New York City and Florida didn't know how to fucking handle it. But guys, I have flown out in blizzards. I have flown out like on the cusp of hurricanes. I flew out to New York and landed during that whole thing in September of last year where the subways were flooded. I have flown out into the middle of storms before. This was just insane. This was absolute fucking lunacy. And 2 of those delays, by the way, I got the emails at the exact same time. 3:21 p.m. and then 3:21 p.m. again. 2 delays at the same minute. I was like, I couldn't, like, there's somebody at the airport who is just fucking me. I was just fucked, then unfucked, then refucked again, then fucked worse, then unfucked to a massive degree, and then fucked, and then fucked, and then fucked, and unfucked, and fucked. It was just an orgy that I was the only participant, is what it felt like. Just felt like it was like, fuck this flight in particular. I don't know. Anyway, that was just, I got to New York City, to JFK at about like 11:30. You know, I was supposed to get there at like 9. Sick. This is a 3-hour flight that took fucking 10 hours. But, I got back yesterday night. Hitman, OXO, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. JetBlue has the worst on-time performance among all airlines. I've been flying JetBlue for like pretty much the entire time that I've been flying, and I've never had a problem like this. Usually if I have a bad, like if something happens, a flight will get canceled or something, you know? I've never been like dicked around like that. But, whatever. Back to this bullshit. So that's all the PS4 and PS5 games. It's whatever. I own pretty much all of these or have played all of these, so none of this interests me. It's a good value if you haven't played these, but yeah, this is not my cup of tea. Worst experience I ever had was flying Delta or American Airlines. For me, it's Delta when they kicked me off a plane. Okay, so third-party partners. Okay, Ashen. Yeah, Assassin's Creed. I guess it'll give me an excuse to check this out, I guess. Celeste I own. Cities. Control is good. Dead Cells is great. Far Cry 3, that's interesting. Far Cry 4. Final Fantasy, For Honor, Hollow Knight, that's pretty good. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, that's also on Game Pass. That's interesting. Did you sex them up good?
Hi, Chris. I just dropped in, so IDK what you're doing.
We're just chilling. We're looking through the PS Plus offerings for when they update it. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm, that's pretty good. Outer Wilds is pretty great, I've heard. Resident Evil? What? Wait, what? Just Resident Evil just by itself? On PS4? What does that mean? Can you play the... Wait, I... What? Maybe the remake? Is there a PS4 remake of the first Resident Evil? It's the GameCube, but it's a PS4 game. Whatever. I don't know. Okay, Soul Calibur 6, South Park, Artful Escape, The Crew. All right, yeah, it's not that bad of a catalog. It's pretty good. So this is the shit I give a shit about. Ape Escape and everything else is whatever. I don't care about any of these except for Ape Escape. Tekken 2 is another one that I care about. Worms is always good. Mr. Driller I don't care that much about. Where's Wipeout Pure, dude? PlayStation Studios, Arc the Lad, Dark Cloud, Hot Shots, Jak 2, Jak 3. That's all of it. That was all available on PS4 before. Rogue Galaxy, Wild Arms, Siren, Bioshock, Bulletstorm. And then these are the ones I can't care about because it's streaming, so it's like whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. It's a good list. It's like it's definitely not bad at all. There's a lot of good shit on it. It's just a lot of the good shit I've played already or own. And the stuff that I couldn't own because like backwards compatibility hasn't really been a thing on PlayStation for years is Ape Escape and Tekken 2. These are the only ones I'm excited about. If you got the original Crash Team Racing in there, you got the original Crash trilogy in there, that would be something else. Because I actually prefer, hot take, I like the Insane trilogy. It's great. But, but I prefer the PS1 games. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me. But I like the polygonal art style of the original PS1 games, you know? There's something about them that's just very endearing and nostalgic to me. And I prefer to play them that way. Anyway. I'm going to jump into my Discord just in case anybody's dicking around in there. I guess I'll join the live streaming channel. Type oi. God, my allergies are fucking molesting me right now. Before I left, the days before I left, it was like snowing pollen. I couldn't fucking believe it. I thought I was gonna die. But by the way, Chris, do you think Moist Critical would be a good matchup for you? I met Charlie over the weekend, and we are very similar. We're a very similar build and height. So
you take him?
I don't know. I don't think as I am. I don't think so. Because I haven't worked out really in ages. And he has like a whole gym. So probably not. But I don't know. Hey, Chris, on Sacred Symbols, you mentioned in passing that you think Prey does some things better than Bioshock, but didn't elaborate. Do you remember what you were thinking of? Well, I just think as an immersive sim, Prey is way better than Bioshock. Bioshock, I think, is still like a goated game. It's like a top tier fucking because of the setting and the art style and the story and just Bioshock is a unique marriage of a lot of things, but as an immersive sim, it's a little bit more linear than the things that it is succeeding. Because obviously Bioshock is a spiritual successor to System Shock and System Shock 2. Prey is obviously also a successor to System Shock. It's just that whatever the studio was or whatever the publisher was, we're like, we can't do that, so we'll just name it after this game that nobody cared about from 10 years ago. It's a terrible name. Prey is a terrible name for what Prey is. If it was called like Aftershock or something, then everybody would have understood it. But yeah, I don't know. Bioshock is just like a great story and a great like immersive experience. But as an immersive sim, I don't think it fulfills that fantasy as well as Prey does. Neuroshock, yeah. Yeah, Neuroshock would have been a great name. But yeah. Chris, your notification said to fight you, so I'm on my way. All right, man. Good luck. Good luck getting past my defenses.
Got mines out in the front yard.
Yeah, I've got auto turrets. But yeah, I don't know.
How was Tampa?
Tampa was cool. The air is very soupy.
Soupy.
Yeah, it's very thick. The air is very thick. Feels like you're
Ugh.
swimming through. Feels like you're swimming when you're dry. Which is like
I don't
very.
like the sound of that at all.
It's a very interesting kind of heat that I hadn't experienced in a very, very long time. But it was fun. It was cool. I enjoyed spending a very limited time there.
Yeah.
I don't think I would if I lived there. I think I would lose my mind. But I think I spent just the right amount of time there, except for the time that I spent in the fucking airport.
Yeah.
Just in hell. Been killing it with the guitar lately, and I think I want to buy my first electric. Any recommendations? I think a Stratocaster is a pretty good beginner electric guitar because it's like moddable, and you can easily take that with you for like ever if you take care of it. Like, there's nothing wrong. Like, and a Stratocaster is also like that mid price where it's like it's expensive enough to not be a cheap guitar, but it's not so expensive that it's gonna break your fucking bank to get it. Like, I have a Schecter that I think is like just a fantastic starter guitar as well.
I think that's a fantastic word.
Schecter?
Schecter.
It is a great word. It's one of the best. Wubby and his friends went to Disney and almost all of them got COVID. Oh, really? I saw Wubby briefly, but I don't think I talked to him because I don't think it was weird. He followed me on Twitter. Pay Money Wubby followed me on Twitter like I think 2 days before the clash. And I had known him kind of, like I had seen him in passing. But I think it was one of those situations where like I think he looked at me and I looked at him, but then we were like, I don't know if we've known each other online enough to even say hi. So like we didn't. I was just like, I don't know. I'm gonna talk to the people I know and maybe diegetically meet people through them. But like I don't know. I can't go to an event where I don't know anybody and be social. It's impossible because I'm just like, who the fuck are these people? But but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I met Connor Eats Pants, which was cool. He came up to me. He was like, Chris. I'm like, what? Because he doesn't have he doesn't show his face as far as I know, or if he does, I haven't seen it. Like I just know him from Twitter. Like he just talks to me about Halo sometimes. He was like, "Hey, it's me, it's Connor." I was like, "What?" He's my exact height. Which is always shocking. It's always shocking to know that there are other goblins out there. I expect everybody I meet to just be this hulking mass. So meeting Charlie and Connor was fun. But yeah, dude, the Creator Clash was a lot of fun, dude. Like I had a fucking phenomenal time just meandering with a vodka Sprite the whole time. It was like walking around the ring. Spent under $300 for a guitar and go to a store and find something that sounds, but yeah. A lot of it is in the pickups. You know? How's it seeing iDubbbz in the flesh? I mean, I've met iDubbbz multiple times. You know, that's not the first. I met iDubbbz in like 2016, 2017. Favorite fights? Oh man, the Michael Reeves one was great. Because he just
he looked he was in good form.
He was in good form, man. Like Michael Reeves did a fucking fantastic job. You could see me you could see me standing up and clapping when he fucking won. He did a great job, and it was Michael Reeves. Jinx I thought was great. Not Jinx. I keep saying Jinx for some reason because I keep shortening it. Just a Minx. The female fight was a lot of fun. The fact that she was like smiling the whole time scared me. Like, because I was in person just watching, and I was like, "This is horrifying." Like, if I was her opponent, who I don't know super well because I don't follow TikTok, I would have been scared. Like, I would be scared. She also had those like fangs on her mouth guard or whatever. I was like, it's just extra fucking trippy. But I thought The fact that Dad just like came out there and just fucking massacred was a little worrying. Because I thought that's how like every fight was gonna go. But every fight after, I thought every fight after the first one was actually pretty. It's actually pretty engaging. But I think Minx and I think Minx. I think Minx. Yeah, Ryan McGee's fight was pretty good too. But I think Minx, Michael Reeves, and the IDubbbz fight at the end were the top ones for me. Those were the ones that I was like watching pretty intently. There were a couple ones that I didn't know the people who were fighting, so like I just kind of like went to the lounge and got drinks, for those because I was just like I don't. And they also had like a TV thing that was like showing the live feed, so like I didn't miss much, but. How many push-ups can you do? I don't know. I haven't done push-ups in a while. I haven't exercised in a hot minute, to be honest. So I really don't remember. Harley coming out as Big Boss was pretty cool. The walkouts were a lot of fun. The walkouts seemed to be like almost like the majority reason why a lot of these people agreed to do it in the first place. Because like Michael Reeves came out with that fucking awful child singing "Take on Me," and then like was it Ryan McGee came out to the gospel music, and then Harley with the fucking obviously the man who sold the world with the Big Boss cosplay. It was cool. It was fun. It was very, very entertaining. I really did not expect to have as good of a fight as have as good of a time as I did. Infinity OD, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Granted, a lot of that is just like meeting people in person for the first time, like Meet Canyon and Connor and the Super Mega guys. I think like there was a handful of other people that I met in person. Charlie, obviously. And pretty much everybody from the official podcast. Andrew and what is it, Hugbees. It was fun. It was fucking really cool. Airsoft, like I walked into my hotel and I saw Airsoft Fatty. And I was like, what? I knew he was going to sing the national anthem. I knew that was going to happen, but not when I got to the hotel. I was told like later that night before the fight. But like I was like, why is he here? What the fuck? I thought he was like a mystery fight at first, which is like insane. Did IDubbbz or Mike win? Mike won, which I think is like honestly kudos because I don't know, man. I think there is a calculation that's there where it's like, listen, if the match is close, like I feel like if the match is basically a tie, I feel like if I were Ian, I would give it to the other guy because, you know, when you throw the event and then you win, it just looks bad.
Yeah.
But I think it was pretty. I don't know. It was a pretty close fight for most of it, and then at the end, I think Mike got a bit of an upper hand. And I think there was like a pretty clear point where Mike kind of got the upper hand and I think won beyond a reasonable doubt. But it was a fucking good fight, man. Ian did great. Aaron got his shit rocked. I mean, yeah, but Aaron, I don't know. Aaron's going up against fucking somebody who's like, what was it, like 5 inches on him? Or some insane shit. Harley's stupid tall. Like I didn't even approach Harley because I felt underleveled.
As a person,
I was like, I can't. Like I don't have enough into strength for this fight. If this is a fight that's going to happen, so like I didn't even approach Harley. But Harley's pretty fucking tall. It's like 5 inches and 60 pounds. Yeah, it's like it didn't feel exactly like a fair fight. I was not expecting Aaron to win that one. Mike had experience over Ian. I think it's simple as that. Yeah, but I mean, for the 10 years of experience that Dr. Mike had, I mean, I feel like Ian did a pretty fucking good job holding his own against him.
Well, I don't think Dr. Mike's experience is like 10 solid years.
Yeah,
he
he's
started doing
he's
it.
been punching a bag for a while.
Yeah, I think he started doing it as like I think he said something like it was something he started doing after his mom died or some shit like that, and that was kind of like how he worked through things. And it's like he hasn't been boxing people for 10 years. He's been, like you said, working a bag.
Yeah.
For exercise.
Yeah, which is still, that helps, but Reeves was the only non-villain win. Was he? Yeah, because the Super Mega guys lost. I don't know, man. I really like. I came out of that fight a fan of Just the Minx. I don't even know what she does or who she is really. Like, I've never heard of her, but like I was like, I like this person a lot.
Yeah, that Green Goblin energy. Really.
Yeah, it's so. It's like a lot of like. It reminded me of fucking No Way Home when like he's on his what is it? Peter's on his like shoulders, beating him down, and he's just smiling. But yeah, it was cool. It was a cool experience to be there and just see everybody. It's a really surreal experience, by the way, to see your friends punch each other. It's like in a ring surrounded by like hundreds of people. It's a very strange feeling. I think when the first fight happened, I was like, "Oh, this is real." Oh, this is like not like some bullshit. Like they're actually, which I wasn't expecting it to be fake, but I don't know. Like I also just don't know what to expect. I didn't know what to expect from YouTube boxing, because I didn't care about the Jake Paul fight because like I don't have a personal stake in these people. Like I don't give a shit, Hey, what's up, Repsion? Yeah, I don't know, man. It was just it was a fun fucking event. Chris should do it and walk out to breathe. Listen, I think, there's a whole nother year before the next Creator Clash, and who knows? I don't know. I can't say anything. It was great.
If they do another one, I definitely want to go to it because it looked like fun.
Yeah, you should. It's definitely worth it, I think. It was great because it was for charity. No, 100%. Yeah, that was also part of it. Where like it just felt like it was just good vibes the whole fucking time. Like it didn't feel like, and there was none of these like fucking these stupid orchestrated like beef things. Like there was like playful banter at like the weigh-ins, but like I don't know. I didn't care about the Jake Paul or Logan Paul or KSI. I didn't care about those fights. Because, like, they were, like, genuinely angry at each other. Or, like, they made it seem that way. And I just don't give a shit about that. Like, that's not interesting to me. I don't know why. I know that's interesting to a lot of people, but I genuinely didn't give a shit. Where to me, it was like, this is interesting because it's just two people who, like, match each other in height and weight. And they're just going at it for the sport of it. And it's for charity. And afterwards, it's, like, just, like, the massive amount of, like, respect that everybody just shows each other. It's just like, it was just such a good vibe to be in that arena and just kind of.
It's a weird idea to me, and I've always thought this about anything like UFC sports or boxing or anything like that, where they've always got to have this thing where it's like, well, I'm gonna bite his head off, and
they
act like they have like a personal stake in this, like it is a personal thing that they have to win. And then it's just like, I never liked that. I would prefer if everyone was just Goku trying to see like who's the strongest and having a good time with it. And then everyone's, friends at the end.
Well, the thing is also, it's just better not to play the game, like, because there's like always people like, oh, that beef is real or oh, that beef is fake. If there's no beef, then there's nothing to perceive as real or fake. It's just like, hey, we're fighting, and it just gets rid of a lot of that, like, I don't know, there's a lot of cynicism that's just kind of gone. I was in a couple group chats where they were like, this is going to be a shit show. This is going to be like Weenie Hut Jr., nobody cares. And then I was just silent. I was like, all right, we'll see. But at the end of it, everybody was like, that was sick. That was a great fucking event. And they were right. It's just, it came out so good. Super, super proud of Ian and Anissa. I've known Anissa for a very, very long time. And she worked her fucking ass off to get this, to get this off the ground. And they deserve all of the fucking good energy that's coming to them. Hundar had boss battle energy. That was a good fight too, yeah. It's a fun one. It did feel like literal jab to Jake Paul, but I also enjoyed Harley's challenge to the Doc. Yeah. Dr. Disrespect is not boxing. Have you seen that guy's legs? He's like a Jack Skellington person. With like a Johnny Bravo distribution center. It's like he's like a very strange individual. Hundar came out like Kratos, yeah. It was just such a shame that Anissa had to cancel her fight. Yeah. Yeah, she was going to fight Minx or Haley, I think. I can't remember which. I think Haley. No, I think Minx. Because Haley joined in later. Right? Oh, Joe's Lamau, don't worry. I'll send, I'm sending out the invite today. I was like traveling, so I couldn't get to it. But the invite for the Discord will go out today. Yeah, Haley came in way late. So I think it was Anissa versus Minx initially, which would have been crazy. That would have been an awesome fight to see. They're I think a little bit more even than Haley was. I prefer Keyblade stuff. Oh, kayfabe. The fact that that's even remotely accidentally readable as Keyblade is
Just have a bunch of Keyblade fights.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the kayfabe stuff because it just feels too hokey. It reminds me too much of wrestling, and I just don't give a shit about wrestling at all.
I was big into wrestling when I was a kid.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were. I skipped over it entirely.
But I was really into it because I knew from the get-go that it was just a show, Like
yeah.
I wasn't one of those people who was kind of like, super defensive of it.
Yeah. I think for me though, it was more like if it's fake, then there's so many other fake things that are cooler. Like if I know it's fake, then why don't I just I'd rather watch Spider-Man kick a guy through a bus off a building, if it's already going to be fake. Like it's weird because it's fake, but it's grounded by the limits of human performance. It's almost like a stage play where it's like, yeah, I mean, Broadway theater is fun. It's neat sometimes, I guess, but
I think that was probably when I sort of abandoned wrestling, was once the option to see Spider-Man kick someone through a bus, I was kind of like, all right, well, this is where I'm at now. I don't want to go.
Yeah, or just any number of fake fighting. Like there's so much insane fake fight through the medium of animation or even through film or television. There's just I would rather watch the hallway fight in Daredevil than watch a bunch of people pretend to be angry at each other while they throw chairs. I don't know. I don't know.
With the question mark, chairs?
Chairs? But overall, it was a really fun fucking time. Massive props to them for putting it together because I don't know, man. I was looking at this. I was looking at everything from just getting everybody there, getting everybody's trainers set up, getting the event organized, getting the camera people organized, getting the parties and the just all that shit organized. That's a very stressful endeavor. And the fact that it was just Ian and Anissa doing all of it is just super fucking impressive. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I have a hard time planning my own birthday when it's, So, I don't know. It was just fucking crazy. Say wild ride. Phil is thick. Wait, what's happening? If only H3 would fight Keem, they would both die. Because they're both very old.
Ethan said he wanted to fight Philip DeFranco.
Why?
I don't know, but DeFranco's like, apparently someone mentioned it to iDubbbz, to Ian, that maybe DeFranco would be interested in fighting if it was against Ethan Klein, but that was not the case. Philip never said that, so...
Yeah, I actually, I don't know. That just doesn't, I don't even know how close they are. I've met Ethan like a handful of times. And I've met Phil a handful of times. I can't remember if they're close in height because I've never seen them next to each other. But
I think Philip is in better physical condition right now.
Oh, probably, yeah. Phil is definitely more fit. Do you think Sweeney or Derek would fight in the Creator Clash? I think Derek would. I don't think Sweeney would. Ethan would probably hire Floyd Mayweather at the last second. Neither of them are exactly in boxing shape. Well, I mean, there's a whole year. It's a whole year before the next one. You never know.
And I'm just talking about Phil's general wellness. His recent illnesses have sort of forced him into a somewhat healthier lifestyle.
Is something really?
Yeah, he's had some sort of I forget what it's a super long name for the thing. I'm not sure what it is, but he now basically has to be very careful about shit that he eats and his physical activity and stuff like that. So.
Oh, that sucks.
I say this as someone who doesn't personally know him, though. So I mean, take that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally know him. I've met him, and we're cordial, but like I don't know Phil. Yeah. I don't think Phil would say he knows me. Hey Chris, I remember watching a video of your stand-up comedy, but I can't seem to find it now. Does your stand-up exist online? I never recorded it. Maybe someone did. I don't know. And I've never taken a video down like that, so I even know. If there is a video of me doing stand-up, I've never seen it. If you could find it, I would love to see it because, quite frankly, I need to take notes on those performances. That's the whole point of doing it, is so you can learn. But like I didn't record them because when I first did it, like I did three sets, and I've told the story a number of times, but I did 3 sets before the pandemic fucked everything up. I didn't record them because I was not expecting a pandemic to happen. Because how could you? I was expecting to just be able to work on the material week after week and just sort of like go off of what I remember of what worked. And, I would write stuff down after the shows, but I wouldn't, I know a lot of advice that I was given was like, hey, record your sets and just like watch them over and see what you could do better. But like, I just didn't want to leave my phone somewhere. I didn't want to have to bring somebody that I knew to record, and it's just a whole fucking thing. Will you go back to stand-up? Maybe. I wouldn't be opposed to it. It's been a minute now, though. So I'd have to, like, rework everything. Because my muscle memory is what little muscle memory I had is just gone now. I think what was hilarious is how all they talk about how muscles don't matter for boxing, but name one fight where the clearly more athletically muscular person didn't rock the other less muscular person in those fights. I mean, I don't know enough about boxing to determine whether or not that's generally true or not, but I think in the case of the Creator Clash, it's definitely true. But at the same time, I don't know if you could really gauge, because like some people could have, so like there could be somebody like me who doesn't have a lot of fat to hide their muscle. Like, I'm a muscular person. I'm not big or bulky, but like that's my build. Like I'm very lean. Yeah. But somebody else who's about my size or maybe like a little bit bigger, they could have the same amount of muscle mass, maybe even a little bit more, and then maybe fat above it. And then you might not be able to tell. You know what I mean? Like it's so they could technically have more muscle mass, but I could look better, if theoretically speaking. So like it's kind of I think that the case that was most where I was paying attention to that most was Michael Reeves and Graham Stephan, because Graham Stephan was definitely not as toned as Reeves was. Reeves is very similar to me, I think, where like we have the same generalized kind of body type, but Graham Stephan looked bulkier, but a lot of that was definitely he was less toned. So I couldn't tell exactly what. I don't know. It's a little difficult to tell, but I think you're generally right. Like, I mean, like why celebrities stay dehydrated so the skin shrinks onto the muscle. I probably have been accidentally doing that for years. Dude, it took me to I would drink water like maybe like 3 times a year in high school. Like for real. Everything else was like lemonades and teas and coffees and sodas. I was so dehydrated. How are you alive? I don't know, man. I don't know.
There's water and other things.
I'm a modern yeah, it's disingenuous to say I didn't have any water. I mean like a glass of water, the thing you're supposed to be drinking. Because I was like, why would I drink this? Everything else tastes better.
Exactly.
That was my logic, where I was like, fuck. I didn't really like water until I moved to California, actually. Because the bottled water over there is so terrible, and the tap water is so bad, that it made me appreciate the bottles of water and the tap water in New York that I previously thought was disgusting and dumb. And then when I went back to New York, I was like, oh, the water is good here, actually, in comparison. I guess I'll drink it. Like, Poland Spring is bomb. And I like Smart Water, even though it's a little bit... It's not exactly bougie, but it's like getting to that point where it's like, what are you buying a Smart Water for? I just like those bottles. You know? New York tap water is amazing. I know, because the city... because it's like, I think it's like mandated by the city to have a filtration system in like the plumbing infrastructure of the entire city. And it's funny because that's only there because pollution is so high. So theoretically, the only reason the water in New York City is probably the best water you're ever going to find in tap in probably the whole country is because it's so dirty. Which is hilarious to think about. I got that Michigan tap water, so it's pretty hit or miss. Yeah. Where I am, we have well water because, like, where I'm at, I'm outside of the city a little bit.
It's that good shit, though.
It's good sometimes, you know. We have a filter, so it helps, but well water's rough because you have to maintain that.
Yeah, you have to be on it. It's not a set and forget kind of thing.
I'm gonna grab a water actually. Now that we're talking about it, I'll be right back. What do I want to put on in Hassan mode? I kind of want to watch the Michael Reeves fight again. Can we stream the fights? Is that allowed? I assume it is.
I've seen a lot of people just flat out reposting them.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen a lot of people doing it, so I'm not too worried about it. Also, quite frankly, I know the people who did this, so like
yeah,
I'm not too worried about it. I'll be right back.
I think you forgot to hit play, you guys. Son might. I don't know. This is pretty funny, though. Everybody enjoy the one frame.
I'm back. Oh boy. I've returned. All right, let's see. No, that's wrong. Come on. There we go.
I'm telling you right now, Michael Reeves is coming out swinging, firing on all cylinders. There is no chance he doesn't just step on the gas immediately right out the gate.
I don't see cardio being an issue. I think a lot of
I just got back.
thrown. Here we go. Round number
Hey,
one.
you forgot to hit play when you
Yeah,
left.
right away.
I know.
Michael Reeves, Graham as well. Graham is coming forward. Tries the double jab his way in. He's landing those. Oh. Nice right hand to the body from Michael. The volume to the Graham. There's a volume from Graham.
Dude, Michael knows how to move.
Pressure from Graham.
Yeah, he does.
We see a nice check left hook that backs off Graham just a bit. Right hand to the body, Stephan. The crowd is cheering him on.
The crowd is just cheering on Michael right
deafening. But Graham goes two to the
He's
body.
good at getting in under there, too.
Yeah.
Now what you're seeing from Graham, though, here is he's chasing
It is fucking...
Michael around the string. He's not cutting
This
that
was
ring
the one
off.
that I was like most curious to
I like
see.
how they're picking shots, working to the body. Nice right hand from Graham. A lot of pressure here from Graham. Michael's still trying to develop that rhythm. You can see those rhythm steps. Nice jab to the body, Michael Reeves. Again, look at the head movement as he comes in. Look at that down to the body. Hook to the body, Michael Reeves. Another one.
Yeah, Graham is doing these like weird punches that I don't fully understand.
They're
Like-
kind of like bops.
Yeah. Like there's no power behind any of them.
Look at that down to the body. Hook to the body, Michael
He's also
Reeves.
doing.
Yeah.
He also does this thing a lot, where he like, he uses both of his fists at once. Like it's very strange.
I don't know what that is. I'm having trouble
We also hear a familiar chant
like
from the
breaking
crowd.
that apart. Like it's
Nice double jab.
like he's swinging, but there doesn't seem to be any power.
Like every time, like his every time he punches, he puts his other hand back. It's like no, keep like why aren't you blocking?
Okay, I think I know what it is. All right, so he'll put his arm out, and then he'll basically punch from the elbow. He's not like cocking the arm back and putting his shoulder into it. He's just got his elbow kind of popping out, like just
Yeah,
bopping. You know,
it's very
like he's
strange.
swinging it.
I've never heard
It's
of.
weird.
I've never heard of this guy, but
Yes, it is. And Grant's doing a good job of masking his entrance. He's doubling up his jab as he walks in. It's not just behind nothing but nice jab.
Oh,
from
Reeves.
Reeves.
Clean.
Three jabs from Michael Reeves. And Grant acknowledges all three. Another one. He tends to have some power.
this looks so fucking fun, man.
Yeah,
He does. Those jabs are snapping. And
I'd love to do something like this. It'd be a great excuse for me to actually get back in shape too.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like get back in shape or get your ass kicked.
Very nice. Another jab landed. You can tell that Michael Reeves has put some absolute time into his skill here. Look at this. Now Grant comes forward. Shot to the body, Reeves. Very
that was a
interesting
great
round.
first round.
Also, that vibe that I was talking about, where it's like people aren't there to kill each other; they're there for the sport of it. That's something I think would be very fun to be a part of.
Yeah.
This is an analytical, stylistic approach. You see Graham come in, double jab, triple jab his way in.
And that right hand, though.
And again, the counter off of it, and you see right here in the corner, Michael Reeves' coach saying that right hand's landing.
Yes, I was just gonna say, he's finding a home for that right hand. He's got to throw it more often. When he's backing up and he's just, slipping and bobbing and weaving, he's got to find a home for that right hand because Graham's just coming straight.
Chris is gonna get in the ring, climb the ropes, and ask his opponent, "Did your boyfriend make that for you?" I didn't sign up for a cage match.
It's just you in the ring shouting Spider-Man quotes.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, no, it was a super entertaining fucking.
Straight in.
I think the one thing Michael's done.
I think what was really cool about it to me was something that I wasn't expecting necessarily, and it was just like the sheer diversity of the fighters, like because obviously like Michael Reeves and Graham Stephan, they're on like the shorter side. There's like a lot of quickness, and like it's just it's a different flavor than like heavyweight, and then you have like the cruiser, like that middleweight area, and then obviously the female fight. There was just like a lot of different, and obviously that first one that was like insane, where like it was just like dad going, like I'm pretty sure that guy was on coke. I've never heard of that guy in my life, but it was just it was just really cool. Yeah, like you had no idea who, like I did not know how to call these fights at all. Like with actual boxers, it's like you kind of have an idea of what to expect, but with like all these guys, it's like I have no idea. The only one that I thought was obvious was I thought it was obvious that Aaron was gonna lose. Just because Harley's fucking huge, and it was the biggest difference. But like I had no idea.
More than any other fighter right now is slip punches. They're
Yes.
doing a great job.
He's
of
boxing.
Yeah,
How
bobbing
about
and
those
weaving
high
with the
feints
good.
with the jab that coming
Yeah,
down
they're
the
coming
body?
down low, working it.
And again, you see, we're watching his coach right now in the corner say, listen, he's walking right on the punches. Step back, drive the right hand. And again, a fairly even round, more
Yes.
volume from Graham, but again, even landing rate.
The harder punches were landed by Reeves. Definitely.
Absolutely. Round number 2, here we go. Nice jab, Michael Reeves. Graham comes in, nice right hand to the body. He's trying to put that pressure and smother him.
Oh!
Michael Reeves
felt that
it
one.
stunned him.
That one.
It stunned him.
Oh,
Left
he
hook to
felt
the
it.
body. Reeves is going up.
Reeves is throwing. He got some power to that right hand.
Woo!
Up.
The heat behind that right hand. Graham Stephan's going to have to throw something to get him off.
Look at that fucking movement, dude.
Yeah.
That like
Stephan's going to have to throw
Oh
something to get him
man.
that is so crazy. That is so much harder to do than it looks. Like just to be able to do that quickly. Like I know, like I feel like it doesn't look as impressive. I think if you don't understand exactly how fucking difficult that is.
Graham Stephan's going to have to throw something to get him off him.
And he's
He has
jabbing,
not
but he's
gained
not bringing
any
his hand
respect.
back. He's not bringing his hand back.
Big right
Oh,
hand. There it is.
He's coming in the same pace too. This jab, jab, jab. And
Yeah, I was only vaguely familiar with a lot of the people. I only know a little bit of Michael Reeves because I know people who know him.
Jab elongates.
Um,
Boom, right hand to the body. He's coming upstairs with the next one, Sensei. I'm telling you now.
Yes. That overhand had some zip to it. If he lands that, we're gonna see something. That's for sure.
And again, you see Graham trying to work that jab on his way in. Big jab from Reeves as well. Now he throws out the left hook.
Graham doesn't seem to have the power to gain the
I
respect.
think
from
the
Reeves.
right hand, not only in the first round, but here in the second, shocked Graham.
Yes.
And again, once you feel
I can't
that,
remember where I was for this fight
aggressively coming in with those shots.
because I was in two different places. I was in I was by where the people were walking in, and then I was on the other side of it because they were just front row seats that were like available. So I was like alternating between them. I think Kiwi and a couple of other people were on one side, and then Peach and Eddie and Jakey and Alana were on the other side. So I was like alternating between them. But I think that was a good punch also that I paused on.
Last 30 seconds here in round number 2.
Redness on Graham's face.
That nose is starting to wear it. Absolutely. Nice jab.
He's going to come up top.
Yep.
He set it up. There it is.
There it is.
Oh shit.
And again, it's just Graham walking right onto the shot.
Oh, dude.
Another one. Referee's taking a close look.
Yes.
Big right hand.
Yeah.
And that
That's it.
is
That's it. Wow.
Wow. Michael Reeves.
This dude's gassed at this point.
Yeah, he's so tired, and like it just the fact that he gets him in that punch is so good.
It's just Graham walking right onto the shot.
That 1-2.
It's just Graham walking right onto the shot. Michael Reeves. Another one. Referee's taking a close look. Big right hand.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Like he called it too. Like Graham was like, no, stop, get this guy off. Shinobu, a 69. What would your walkout song be? I can't. I don't want to say that because it would ruin the surprise. If perhaps maybe I did this, maybe, who knows?
If possibly.
If potentially.
Who knows?
Where's the full Michael Reeves fight? Yeah, there it is.
From Las Vegas, Nevada. He's an American real estate agent and YouTuber who's famous.
Right hand, though.
And again, the counter off of it, and you see right
That was a good one.
Michael Reeves' coach saying that.
Oh.
Yes, I was just going to say, he's finding a home for that right hand. He's got to throw it more often. When he's backing up and he's just, slipping and bobbing and weaving, he's got to find a home for that right hand because Graham's just coming straight forward. Straight in.
I think the one thing Michael's done more than
How much do you weigh? I'm in the in between Michael and Graham. I haven't weighed myself recently. I think the last time I weighed myself, I was like 120. But I usually fluctuate between 117 and then 126.
Again, a fairly even round, more volume from Graham, but again, even landing rate.
The harder punches were landed by Reeves.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that because it's a Halo number, by the way. That's literally actually true.
Nice jab, Michael Reeves.
I'd love to get back to doing that light.
He's trying to put that pressure and smother it.
Michael Reeves
It's stunned him. Left hook to the body.
Dude, man.
Oh, God. He's just molesting him.
It is crazy.
He's coming in the same pace too. This jab. All Michael Reeves is doing is waiting back, and then unloading that right hand right there after the jab elongates. Boom, right hand to the body. He's coming upstairs with the next one, Sensei. I'm telling you now.
The second you get somebody in that, like, against the ropes, I feel like that's so much advantage.
Again, you see Graham trying to work that jab on his way in. Big jab from Reeves as well.
Yeah, the head movement from Michael's crazy.
Graham doesn't seem to have the power to gain respect. I think the right hand, not only in the first round, but here in the second, shocked Graham.
Yes.
And again, once you feel that, you're not as aggressively coming in with those shots, and leaving yourself open to jabs like that is not how you
I want to see when he calls it, because there's like a slow-mo shot where he's like, stop.
Yeah.
How long was Michael training for? I don't know. A while. A lot of people were training for a long time. It's so funny because, like, we can't hear the commentators. Like, we can't hear them. So, like, I had no idea what the fuck they were saying. Yeah, this is the replay. Look at that fucking landing.
Yeah, this is the replay.
Yo,
Dude, he got fucking rocked.
yo, Reeves did his shit, bro.
Yeah, he did fucking great.
Overall, didn't really like the Creator Clash that much, but I gotta admit, Reeves and Ian did their shit, bro. They went out there and they fought hard.
Yeah, I thought it was just so fucking fun.
Like Michael really went out there and he gave it 1,000%. Good for him, bro.
Oh yeah, there I am.
The Ultimate Hater, I'm happy for them.
I recognized my my fucking hands. I'm like right in the front clapping. Dude, it was so fucking cool. Why is Sweeney's echo bass boosted? I don't know. I did some on the fly volume adjustment. He should be fine now. Sweeney's the ultimate hater.
I'm not supposed to. They got more balls than me to go in there and do that.
Why don't you just do it? It's for charity.
I've fought enough in my life. I don't want to fight anymore.
It's not fighting, it's boxing.
That's fighting, bud.
Yeah, but it's a little bit different.
That's
also you've never fought for charity.
I've never fought for charity, that's true. I just don't want to, man.
Yeah, fair.
I respect everybody else that does it though. Like, do your shit, man. They got more balls than I do.
Yeah.
If I could possibly weasel an excuse to get into something like this, I would.
Hey, Cutie Lee, thank you for the gift of subs.
Fun as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Sweeney, would you fight DJ Academics? Oh, hell yeah, I would. But I wouldn't want cameras. I wouldn't want cameras. No cameras.
Minx is terrifying. Dude, she had some fucking Green Goblin shit going on. That was, like, scary. Like, I was actually, like, kind of worried for, what is it, that other girl?
And boxing is very different. Boxing is still fighting. It's organized fighting, but it's still very much so fighting.
Yeah.
That's why the vast majority of people that box don't box in rings. They box so they can fuck people up, dude. I did MMA for like 2 years, bro. They would literally go there and learn how to do it there and then go beat up people in the streets because they're psychos.
No, yeah. Haley held her own, but, like, she was also, like... Every time the camera cut to her, she looked like she was going to cry. Like it was pretty...
That sucks.
It was pretty fucking... It was pretty intense. She did do well though. Like everybody did well except for Aaron just got steamrolled.
Aaron got mollywopped, bro. This one's intense.
I mean, Aaron. I mean, I guess also Matt. I don't think Matt was expecting a coke addict to jump in the middle of the fucking ring. Like Dad, I don't know what the fuck Dad was doing.
Dad was winning.
That was like that did not feel like boxing. That might as well have been just a street fight.
No, that was mauling. He mauled him.
Yeah, he just it was like a loose dog.
That personified what happens when you tell your dog to get somebody. That is exactly what happened. He was not ready for that. He's like, oh, this person's not going to full-fledged assault me. This person's gonna. People don't think that, especially if you're boxing. Like, oh, this person's gonna feel me out first. Not this person's gonna run in and do his ultimate immediately.
Sweeney doing MMA, I heard. I'm sure maybe 10 years ago.
I did MMA when I was 20.
Yeah.
And it was horrible. And I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a lot. I feel like Dad did what I expected Harley to do to Aaron. Yeah, I mean the height and weight was just so different.
Dad ran it like a feral ghoul.
Odd Ones Out versus Chad Jawline didn't seem too far either. I mean, look, everybody had the time to train and prepare.
That's the best part, the training. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be the really, really cool part. I'd like that.
Dad needed that win after he got fucked over by America's Got Talent. Is that what happened? I don't know anything about that guy. There are a couple people that I'm not super familiar with. Like, I wasn't super familiar with... What?
Isn't Dad the Evolution of Dance guy?
No, that's not him. Is it?
That's what I thought it was. I could be wrong, though. Is
that real? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
Wait, Odd Ones Out the artist fought?
Yeah.
I don't even see what that person looks like.
Is that real? Wait.
I've briefly met that guy.
That's really him?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
That's so fucking funny. I had no idea. I was just like, I don't know who this fucking guy is. I didn't know his name was Dad. No way. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second.
Dang, I was right. I heard that somewhere. And I was like, what? He won the fight. That's awesome.
What? That's insane that's that guy. That is so fucking funny. Evolution of Dance. I haven't seen that video in about 20 years. But
I watch that video bi-weekly.
that's not him. Is it?
You said that's not him so confidently, and then you don't even know.
No, because I'm not. Because it just seemed like such an insane. The video is too low resolution to even tell who this guy is, because it's that old.
You can just tell that's a white man. That's all you can really tell from that video. It's like, it's
All right,
fair
look, man, whatever, man. Cool. That's fucking crazy, though.
He danced on that guy's. He didn't dance. He assaulted him, bro. He didn't fucking threw him. He beat him up.
He did, yeah.
What time of year are they doing the next one?
I assume around the same time.
What are you actually? When are you gonna start your training regimen?
What? I don't know. What?
Are you gonna?
That's not. What do you mean?
Do you want to do it?
What do you mean?
Do you want to do the fucking? Are you gonna do it?
From
what I've seen so far, you seem pretty.
You know.
Seem pretty
Maybe stop talking.
I don't know anything, right? I'm just saying. It seems like you seem excited for it. You know. The fact that you're doing a creator class stream right now.
I'm just. What do you mean?
Oh,
I'm just. I just got back from the trip.
All right, man. It's like me going on Twitter and being like, "Yeah, man, West Side Gun's real cool. He's awesome." Do a whole stream of his discography. They're like, "Are you working with him?" It's like, I don't know.
My collaborative album with Kendrick Lamar is coming out next week.
That would be insane. That'd be like the craziest thing I ever saw in my life, actually.
Yeah, it would.
That'd be like, what? What are you two gonna rap about?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I definitely when this fight started, I went and got a drink because I knew that Aaron was just gonna get fucking mollywopped.
Oh, it's too big, man.
Huh?
That was like a real size difference. I noticed that. I was like, ugh.
Yeah.
This guy's huge compared to him. Not that like, size always matters in fights, but this is a much bigger person.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking.
Both Kendrick and Chris are short. You're right. They're both not tall, but that's all they have in common.
What? Kendrick's not. How tall is Kendrick? He can't be that short.
Like 5'5".
What?
Kendrick's short.
Kendrick Lamar is 5'5".
5'5", 5'6". He's a really not big person.
Oh, that's weird. That's kind of hard to imagine.
Well, not even, dude. You could just throw a punch and knock somebody out, man.
That's basically my height.
That explains why his lyrics are good.
Because he's short?
Yeah.
There's a ton of tall, great rappers.
All right.
J. Cole, literally.
Yeah, is J. Cole as good as Kendrick?
Not as good.
Well, there you
album.
go.
Not as album making. Definitely as good as a rapper though.
Is he really that? No, wait. I can't imagine this being true.
Sure. He doesn't give off a tall persona. He's very humble and tiny.
He's 5'6". That's short, but like.
Not as short, right? Not
when I think of short, I think of like Ethan Ralph, who's like 4'11".
That's insane.
Ethan Ralph's probably shorter than Kiwi.
Dude, what if Ethan Ralph really trains and he comes into the Creator Clash and he deletes somebody?
He can't.
He just he takes a serious year.
Somebody was telling me it's like you should fight. Somebody was telling me you should fight Boogie, and I'm like, Boogie is. I don't know how tall Boogie is, but he's definitely heavier than me.
Oh yes, yes, Chris, he's heavier than you.
But like that is one of those examples of like where like that would be unfair for him because
Maybe
he's
not, bro. Because there's a lot of weight behind him. You're faster than him, definitely.
Kingston, I have seen Boogie in person. Boogie is not throwing a punch.
I know what Boogie looks like. I've definitely seen what he looks like. But it depends because he has a lot of weight behind him, that if he throws a punch, he could potentially connect on some. I've seen it so many times where people just throw random punches and knock the fuck out of people.
I am sure.
You very likely beat him.
There's not a doubt in my mind that if I were to fight Boogie, he would be. I would probably kill him, and I would be scared to fight him because of that. Because I don't want to have somebody's death on my conscience. Because he's so unhealthy.
Like, yeah, you might not even kill him. You might just hit him, and then him getting back up, he might die. And you'll be like, oh, dude. Oh, dude.
Like, I wouldn't want to do that. Like,
I played too much, and now I'm involved. Look, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to like break his new teeth.
And then you gotta fucking forever. You'll be the guy that Boogie died in the ring with.
Yeah.
And now it's on your conscience forever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, it was supposed to be a meme. Now this guy died, and I'm fucking.
He would knock you out with one swing based on pure size. I don't think you understand how. I don't think you understand how both. Okay, there's two things. I don't think you understand how slow Boogie is, and how fast I can be. You guys.
I mean, just because someone's big doesn't necessarily mean that.
Also, I'm not just gonna sit there and be like, "Hey, Boogie, punch me in the temple with all your might, and I'll stand here and laugh."
No, I'm very aware.
I'm not Goku.
You can fling a punch and knock someone unconscious, dude. It happens. It happens all the time. Especially when people aren't like really trained fighters, because like people don't know how to. People don't know how to feint. Like, I watched that thing. Those people had 6 months. I've watched fucking Jake Paul, who can't feint a punch, even though he's been training for years now. You're just gonna get hit and probably just take the hit and be like, "Whoa, what the fuck was that?" Not to, but you very likely would beat him because it's Boogie's not in good shape at all.
If I went like, if Boogie, if this was a real, which it won't be, if this was a real fight, they would never allow that.
Of course,
I don't think they would allow Boogie in the ring, to be quite honest. They might not even allow me in the ring. I don't know. I don't know what their requirements would be. But it's not. If I dadded him, he'd be dead. Like if I just mauled him to the point where like he just wouldn't be able to see where things are coming from, it would be over.
Hit him in the temple, bro. Hit him in the temple. Do the fucking cheap shot. Just extend your knuckle in the glove, punch him in the temple, disable him.
That was the one thing. There was a cheap shot from Dr. Mike.
Yeah, it was.
Where I was like, I think it would. I don't think it would have changed the outcome necessarily, but like that was definitely like that was a little bit of a cheeky thing.
It wasn't the most fair shot to throw, but at the same time, it's like it's so weird because even for like regular boxing, I don't understand people go in a ring and unmaliciously fight and like, all right, that's it, ding, 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 and it's like, what? This guy just beat the shit out of me for 5 minutes. Supposed to be happy?
What do you mean?
Well, this motherfucker dead.
Chris versus Eddie Burback? No, Eddie Burback's tall.
Eddie's like my height.
Eddie's like, I think,
really?
Eddie's like slightly shorter than you. Eddie's like 5'9", I think.
Eddie's like Eddie's like nearing 6 feet. He's not short.
I don't think he's because Jakey was there and Jakey's tall.
But Jakey's like 6'7". Though.
Jakey's not 6'7".
Not 6'7", but he's like 6'5", actually.
I don't think he's 6'5" either.
Chris, I'm 6'3", and Jakey's taller than I am.
Is he taller? I can't remember.
Jakey is definitely taller than I am.
Maybe. I
was like, whoa, you're taller than me.
Yeah, maybe.
He sits down all the time. Jakey's never standing up.
Maybe Eddie is. I can't remember exactly.
He's never standing up. He's just wheeling around in a chair.
He's always leaning and sitting down. We'll never see him standing up.
That's true. Gus, what? Chris versus Michael Reeves. Perfect. Michael Reeves isn't going to fight again.
No?
No.
He got his dub. He's good.
Yeah.
He would have been the best person for you to fight, though, genuinely.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was going to fight, hypothetically.
Yeah. Hypothetically, if that was
that's too bad that he's not going to fight again, because he did really well.
Yeah, I would be total. I would love to hypothetically fight him.
For a newbie boxer, he did very, very good. He's
a nerd, though. That's what it is. He studied the hell out of it. Like he's the kind of guy who's like he'll build a fucking gun out of a shoe and a fucking battery. So like he's gonna figure out like, oh, all right, like what can I do to maximize? Like he definitely knew what he was doing. He did his homework. He knew what he was doing. You could tell like he understood the sport, and then like now he's just done. He's like, I did that. What happened?
He's Filipino, bro. They know boxing, man. That's like their thing.
Is Michael Reeves Filipino?
Yeah, he is. You can tell he looks vaguely Hispanic and Asian. He's definitely Filipino.
I never thought. I guess I just didn't think about it. But
he studied fists. Michael Reeves studied fists in general, like the dynamics of fists. How do these work for real?
How do these work?
Fine. That's close. That's close. That's still Pacific Islanders.
Oh, is he really Hawaiian? That explains why he's so good at doing things with like random materials. You're just on an island. You're just stuck on an island somewhere.
I don't think he's originally from it, but he's lived there for years.
He lives in Hawaii?
He lived in Hawaii.
That would scare the shit out of me. I think I would lose my mind living in Hawaii.
Hawaiians are crazy because like they live near volcanoes and they're just like fine, and it's like that's
Shoe Nice.
They're also on an island.
Shoe Nice versus Buff Corral. It would be awesome to see Buff Corral. That would be such.
I feel like Buff Corral is a wave of. He's a force of nature,
dude. It would be so cool to see Buff Corral in one of these clashes. That would be so sick. Buff Corral.
I feel like Buff Corral has like for real tech, like actual tech.
That is such a good suggestion. I have to pitch that. I have to tell them, listen.
Hawaii seems cool. It's really pretty, I heard.
Yeah, Hawaii's neat. I would imagine. But like I just wouldn't want to live there. Like it just seems like
dangerous?
Seems I wouldn't want to be stuck on an island in that way.
Hawaii seems like Bowser's Castle, but a place where people live, you know? It's just like at any time something could go wrong here. Like I don't want to be in this place. You gotta get volcano insurance for real. What the fuck is that?
I wish something like this would have happened a lot sooner. So you could get like fucking. How funny would it have been?
Oh, Joji versus fucking.
Yeah, Joji in there, fucking fucking AVGN.
Would have loved to see Joji fight someone and then cry and write a song about it right afterwards. That'd be amazing.
That would be pretty cool.
It's like, damn, you went straight to the lyrics.
Hawaii seems like Far Cry, but only the animals attack you. Dang, yo. Volcano insurance is not a bad idea.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. Can you imagine you have volcano insurance here?
City. I live in Dutchess County, New York, and I have a volcano insurance. Like, what?
You could fight Leafy? No, I don't think so.
You should, dude. You should do it for the culture.
For the culture?
You should fight Keem, bro.
No, he's too fat.
Keem?
Mm-hmm.
Keem's not very fat.
He's fat for how tall he is.
Really? I didn't consider him fat. I think like he's got weight on him, I would say. But still, I'd fight him and kill him.
He's not
Knock him out.
obese. He's not obese. But
Kill
he's
him,
a
bro.
fat man. Keemstar
Kill
is
him,
indeed a fat man.
Put him down.
He's
bro.
like 5'6", I think. And I'm pretty sure he's like 200 pounds minimum.
Sweeney, you got to fight too, man. You can fight the quartering.
Fight the quartering. Oh my god, that'd be for the culture. That'd be for the culture. If I could, I swear. If I could get a range and I could fight the quartering, I'll do it. I swear, like I would drop out of school for a year and I would just train hard until my vessel is steel.
That is fucking funny. Sweeney versus Hambone, fight of the century.
Like I would stop going to school. I wouldn't care what Lily's like. Kingston, you have to go to school. I'm like, no, I gotta beat him. If he beats me, I can't be alive anymore.
The quartering already got punched at Gen Con. He's not worth much in a fight. Well, look at what you did. Karma haunts you.
Well, what if
you made it political,
bro? Free versus Sonny from Lonely Place. I could not fight Sonny. I love him. Kassandra's my boy. I would never do that.
Bunty versus Keemstar, Battle of the Beards. That would be a good one. Sweeney talking like a Guts v Zod feud. What is that?
It's freaking from what you call it, from Berserk.
It's weeb speak. You don't need to worry about it.
Oh, thank God.
You guys shit on anime too much. I used to do it, and now I'm like, dang.
I'm not shitting on it. I'm just like, it just pops up sometimes, and I don't recognize it, and then I'm just like, all right, good.
Me versus Mick Lauer. Why would I fight one of my closest friends?
Yeah, that would be hard. That's almost like the opposite of a conflict of interest.
No, it is though. It is 100% though conflict of interest.
Not really.
Yeah, it is. I don't want to hurt my friend.
Right. So it's more of a conflict of disinterest.
Your interest is the idea of keeping that person from being harmed.
Yeah, because you're disinterested in fighting, which is what the fight is.
But you're interested in his well-being and the win, so you're still interested.
I think what we're learning now is that conflict of interest and conflict of disinterest are the same.
Same thing, yeah. Yeah, they are.
I learned something today.
Yeah, you don't learn things all the time, but every now and again.
When you do, they are there.
When you do, they are there. Chris and Derek should fuse.
And fight Sweeney. I feel like a fusion of a person would just take up so much energy that they'd be like, we're together, and now we have to lay down.
Oh, no, Karma. I was just doing the meme. That meme of the quartering in the JPEG where he's like, now you made it political. Hi, I think I'm real versus Andy Worski. That would be fucking cool. Emmett, yeah.
I feel like Emmett could sharpen up, man.
Emmett's lean, but I think
he's already in good shape.
Yeah.
He could probably sharpen him to something dangerous.
Yeah, Emmett's in good shape.
He's also Mexican, too, so you never know, man. They got that fighting blood as well.
The thing that makes me curious about this, and I'm not saying anything yet, because quite frankly, I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that has to be sorted out, and there's also like doctors that you have to see, and like there's a bunch of stuff that has to be set in stone before you're confirmed. But I have expressed interest, and the thing that has me most curious about it is the fact that, like, as far as like muscle goes, I'm in good shape as it is without doing anything. So I'm most curious to me about, like, if I trained and like had an excuse where it's like, okay, I can't, it's not something that I can, it's not like a gym thing where it's like, yeah, I'll go to the gym. And then I go for a couple weeks and then I'm like, And I'm still kind of eating like garbage. To me, it's like, I wonder how in shape I could get if I really had, if I really had like a massive incentive to do it in a way that would be difficult or basically impossible to drop out of. You know? That's the thing that I'm curious about.
They finally dropped the fucking trailer for the new Destiny season.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, the season comes out in 3 days, and they just dropped the trailer for.
You can have good footwork where you shouldn't train at all. Let's not do that.
Why would you not?
That's insane.
Why would you not do that?
I think you have to train. I'm pretty sure like they're not gonna.
You gotta be arrogant as fuck to be like, yo, I'm ready to fight a person right now.
You're not even, especially if you're not a person that regularly goes into combat either. Like,
that's some Cell Games shit though. It's like train for a year. I'll wait.
It's not like a fucking exam where you could just cram in the last hour. Like you need to develop. Like you need to develop. A lot of the training is developing muscle memory, and so like, it's why when I was talking to some of the people, they were just telling me that we're like, yeah, you know, a lot of it is just relearning, because some people apparently like they practiced a little bit before they got into their training, and then they had to undo a lot of that because it's not right. Like the way you punch for real is not how you punch in boxing.
Yeah,
it's just very different. So I don't know. I would love to do it, and I think
like 90% of people don't know how to throw a proper punch. Like the vast.
Not a boxing.
Well,
punch.
The other thing is the boxing punch is different, which is the.
Well, yeah, jab. The way to throw a jab is not the way people throw punches.
Yeah, because people throw punches. If you're throwing a punch,
snap back. You're not supposed to like fully extend your arm. If you extend your arm all the way when you punch somebody, that's this tension on your joints. If you hit them, you'll just be stopping the force of your punch with your own elbow, opposed to hitting somebody and pulling back fast, or like throwing a hook or throwing haymakers. People don't really throw haymakers, but like it teaches you how to throw those punches correctly.
Yeah. So if you practice for like 3 months, like punching the wrong way, there's a lot of like effort into the training that has to be done. That has to be done undoing a lot of that. So I don't know. I'm paying attention.
That'd be dope. You'd be in really good shape, man. You get yourself in some really, really, really sharp shape.
No, I know. That's like the main reason I want to do it. And also just because I think it'd be just cool. I think it was just like a really nice event. Like I'm really curious as to how much money they raised, because last I heard it was fucking crazy.
That's what's supposed to be footsie tools. I mean, you're very right. I never talked about footsies in real life, but yes.
DJ Welch had to undo a lot of MMA experience to learn about. Yeah. It's a lot of because I know a lot of like very specific like martial, like I know like a decent amount of like Kempo. I studied a lot of that, and I got like I was like one stripe away from my black belt, and like I know how to do those kinds of punches and those kind of but like kicks aren't relevant. So like that's a whole another part of the like that just doesn't need to be even thought about. And then punching is different in karate than it is in fucking a proper like boxing match. So it's just, I don't know. It's a lot. Even the stances are different.
Yeah, that's why somebody that can be a trained kickboxer and go into a boxing ring and get fucked up.
Yeah.
Get fucked up. That's why Floyd Mayweather, that's why when it was Conor McGregor versus Mayweather, I was like, why would you do that, Conor? Like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you limit yourself? You would probably beat his ass on any occasion that's just not this. Why would you do that to yourself?
You know the Naruto hand signs too, right? I know the one for the fireball, I think.
The best thing to study would be beforehand is like doing like a lot of what's the thing with your own body weights, like calisthenics? Is that own body weight?
Calisthenics?
Yeah, that's just do that and then do cardio until you you start doing your training with your body.
Yeah.
Isn't the fire breathing hand sign just the okay sign?
No, that's a racist sign.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just remember it from an out of context GIF that I used in some like editing practice on fucking Windows Movie Maker.
Did you not breathe fire through the hole in the okay? Like, ha!
No, I wanted to practice editing, and I didn't have a camera or good footage or really anything. I couldn't rip footage off of YouTube. I couldn't screen record because I just didn't have access to any of that software. So the easiest thing I could edit was the stuff that was like
already edited.
No, the stuff that I could. It was just the stuff that was circulating on the internet, which were like GIFs of anime. So I would just like edit anime GIFs together into these fucking AMVs out of pure boredom, just to practice. And then I got a camera, and then I stopped. But that GIF was like a reliable one, because I remember the Fireball Jutsu one, or at least I know it was Sasuke's hands, and it was that. Wait, was it? I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
Are you doing Chidori?
I don't remember. It's like a very specific shot.
That's Chidori, bro. That's 1,000 birds of lightning right there, my guy.
Yeah, it could be.
I don't know.
Sasuke.
I have no fucking idea.
Fire style is only like 2 signs, and you do like the little finger thing closed, and you breathe fire. Not like I fucking.
You just do 2 quick signs and then breathe fire. It's not hard. Come on.
You do quick signs, then you breathe fire. It's a good tutorial. I'd imagined having a good match is like really good sex. I don't imagine that, but like I definitely imagine it's
fulfilling. Actually,
yeah, it's probably fulfilling.
Probably more fulfilling, way more. You're
yeah,
like,
definitely way more. Like objectively, like way more.
Whoa, man! I conquered somebody.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Naruto running the ring. I wonder how disrespectful you can be.
Sweeney's a nerd. So what?
So what?
So what?
You want to fight me? I'll punch you. I'll punch you. What are we doing? What is this? When does the new PlayStation Plus happen?
I don't care. I don't know either. I feel like there's no video games that exist right now, and it really bothers me.
Dude, just go into your back catalog.
I'm sort of done.
No, you're not. You're fucking stupid. You're not done with your back catalog.
Dude, I'm getting close to being done with any game I actually want to play.
That's why you have to look for things that you wouldn't otherwise want to play.
What the fuck? What am I playing if I don't want to play it?
No, because like you find stuff by surprise. You find surprising stuff like that.
I gotta figure out something else I gotta fucking play.
Sweetie,
I like Yakuza Like a Dragon a lot.
I found a game this past weekend that you might actually. I don't know. You're kind of a weeb, and you like Castlevania. I have a Record of Lotus War game that is a Metroidvania, and it's not bad. It's okay.
What console is it on? Is it on PC?
Yeah, I think it's on just about everything. I got it on Xbox, but I know it's also on PS5 and some other stuff. So it's pretty decent. What's that?
Katana Zero.
Oh, Katana Zero is interesting. You might not like it though. I feel like you would like Cyber Shadow if you're looking at that and you think that's cool.
I already beat Cyber Shadow. It's on PS5. I just played it like for 3 days. I was like, oh, this game was fun.
Cyber Shadow is great. I don't know. I have a lot of stuff in my backlog that I haven't finished.
Katana Zero looks pretty cool. Can you kill the children?
Oh yeah, I want to finish Tunic. I forgot about Tunic a little bit.
The only thing what bothers me so much is that all of the games that I play, every game is just not as good as Super Metroid. And that bothers me so much that every game is worse than Super Metroid, period, ever.
That's not...
Like, what's going on? Like, what's going on?
That's so incorrect. It's astounding.
Why is every game worse than Super Metroid? What is this?
Every game is definitely not worse than Super Metroid.
I would say 90% of games are
Super Metroid. You're out of pocket, dude.
Super Metroid is an amazing video game, Chris. I don't think you understand how good that game is.
I'm sure it's great, but
like top 20 games ever.
Yeah, maybe top 20 games ever, maybe. But I don't think that means it's like
without nostalgia. No, it's not. Dread is not better, but Dread is a good game. It's a really good game.
Which one?
It's not better. I'll say shit like that.
What are you talking about?
Someone said that Dread is better if you don't play with nostalgia, and I'm like, you're dumb. Dread is not better than freaking
Dread. I would argue Dread is just not very good.
I think Dread's a good
But-
game. I just don't think it's better than Symphony
Like,
of the Night.
I don't know, man.
It's
I was playing it and I was like, at first I liked it, and then like the deeper I got into Dread, the more I didn't care about it.
Dread is really good.
I mean, you know, it
Fusion's
reminded. You know
better.
what it reminded me? Dread reminded me of like. It reminded me of Halo Infinite in the worst ways, where I was like, everywhere I was like, oh, everything looks exactly the same. Everywhere that I am. Every room looks like this. Every fucking tile looks like this.
Halo Infinite is a disaster.
It is such a, like,
Metroid
Metroid Dread, I played through so much of it, and I was like, this game looks no different than when I started. And I'm tired. And I'm bored.
I would say that there's not much diversity in the game like there are. It isn't like Super or like Fusion or stuff like that. It sort of does the scenery.
Yeah.
But the way you play the game constantly evolves in like a very good way. And then it kind of picks up a little too fast where you're like, you get way too many power-ups too fast. And you don't really get to really sit with any of them. You're like, oh, you get this power-up, and you're like, oh, but in this one here, like, as soon as you get past like the water area, you get like 6 power-ups in like a span of like an hour of play. Which I do enjoy, and I think the boss fights are fucking, creme de la creme, so well designed.
Yeah, I mean, they're good.
I just think that it's
they didn't impress me necessarily, but they weren't bad, you know. But I don't know. I played it for like 5 hours, and I was like, I don't know. That's just not true. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I played the game and I didn't think it looked particularly good. There are moments of it that I liked, but like, and it was all towards the beginning. It was like very front loaded. Where like I was just like playing through, and I was like, this is fine. It plays well, but it's also the blandest thing I think I've ever played from Nintendo first party. In recent memory, anyway. That can't be true for like all of Nintendo first party, because I'm sure there's like a bunch of shit on the Wii that I didn't play that was way worse. But I feel like Metroid Dread is like a solid like 7. Like it's fine. It's entirely like there's nothing bad necessarily with it. But it was
It's not comparable. Oh yeah, Halo Infinite's a disaster. Like that game was like everything that a Halo game should be, Halo Infinite isn't. It's just that Halo Infinite is so good mechanically.
Yeah.
Like shooting wise, it's awesome. It's a great shooting game.
If they went with a linear campaign, it would have been awesome. But like they just didn't.
It's a great shooting game. Like I play Infinite like a little bit every day. Like before I go to bed, I play like a few matches because it's just such a good shooting video game. The problem is it's a terrible Halo game again.
You're really telling me that you went through the whole game of Metroid Dread and you were like, man, this Emmy, real fun to fight for the fucking 400th time. You really think that thing, that entire premise for the game was like a good idea? Like it added tension, and that it was like just super fun the whole time. The Emmy was fun. The Emmy was fun the first 2 times that it happened, and then afterwards it became so boring and tedious that like I couldn't believe that this was the leg. The Emmy is a small portion. You're fucking.
There's Chris. In all fairness,
you're out of your gourd, man.
Take a breath. Okay, you're gonna get upset. Okay. The Emmys were, I don't think that they were annoying in the beginning of the game. I felt like at the end of the game they weren't annoying because the way you can evade them is so, because you have so many tools by the end of the game. It's like, oh, Emmy's following me. You're tense.
No, it's easy. But the point is, it's not fun. It's not fun to avoid the Emmys.
I don't think it's not fun. You get to turn invisible and shit. You get to go underwater. You get to like slingshot over them. You punch them in the head and slide under them. Like I think they're really cool, like sort of tension mechanics.
I found it so incredibly boring. It reminded me of like it felt like it was trying to do like the Mr. X thing from like Resident Evil fucking 2.
It was.
But like there's no tension in it outside. Like the first 2 times there's tension in it because you don't know how to do it. You don't know how to deal with them. You're learning. And then once you figure it out, the rest of the time, it's just like a massive inconvenience. It reminds me of the Marauder from fucking Doom Eternal, where like the first time you fight that thing, it's like really hard and really annoying because you're like, what the fuck is this? This is like so difficult. And then you learn how to do it, and then you realize like, oh, it's easy, but it's really unfun to do. Because instead of being able to play the game the way you want to do it and like just kind of be presented with an obstacle that you can like choose the way that you actually like overcome it, it just forces you to use these 2 specific weapons over and over again, and then you win. And then it's like, okay, it's a borderline QuickTime event.
You said take away nostalgia, Katie. You said take away nostalgia, and Metroid is nowhere near the top 20 games. Super Metroid reuses a map better than any game I've ever seen use a map ever. The way that you don't have to change the map, you just gain more power-ups, and then the way you interact with the world that's like a groundbreaking video game thing that people still don't really do now. I think that game, without a doubt, is still one of the best video games ever. Like, I like Symphony of the Night. A lot of Symphony of the Night is really cool. I still think Super Metroid's a much better game. And I really, really, really hard-pressed think that is one of the best video games ever made. Like, when I think of great video games, it's like Ocarina of Time, Super Metroid, Halo 3, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Like, those are the games that come up always because Super Metroid's it's just a masterfully done video game.
Saying Emmy ruins the game is like saying the Marauder ruins Eternal. I'm not saying Emmy ruins the game. I'm saying the Emmy makes a lot of the game tedious, and the rest of the game isn't as fun as the Emmy is tedious. Which in Doom Eternal is the opposite. The Emmy is so much more tedious than the game is fun to play.
Chris, did you play Fusion?
I didn't play Fusion.
Fusion has the X-Parasite Samus. So you must hate the X-Parasite then. Because that shit is way worse than any Emmy.
I don't know, maybe.
That was like the reason why I put that game down.
Metroid isn't really as big of a franchise as people think it is. So like I did not play Fusion. I played that one on DS. Huh? What's happened?
Right, they're all great video games. It's just that they're not very popular.
Yeah. How long did you play? You didn't answer my question. What boss did you stop at? I don't remember. This was months ago. I've also played like 50 games in that time. But I think... I know I was on... I changed locations at least. I know I changed locations. Like, I went into that fucking elevator thing or spaceship thing that transports you to a different place. I did that at least 3 or 4 times.
Cult classic franchise. He's probably.
And I was just like, I gave this thing a shot. This is not my style.
That's one with Castlevania. People don't like Castlevania games very much. Which I don't know how you can not like. Even the old Castlevania games, like Simon's Quest and shit, are fucking good video games.
Well, I could see why people wouldn't like them.
Because they're difficult. That's why.
Yeah, but they don't feel like they're
very difficult video games.
But they don't feel like they're difficult from a modern perspective. They don't feel like they're difficult by design. It feels like it's difficult because it's hard to make a game that plays satisfyingly well.
No.
Like the jumps in Castlevania where like you just like you're fucked if you just do it slightly wrong. I could see why that'd be frustrating to a lot of people.
I think Castlevania games are crazy easily, especially like I think Simon's Quest and 1 were easy. I think Rondo of Blood is hard. That game is not easy at all.
Yeah.
Because hitting those bats in the beginning is a fucking trial, but then afterwards it feels very like it simples itself out eventually. But I do understand people just like, oh, this game is just not fun because it's not. It's like the original Super Mario, like Super Mario World 3. People love those games, but also you talk to people that played those games when they came out, and that game is so fucking annoying because of how easily you die all the time.
Yeah.
Like, they became cult classics later on down the line because of how well mechanically tuned they were. But like, I have a bunch of uncles who were playing video games at that time. They were like, they hated that game because of how easy you would just slip off the map.
Yeah.
So it comes in waves, I guess.
Yeah, I like most Castlevania games that I've played, but
I don't like the new 2D ones, the new 3D ones that became like fucking very, very biblical.
I never played the 3D ones. I didn't even know there were 3D Castlevania games.
I was like, what's happening, dude?
Were there 3D Castlevania games? I don't remember that.
Yeah, there were like 3 of them.
What?
Or 2 of them. Yeah, dude, they were like on the PS3 and shit.
Oh, I didn't play any of those.
I was like, what's happening here,
I saw
dude?
I saw a Castlevania game that was like 3D, and I was like, oh, that's not Castlevania. It can't be. It's 3D. What do you mean?
The Shadow. I didn't like those games. Rondo's not that hard. Rondo's not hard, but the beginning of Rondo is very hard.
I mean, hard is a spectrum. Like hard is mostly based on like
one skill.
Well, no, I mean just like there's a ton of things that people find difficult that I find easy, and vice versa. So like I don't know, it's hard to say that again. Like I don't think Elden Ring is hard at all. It just asks. It's more that it asks a lot of time out of you. You know, it's tedious more than it is hard. And I don't mean tedious necessarily in like a negative way, because I feel like, you know, Death Stranding is also like a very tedious game, but I think that's like a positive thing. But like those are not difficult games, really.
I don't think Elden
Halo 2 on Legendary is fucking hard. Halo 2 on Legendary is way harder than any fucking Souls game that I've played. Like sincerely, I remember playing that game with Jalen and we couldn't get past the fucking second level. Weeks of trying.
Halo 2 on Legendary is insane
because they didn't balance it right. It's entirely fucked, that game on Legendary.
Would you call it tone itself though? Can bone itself though? The last fifth of Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring is probably almost as easy as Sekiro. I think Sekiro is slightly easier than Elden Ring. Bloodborne's pretty difficult compared to other ones, but also it's not, because if you're just an aggressive person, you can kind of beat everybody else up, you know.
Well, then, that's what I mean. It's like, what makes a game hard then?
Because for me, Bloodborne is hard because of the fact.
What is the hardest game that you've ever played?
Ever in my life?
Yes.
Probably like between Counter CS:GO and like StarCraft 2.
All right, what's the hardest single player game you've played?
Yeah, like that. I feel like multiplayer stuff is like kind of.
Let's see, single player game. What's the game that I played? Single, like, this game is fucking annoying.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking like, what's the hardest game?
This game is difficult. It's requiring me to. Oh God, the end of fucking Divinity: Original Sin. Oh Lord, and Kingbreaker. Oh my God, they were terrible times. Because because you go through the game where the CPU is not as smart as you, and then eventually the CPU is just way smarter than you, and you're just like, what the fuck? You built this character to fight me? What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Lariat, bro, chill.
Getting over it with Bennett Foddy is probably.
Getting over it's just massacre.
It is, but it is the hardest game I've ever played. It is.
But isn't it more?
The MC3 is very bad, and then that game is rough, bro.
Isn't it more frustrating and tedious than hard as well?
Well, it is also just hard. Like it's a hard game.
If you didn't lose your progress and you just sort of went back to a checkpoint, it wouldn't be that hard.
Well, yeah, but then it wouldn't be the game.
Well, yeah,
that's not what the game is.
What I mean.
Getting over it's not an easy game. It's in general because
you could say that a lot of things are just tedious, couldn't you?
I mean, yeah, but I think the second you were like, oh, well, it wouldn't be that hard if it wasn't this. It's like irrelevant because we're not talking about that. We're talking about how it is as it exists.
Yeah, but I mean, you could make a game where if you pick the wrong option at the very end of the game, it resets, and then it'd just be like, oh well, I have to do the whole game again, you know?
That doesn't mean it's a hard game. That just means it has a shitty ending. Like a hard game means that the game is hard. You know what I mean? Like the act of playing it is difficult.
But I think QWOP is harder than Bennett Foddy.
Right. Well, you might be right.
When I think of hard, right, I think of hard as a game where like you have all the tools to defeat this thing. You have all the tools given to you available. It's not cheap. But what happens is the time in which you have to execute those things are very, very small, and it requires you to, as you play the game, to develop skill in doing it very well. Because like in like games like Divinity, at the end of the game, you have all the knowledge of all the combinations and all the ways to defeat people. But what happens is that the enemy has that too. And now you have to be smart about where I'm going to put somebody to draw out like this poison effect so I can light it on fire and then curse them so they can't heal, and then have someone over here like rushing in and slashing through people trying to do physical damage. If I'm going to do a physical, it's things like that that make things difficult. Not so much like, oh, this mechanic is fucking, because I think getting over it is hard, because if you pay attention to how you play getting over it, you can just do that again if you just paid attention, actually. Most people don't pay attention. It's like, oh, I progressed and I got to this point. And I'm like, all right, cool. And then I'll do this here. And it's just like, you're not really learning how to play the game. Those people don't know how to play getting over it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about the thing about getting over it is that like it plays so differently from everything else that exists that it demands you, like it demands you to unlearn a lot of how you would assume a game like this would play, and like you're using. It's like fighting against intuition, that whole game. And so the act of going through it is really frustrating and difficult the whole time. As opposed to games where it's like, some games are like, oh, that game's hard because it has like a difficulty spike. I don't know if that's necessarily what I would consider a hard game. You know, I think, or maybe it is, but it's like, I feel like there's a degree that separates like a hard game from like a genuinely like truly difficult experience. Like Elden Ring is nowhere near as hard to me as.
Have you guys watched the show This Is Us?
What show?
This Is Us.
I know what it's. I know the name of it.
Dude, that show's so fucking sad. It's like a show about just like the worst moments in life.
Oh, that sounds great.
And it's just like
not really selling me on it.
It's about like people's struggles, but just like the craziest moments ever. You're just like, wow, these people are like really just trying to get through life day by day. It seems like a very real drama, like a soap opera if it was genuinely real.
Man, I would.
Like no one's dog came back to life and shot their ex-wife and shit. It's just like sadness.
Jeez, I would really. I'd rather watch Halo, and that's terrible.
Are you gonna do a video on how terrible Halo is?
Yes.
I would be very interested in assisting you with that.
Okay. Because
I was on the fence for a long time in terms of like, oh, I can forgive this because of this.
Yeah, there's a lot of it that's like, that sucks. That sucks, but it's doing this well, or like this looks cool, so it's like, whatever. It's like, this is bad, but it's also like, hey, you know, first seasons aren't great. Like, I would even argue like the first seasons of my favorite shows aren't particularly good. Like the first season of Seinfeld kind of sucks in comparison to the rest of the series. And like even the first season of Breaking Bad is like, it's a good season, but it pales in comparison to the rest of that show. And then you just get this moment where it's just like, wow, there's nothing they can do from here on out.
Season of Seinfeld sucks. That's rude.
But yeah, I went back and forth on the on Halo for a little while, because they would do something terrible and then the next episode there'd be something really good, and then back and forth and I just I don't know. I've just been really upset that it's
How
been.
did you guys watch that show? That's what I'm so confused. You guys even watch that show because like it's
like it's my job or something.
It's like it was like when Kathleen Kennedy. I wasn't an internet person yet, so I didn't understand like everything she was saying. But if I was able to pick up the information about the Star Wars trilogy, the trilogy, like the future trilogy, I wouldn't have watched it because there's fair warning that
okay, so
over.
I'm gonna tell you.
I'll tell you exactly. That's crazy.
I'll tell you exactly why I watch stuff like this, even if I suspect it's gonna be shitty.
No.
And that's because I can't trust nerds at all.
Yeah, that's true.
Like any nerd who gives me their opinion on something and is just like, oh, it's terrible and it sucks and blah blah blah. It's especially on Star Wars or any sci-fi. I can't trust their opinions because there have been too many times where someone has just bitched, moaned, and complained about something that is a non-issue to me. So I have to go in fresh, completely, divorced of anyone else's opinions and form completely my own opinion. And I've tried not to look up anyone's reviews. The only person I've talked about it with has been Chris and my cousin Jordan, who's in the chat. He can definitely vouch. I don't go and look at reviews. I don't get anyone else's opinions, but these past like 2 episodes, I'm done. And then after I made my decision about the thing, then I'll go look at the reviews and be like, okay, so who agrees with me and who differs? Who,
What happened in this last episode where everybody's so upset?
So,
dude,
I mean,
Chief fucked that bitch.
Chief had sex?
Chief has sex with a Covenant spy who is a prisoner of war, which is
a war crime.
A war crime, morally like wildly reprehensible, irredeemably bad, and also just not. Just so unbelievable.
Did he have his helmet on?
No,
he didn't have his helmet. If he had his helmet on, I would have been like, "Oh, they're memeing."
Chief isn't chemically castrated technically. Like it's because there are Spartans in the proper lore that do have like that escape the program, and it's
they're just so heavily indoctrinated.
They're so heavily indoctrinated, and it's also like there's certain I believe there's certain routines like in the Spartan program where like there's like I'm sure they take things almost like as like supplements over a period of time like as they're working, and then like the people who escape obviously aren't taking things anymore, so a lot of the effects of like certain things wear off. Some become weaker, some have their sex drives restored, and like there's Spartans out there with families. That's a thing that's real. But it's just so fucking... One of the coolest things to me about Halo from a narrative standpoint is that, specifically like with Master Chief and Cortana, is that it's like, it's a platonic love story. Like there is no point in any of the games really where it is implied that Master Chief and Cortana have feelings for each other in any way that isn't just like, I have a deep love and respect for this person. There's no like sexual nature there. Like it was widely believed for a very, very long time, and I still think it's quite frankly true, that Master Chief is an asexual person. And I think that's kind of neat. I think it's a lot more interesting than just like, oh, fucking, he fucks a prisoner of war?
Yeah, and it's like, and it's not based on anything, like, really.
Yeah, it's random. It's entirely like she just says things.
It's just like, she
so
has,
quick.
This brief period of, oh, you're just like me, or I'm just like you. And it's like, we dedicate 10, 15 minutes to that over the course of 2 or 3 episodes. And now suddenly he's smitten and he's got to drop his pants. And it's like, what the fuck? And the sex scene also is not just like, oh, they had sex. Like, I mean, sure, okay, let's say Master Chief isn't experiencing any of these hormones for years. He takes this pellet out. Suddenly he's got hormones he doesn't know what to do with, and he makes a mistake. You could play it up that way, but they have this weird like late 80s, early 90s kind of like slow softcore porn Cinemax thing going on, where they're just kind of like running their fingers over each other and shit. I'm like, come on, guys.
It doesn't know.
So bad.
It doesn't know what it is.
That doesn't sound terrible to me, but also it just sounds like that's not what a Halo show should be.
Well, that's not Chief.
That's what the problem is. That this shouldn't be a Halo show.
I genuinely feel like this show almost would have been fine if it wasn't Master Chief doing this.
Yeah. If it was other Spartan.
If it was anybody else, if it was like a different Spartan that we've never seen, like I feel like, all right, whatever. Because that's like, we don't know this person. We're getting to know this person. Wow. He had sex with a prisoner of war. That's pretty fucked up. I wonder what they're going to do with this character. But it's Chief.
Katie, sex scenes are often very poorly used.
I
only show that ever used them well is Game of Thrones. I think and not even all of Game of Thrones sex scenes. A few of them
aren't half of them like rapes.
Yeah. No, some of them are rapes. There's like I'm gonna go as far as say there was one. I don't really know if there's any other ones.
What's the rape ratio?
I think like 1 to like 30.
That can't be real.
So there's
that can't. I don't believe that at all.
I read the books. There's a ton of rapes in the books, bro.
What's the book rape ratio?
In the book,
they trimmed it down, dude.
In the book, consensual is like at like a 14% to an 86%. Like it's bad. It's horrible in the books.
The rapio, if you will.
The rapio is crazy.
I think. Listen. I think.
Bad, dude.
I don't know. To me, it's just. It doesn't know. I feel like the audience that they're trying to get. Like I will never understand this. This has baffled me since I first became cognizant of how executives think, right? Where this thing that has mass appeal, that is globally famous, we see it as a thing to mine for money. And so we look at it and then we think, this doesn't have broad appeal. We've got to change it to what we think will have broad appeal. And what we think has broad appeal does not have as much broad appeal as the thing that you are changing. There is literally no reason why they shouldn't have just, if they were making a Halo show, there is no reason why they shouldn't have just been like, hey, let's just take one of the books or like one of the games and like adapt it to a television format. Let's just do that. There's no reason not to do that. Just do it. Half the work is there for you. All the work you have to do is just like adapting things. And
it would have been really easy.
The thing is, what is happening with the Halo show is like, this is not an adaptation of Halo. It's not. It is The Expanse meets like the CW. And it's using names that you recognize and characters that you recognize to tell a story that just, it has nothing to do with Halo. None of the themes of Halo are explored here. I don't know how the fuck do you have a show called Halo and it doesn't touch on religion?
More importantly,
it doesn't touch on religion once. That is the whole premise.
How in the fuck do you have showrunners who are going to sit there and say, oh, well, we didn't look at the games, we looked at characters, and then still fuck up every character?
It is really...
That was the sign. Guys, that was the sign.
Well, no, because no, hold on. Because that's another one of those things where you can't trust nerds. That's actually just not true. That's fake. That's not a real thing that happened. Like I read the interview, and the real interview was like when we were looking at the show, we didn't really look at the games, we were looking at the characters. They did play the games, but when they were looking at the show, they were like, okay, what should we focus on? I think all of the people who were talking about it, who were on the production team, they did play the games and they understood what the games were about. But what they were talking about more specifically was when approaching it for a television perspective, they found the characters more interesting from like the books and stuff like that than the games, which were an entirely different medium that is just not
somehow.
Which I get that makes sense to me. But then the only way that comes out being okay is if you do the characters right, and they didn't. There's like a handful of things that work, or there's like a handful of things that like almost work. I think focusing on Dr. Halsey, Captain Keyes, and Miranda and their fucked relationship, that is genuinely something that could be interesting, especially in a television perspective where it's like, you know, like they couldn't really do that in the games. And I always thought it was weird because like if this is true, they're all acting real nonchalant about this. You know,
there was a bunch of shit of it that was so ambiguous, and you didn't even find out till you got, you know, your fucking Reach special edition thing, and you got Halsey's journal, and you're like, wait a minute, the way she's writing is like, hold on, is Miranda her fucking daughter? And that's how it kind of unfolds. They never discuss it in the mainline games.
Yeah,
ever.
like why couldn't you have that story and kind of intertwine it? Dude, just retell Halo 2 with that added extra narrative thing. Like, that's interesting. Oh, Miranda and Halsey have to kind of work together, and they hate each other, and their hero is like almost like a replacement child. There's interesting drama there that they just don't milk at all, or when they do, it's like really cheap, really lazy, really boring, and really quick. And then they focus on this random insurrectionist who just I just don't understand what the Quan shit is. It is so baffling.
That is a Mary Sue character. That is, I made up my own character to drop into
it's a self-insert
this world. Yeah, and it's like, and this is going to be the character that 50% or more of the narrative is going to focus on, and she is for some reason more important than the main characters of the existing franchise. And because I say so.
And I cannot stress this enough. It's not even so much that Master Chief had sex. I disagree with that premise because I just think it's cool that he's asexual. I just always, like, in my head, I just thought that was interesting and like different. So but like, even if that wasn't the case, like, whatever. Cool. Master Chief has sex with a Covenant spy
while in prison.
Hold on. With a Covenant spy.
Human, right? He has sex with a human, right?
Yeah. But
that's
she's
less interesting, actually.
But she's a Covenant spy. That's already like a really bad idea. That's just like bad tactically speaking. And then add on top of that this Covenant spy is a prisoner of war who has no rights, who cannot refuse.
But did he force himself on her, though?
No.
Like, that's contextual.
No, but it's
it's still stupid.
That's a war crime. You cannot fuck POWs.
Look, I know. Yes,
you can't do that.
Chris, I understand. I'm not saying that it's fine that someone sleeps with POWs. I'm just saying, like, there's a little more context. You know?
There's consent, but like there's also added context to the consent, which is she's a prisoner of war. This is fucked. All this is fucked. And then not only that, this is only the third problem layer on this problem wedding cake that we have. The tip of this cake with the little fucking, you know, plant or like little toy or whatever it is you want to put on top of this fucking cake is that this happening sets in motion the fall of Reach.
Oh my God! What? What? What are you talking about? No, what? What?
No, the thing that bothers me, all right, is that for a solid episode, her brief time spent with Chief, right?
Yes.
She legitimately, since she was a child, she's been indoctrinated by the Covenant. She does things their way. She is basically owned by the Prophets, okay? She spends a couple days with Chief, one episode, and suddenly she's like, you know what? Fuck those guys. I think I'm going to betray them. And then at the first setback that she suffers about her whole, like, you know, ambiguous, like, loyalties, the first setback, she then switches immediately and goes, nah, fuck them humans.
No, but then she switches. That's the thing too. It's like,
she's so easily swayed. It's like at the first, like she's like a child.
Master Chief fucks this woman, and then it sets this whole thing in motion where, like, basically, like, it sets up, like, that happened, and also Cortana was watching, which is like, what? And then it leads to basically, like, this whole altercation between Miranda and this Covenant spy character, where she was like, she's the woman on the tape, arrest her. And then she's like, no, I'm on your side now. I switched. And then they fucking attack her, and then immediately she's like, fuck you guys.
Yeah, she's like,
and then I think she activates the thing, and then that's going to alert the Covenant to where Reach is.
Yep.
So Noble Team is dead in this universe.
Apparently.
Because Master Chief fucks a prisoner of war.
Oh my God.
There is no... I don't care how good a season 2 would be, even if they were like, hey guys, no man, Chief's back to being Chief. We're using Halo music finally. By the way, no Halo music in this entire show. The music is literally is literally the only thing that everybody unanimously loves about Halo. Even people who don't like Halo have to agree that soundtrack is fucking bomb. They don't use it. Unfucking-leavable already. But
that's crazy. Yo, dude, look. This sounds horrible, but I'm just interested to see how they fuck it up more. It's like how big can the fire get, you know?
No, I'm curious too. Like, a lot of people were like, oh, the show got bad the second Chief took off his helmet. No. Taking off his helmet's fine. Like, whatever. Like, everybody's like, oh, we want the mystery. It's like, bro, the cast is on. Like, you could Google the cast. Yeah. Like, it's not. It's like.
Same thing with the Mandalorian. People are like, oh, people are upset. Upset that he didn't use his face. I was like, I'm pretty sure Pedro Pascal doesn't give a shit. He's probably getting paid like millions of dollars just to be the Mandalorian. Not to mention, you can also look up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like people are just gonna be like, the second the first episode ends and he takes his helmet off and you see his face, everybody's like, oh, what the fuck? If they hit his face, everybody be like, why are they hiding his face? Let me Google the cast. Why are they googling? Why are they hiding this from me? Let me Google the cast. Oh, that's what he looks like. Okay, cool.
He should have been black. How funny would that have been if he would took his mask off? He would have been a black man.
That would have been funny. But like, look, the whole thing. What I'm trying to say here is, like, I think people are like really hyper focused on that really stupid point. Like, I don't think that matters at all. It's a television show. It's got actors in it. You're gonna show their face. We've seen John's face, by the way, many times. We've seen him as a child in the Halo 3 advertisements. We know generally what he looks like. He's a fucking adult white guy. Big deal. Cool. Whatever. Not a big deal. It could be anybody. There's also, like, trying to play that for mystery would just not work in a TV show. It just wouldn't.
His only defining characteristic that sets him apart from being just an average white dude is that he's very
pale.
White.
Yeah, he's very pale. Well, because he's in his helmet all the time.
He's in his armor all the time. Yeah.
Right. But the thing is, it's like, it's I don't know. Like, the main problem is that, like, first of all, he takes his helmet off too much. That I agree. Like, I understand fully that if you're doing a Halo show, there has to be scenes. There has to be scenes with Master Chief out of his armor, just as a human on Reach or on a facility doing doing shit. Like, I understand that has to happen. And maybe there can even be a point where, like, there's an invasion on Reach that no one's expecting, and he can't get to his armor. And then you can have Chief fighting out of his armor. But, like, there are scenes where it's just comedic, where he'll put his helmet on, drive to a place, get out, and take his helmet right off again. And what are you fucking doing? You're in the middle of a war zone, and you take your helmet off? Are you stupid? There's even a shot in the trailer for the series finale, or the season finale, I guess, of him bloody. His face is all bloody, and it's like, wow, if only you had something that could have prevented such an injury. And there are things that work. That's what's so frustrating. It's not even that this show is so bad that I can just laugh at it, because there are some parts that, like, are genuinely good. Some parts that I genuinely wish could be, like, bumped over into, like, main canon. I like Kai a lot. I think Kai as a Spartan is, like, genuinely one of the most interesting characters that I've seen in the universe, because the idea of, like, a Spartan, like, actively kind of, like, or like, kind of, like, subtly, like, without anybody knowing, kind of, like, rebelling but not really, and just, like, slowly kind of coming to terms with human emotions in a way that isn't sociopathic, like Chief just like Spartan punching Halsey in the face, or trying to.
Yeah, she has just like
wait. Chief tried to kill Halsey
twice. Yeah. Chief tried to kill Halsey twice.
He would have fucking crushed her skull.
He tried to jump punch her, and then, like, Cortana shut him down. And then there's another episode later where he locks her in her lab and forces, like, radiation out of, like, this. I don't know. It was like some fucking something. And he almost kills her twice, and he's still in active duty. Yeah. Makes no fucking sense. And then he sleeps with a POW and literally commits a genocide by accident. Like, I can't. This character is fucked. This is just not what Master Chief is.
Kai is definitely more interesting because of those little moments that
I wish the show was about Kai. Like, yeah. I really...
Is Kai like the white girl that was, like, describing a assault rifle? Or the needler to the dude?
Yeah. Yeah, like, she's, like, so much fun to watch because she acts like a person.
Well, in all fairness, I think that Chief trying to kill Halsey would make sense eventually. The fact that he's so fine with the fact that he's a
no.
Lunchables of a person.
No.
That's the thing, is all of the Spartans, when they were teenagers, were told that they were kidnapped, that they were taken, that it was for a greater good. They were so indoctrinated that they accepted it and moved on. Very few of them deviated from that. And most of them lived long enough into the Covenant War to see, like, oh, I guess the ends do justify the means, you know? That's the whole, you know...
That's like one of the most central moral conflicts in Halo, is, like, the fact that, like, this monstrous thing is done, and it ended, and it ends up being the main reason why humanity survives. And, like, that is interesting.
Yeah, Chief knows full well. And the thing is in the book, I think it's in Fall of Reach, Halsey considers not telling them, but the guy who trains them, Mendez, is like, no, you don't tell them, and then they find out down the road, that's going to be a fucking problem. We tell them everything straight up, exactly how it is and what's at stake.
Yeah, that was in Halsey's journal as well, I think.
Yeah, it's a cornerstone of the program.
It's a cornerstone of... It's the reason why Halsey is as smart as she is because she understands that the blowback from that is insane. So she doesn't... So the whole thing that they changed, where it's like, oh, maybe she keeps it from them in the show, that was done purely to have this worse version of Chief, which is just like, to what end are you doing this? It's insane. It's just a worse version of something that we barely understand. And I don't know. It's just such a missed opportunity. I would have preferred a show that wasn't even about Chief at all. Like, I don't want Chief characterized at all, quite frankly.
Yeah,
like,
if you had a show about a silver team that was, you didn't have Chief in it, you had some other guy in it, and you just had Silver Team.
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah,
boom.
Yeah.
I'd be your main character.
Yeah, I think Kai's so great. I feel bad for the actors You know, because like they're gonna get like all sorts of bullshit. It's just like the Star Wars actors, right? Where they get fucking shit on for like, it's just like, dude, we're just doing our job. Like we get a script and then we read it. We can't suggest rewrites. That's not our fucking place. You know, and like, I don't know. It would be a shame to. It'd be a shame to have these people just like harassed for shit that's just not their fucking fault. But it's gonna happen.
I mean, all it takes to avoid that is just people like reading, people understanding what roles are in creating scripts.
Yeah, but people don't.
Yeah, because people are stupid.
I know.
It's fault for being stupid, but it's like you could just take a moment and be like, hey, like for instance, I love Robert Pattinson. I think he's a fantastic actor. I understood even as a teenager that he didn't write Twilight. He didn't write Edward Cullen.
Right.
That's not his fault. He's just in a movie.
An ODST show would have been so cool. An ODST follow-up to the game would have been awesome. That would have been...
Nathan Fillion in it somehow.
Yeah. Fuck it. Why not? I don't know, like there's just so many avenues that they went, but they're so weirdly focused on Master Chief's a person. Like, for the last 10 years, this has been their message. Like, in Halo 4, they were like, Master Chief's more than this. He's a person. It's like, cool. I don't care. Because Halo really isn't about him at all. Like, at all, really. Like, if you look at what the story of each of these games are about, it really isn't until 343 takes control of it that it's about the Master Chief at all. It's always been about greater... like, Halo 1 is about... humanity. Like it's not about Chief. Chief almost destroys everything. Chief almost kills the universe in that game. Until Cortana's like, you idiot.
You fool.
Why were you trusting this fucking floating orb? Like
that lies. His name is the liar. He lies on everything.
Yeah, like Chief is like, Chief makes mistakes in the original game, and it's about like It's just about humanity on its last legs coming across this like fucking insane. And it's about mystery, that first game. And the second game is about religion. And it's about indoctrination. And it's about, you know, just this hierarchy of like, it's a different view on a different society. Like what does almost like what does a radical religion with incredible borderline magic tech look like? What does it look like when all of this is thrown into chaos?
50% of that story is told by the Arbiter.
Right.
You know, is because you need to have that inside look at this religious like monolith.
Right.
You know, so that you can appreciate it.
And Halo 3 is about the Chief, but it's not about the Chief as a character. Chief is like Halo 3 is about the player becoming folklore through action. Like, because everything about like Halo 1 and Halo 2, like Chief does some crazy shit in Halo 1 and 2, like no doubt. But the fights that he engages in are like relatively manageable in comparison to Halo 3. In Halo 2, you fight one scarab and you beat it because it gets cornered into a dam by a bunch of like civilians who are stuck in the city helping you. Like, and a bunch of like air support and shit. That is the reason why Chief destroys the Scarab in Halo 2. And it's the biggest thing he's done up until that point. Aside, I guess he kills the Prophet later on. In Halo 3, you kill, by yourself, 5 of those.
Yeah, because everyone else fucks off.
Everyone else fucks off.
Like, nah, man.
Like, you are fucking these things up by yourself. You fight one on the Storm. You fight, I think, you fight one on the Ark. You fight 2 on the Covenant. That's 4. So you fight 4 of these fucking things. You save the galaxy again, and you escape alive. And that's what that game is. It's about like basically like it's almost like the story of like a hero becoming a legend, becoming like borderline religion. Like, that's why the Master Chief goes into cryostasis at the end of Halo 3, and he's, like, floating off in space. There's the idea of, like, oh, maybe he's out there someday, and maybe he'll come back when he's needed. That's why the last line of that game is, wake me when you need me. It's about something. And then Halo 4 is like, but what if his friend was sad and was dying? And it's like, that's not he's not a character. He's not supposed to be. He can be in like books and stuff, but like that's not what it's about. Like it's about the universe. That's why ODST and Reach exist, and they were great, and people loved them. They don't have anything to do with Chief at all.
I'm totally okay with the idea of making Chief a character and showing his human side and stuff like that. It's whatever. I'm okay with it, but I really don't think that they've done it well at all. Like they think that's what they're doing. They think that's the story that they're moving towards. And it's like, you're not. You're wasting our time. None of this is accomplishing what you think it's supposed to accomplish. None of this other shit you've thrown in has made me feel like empathy towards John.
It's been the opposite. It's been like
It's been the opposite.
It's been a complete character assassination since they got their hands on this thing. And like I just don't do it. And it frustrates me too because they do so well with everything else. Like everything that has nothing to do with Chief has been pretty fucking cool. Like Halo Wars 1 and 2, those were pretty fucking cool. And those characters are really neat too. You know? And just like, I just don't know why they insist on just making it's like it's about Halo at its heart is about Chief and Cortana. It's like, no,
it's not.
Those are people who drive us through what it's really about.
Yeah.
Which is like
it's
religion and indoctrination and ends justifying means and the moral conflict of all these things. And
if you wanted to tell an after the war, like a coming home from the wars type of analogous story between Chief and Cortana, okay, what do we do after the Covenant War? You know, that could be interesting, but that's not what they did. That's not what they told. That's not where they went. They're not even like dealing with the characters. It's like, okay, now let's completely change the stakes. Cortana's losing her shit, and now we've got all this other Forerunner stuff. And it's like, that's not about these two characters that you're saying
if you
this is about.
If you
know,
if you want to characterize Spartans, there's so many Spartans to just choose. Jerome in Halo Wars 2,
Master Chief, bro. What do you mean?
Dude, Jerome in Halo Wars 2 is awesome.
Yeah.
Like he is so fucking cool.
And I mean, Master Chief has character traits in the books that are well defined.
He has character traits in the games as well. But the thing is, it's like
they didn't use them.
But they
haven't used any of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's not sarcastic at all. It's just so weird. Like Chief should be a symbol. That is who Chief is. He is a character that invites change around him. That is what he is. And that they just fucked it up the second they tried to make him a person. Because like we all understand that he's a person, but it's like he's a Goku figure kind of. For like Halo 1 through 3, he doesn't change at all. He knows what he needs to do. And he does it. And he doesn't ask for anything. And he leaves and his job is done. And I love that. I think that's so fucking fun.
The thing with the helmet really gets me because even though like, yeah, he's got to take off the helmet sometimes. He's got to do that. But one of his character traits in the fiction is that of all the Spartans, he is like the most comfortable in that armor. It's like a second skin to him. He falls asleep in it. You know, he's in it so often that he's pale as fuck. Like that's one of the core things that they say. Like, man, yeah, everyone else has got to get out of their armor, but Chief is sleeping in his, you know? And then they're like, hey, what if we just did the opposite of that?
Yeah, I don't know.
The writing was on the wall, guys. I'm sorry. As many points as you're making, you made a bunch of points. It's on the wall, man. It was there the whole time.
I wasn't expecting it to be good or even great, but I wasn't expecting it to. I wasn't expecting Chief to fuck a prisoner of war and then have that lead to the genocide of billions.
That just sounds more lit, honestly.
If I went into this looking to assign a grade, I would have been expecting to hit this series with like a D or a C. You know, like average. You know, it's show. But that's not what I'm getting. I'm getting really cool fight scenes that are all too rare
Yeah.
And then a bunch of bullshit.
I just can't believe they didn't even use the music. Like, it's just like, you'd think, like, man, this writing's bad. Maybe we can use some good music to save it. Nah. Let's just have generic fucking...
So you know when a cartoon needs to invoke a certain feeling from a very specific licensed music, but they don't have the money to license that music, so they make music for the episode that sounds vaguely like the thing, and it kind of makes you think of that other thing, but it's nowhere on the same level as that thing. That's the music you get from the Halo show. It sounds like the cartoon, like, off-brand
guys
of the music that you are supposed to have in Halo.
This is a show about a bunch of Spartans. They clearly have the ability to pay for all of these different suits of armors and design them and cast the people to wear them.
They couldn't pay
How
for the music.
cool would it have been to see how cool would it have been to have a Halo show following Noble Team?
Would have been awesome.
Characters that we barely got to know, you know,
or even Locke.
Fuck yeah! Honestly, I would take that.
A story that following fucking Locke.
Well, you couldn't do Locke because that guy's not a good actor. But
or the guy from Luke Cage.
Yeah,
he's very stoic, and I feel like it'd be annoying.
He's much better in Luke Cage, but I mean, if his acting ability is a problem, I mean, you could recast him.
I don't know, but it's just...
I feel like Spartan Locke is I've always seen this Locke as interesting because he's sort of like a flipped paradigm of Chief, whereas like this guy didn't get like kidnapped. This guy just went through the fucking ranks and became good enough to get to that point. Or it could have been about Arbiter, the best character in that series. It just could have been about anything else. I think as soon as we found out Chief was taking this helmet, as soon as we realized, like, first of all, Halo has never had any real television form of media. So I already knew it wasn't probably going to be that great. That's very rare that something that's a video game has no chance to fuck up before it's good. Because people that write shows don't exactly understand why video games are great. People that write video games don't understand how shows are great. People that do books don't always translate to video games. You know, those things don't always translate to each other. That's just a simple fact, you know. Very often, someone that writes can do lore for a video game, and then the people that make games were like, all right, we'll take it from here, and we'll integrate this into games. That's how Elden Ring is so good. Because Martin did the writing of the basic world, and then Miyazaki was like, all right, cool, we can make a really sick game off of this. But the whole time. I love Halo 2, guys. I really like Halo. I haven't seen a single episode of it. I knew it was like, oh, it's probably not going to be the greatest from Halo.
Yeah.
You know? It's just how it is. I'm upset.
I think the saddest thing about it is that there's just flashes of things that are kind of good, and then it's
what if Arbiter's in the next episode, and he's like, "We have to stop this."
I would be upset.
Last reach. Why? What if it's good though? What if it's really good?
Because it can't be, because the context of him showing up is terrible.
Well, doesn't he fall for the Glacic of Reach?
He does, but he also doesn't find it because Master Chief fucked a slave woman.
How does he find it? He just finds it by chance, or is it because of the parasite?
No, he finds it because they've been fighting for ages, and like he's been leading a military conflict against the humans for fucking ever. And
so specifically, they bugged a ship. The Covenant at some point bugged a ship that did not. And the reason, so the Cole Protocol basically stipulates that after you have an engagement with the Covenant, you jump to a random point, and then from there, you go maybe to another random point or to where you're supposed to go. But you're supposed to just go off somewhere random. And the reason they developed that is because the Covenant was bugging a bunch of ships and tracking them back to wherever they were.
There's even a line. I think there's even a line in. I think there's even a line in one of the games where they were like, they tracked us, they followed us through slip space or something.
Yeah.
Or they track. I think it's literally the first line, and
it's in the first game.
yeah. In the first game, they followed us through slip space, and they're like, the Covenant ships have always been faster, I think. or something like that. But it's like I don't know, man. I wasn't expecting good things, and what's frustrating is that I got some good things. That's what makes it worse. Is because it's like if it was just bad, I would be having fun, guys.
Yeah, if
it was a mess, if it was just like, wow, this sucks. Like we've had that already. There was like Halo Nightfall, which was like fucking garbage, and like Forward Unto Dawn I didn't like either. I was like, this sucks, and I would just like I laughed it off and I just went about my day and I didn't give a shit about it. But what's frustrating about this is like there are like brief flashes where it's like, oh, they're focusing on like Halsey and Keyes and Miranda's relationship, and that's something that should be a part of a Halo show. Oh, Kai is like, she's here in place of Kelly, which sucks, but she's actually kind of interesting, and I actually like the way this character emotes and speaks and interacts with everybody, and the way she interacts with like the other Spartans in Silver Team, where it's like she's clearly different. Like I love that scene where she's like, you ever question what we're doing? And you ever question why it is that we're doing this? And he goes, no.
What kind of stupid ass question?
Oh no, what is it? What he goes like, oh no, it's like, do you wonder why the Covenant are here to kill us? And he's like, it's simple, they want to kill us, like we want to kill them. And then he goes, and she goes like, you ever wonder why? And he goes, no. And then he's like, you ever wonder why? You never wonder why? And like he turns to her and she goes like, what kind of a stupid ass question is that? I love it. It
makes
like
sense that the fucking like I don't know, like I like the idea of the Spartans. I like the idea of them. I think they all would just become psychopaths eventually, because that's just the nature of like war and indoctrination.
Right. Well, that's what it is. It's like it sucks because there's so many. That episode specifically had like a really good amount of shit. Like she removed her emotional suppressment pellet, so she's like feeling things and like hearing things that aren't, she's experiencing life for the first time.
And the first fight she gets into after doing that, she freezes up.
Yeah, she has like a fucking like a what is it, like an adrenaline, like almost like a panic attack, and she's never had.
Yeah, she's never experienced combat without the certain hormones being suppressed. So she's standing there in the middle of this fight. Marines are getting fucking torn to pieces.
Yeah.
And she's just like, oh my God, I can't handle this.
And it's really fucking cool. It's like, that's a good idea. Because it almost like vindicates certain things. It plays into the idea that Halsey is like a monster, but what she does works and how fucked that is. Like, that is such a core foundation of, like, what the groundwork of Halo is, that, like, seeing that in that episode was awesome. Because, like, you're led to believe the whole show is, like, Halsey's, like, this terrible fucking person, and she's, like comic book evil, and she kind of is. Like, she manipulates her family, she does all this fucked shit, and I love seeing that. I think they do Halsey's character pretty well, aside from the fact that, she doesn't tell the kids, which is a massive problem.
Well,
massive problem.
There's very little payoff on her Hail Marys, because she's in the games when she goes for this Hail Mary or this gamble, and it's so morally repugnant, but then you still get the results. You're like, all right, well, we're gonna look the other way because this thing saved everybody's life.
Well, in the show are they created for like terrorists?
So
like anti-terrorists?
So,
or
I really don't know, because the way they never really explain it, it's almost like
they screw up the timeline.
They say, yeah, the timeline's all fucky, but like they talk about it as if they were created for the Covenant. That's how they talk about it.
That squanders it then. That makes it less
right,
cool.
Exactly. I don't know if that's true because they haven't really delved into that exactly. I think Halsey implies that at some point, which like I'm not super sure. It's pretty vague, but that is what it is.
Really it makes very little sense, because right in the beginning they're like, oh, it's the Master Chief. Everyone knows who the Master Chief is. Everyone knows who the Spartans are. And it's like, well, why do they know that? Because in the same episode, they're also talking about the Covenant as if they're a myth. The colonists and the insurrectionists are like, no, the aliens are propaganda from the UNSC to get us all to fall in line. That shit's not real. But about the Spartans? Why?
Yeah, why is Master
Why
Chief
would
so
you know
uniquely?
that?
Why is Master Chief so uniquely famous and well known before he's done anything of importance? Like, so I got a comment on that tweet that I tweeted. I was like, why is he so famous if he hasn't done anything yet? He hasn't found the ring. He hasn't killed the Prophet. He hasn't saved New Mombasa. He hasn't done anything.
So why does everyone see him as this invaluable asset?
Yeah,
What
like
did he
Chief
do?
isn't famous until the beginning of 2, where they're doing the
After Return to the Bomb, yeah.
Yeah, well, the medal scene, like they're doing like a whole fucking ceremony for Chief.
The parallel, yeah, they're doing the Ascension to Fame and Glory and Toast to the Fall.
Yeah, and then, you know, in the middle of Halo 2 is like he lands on Earth, and obviously there are civilians on Earth who at the time they couldn't program in, but like are in canon, who like see him, and suddenly they have reference points for Spartans, and like it's just like normal civilians in like primary Earth space, and they're like, who the fuck is that? One of the coolest things that they established in canon was the cover of Halo 2 is a war photograph from like a journalist who was like kind of like roaming the streets of New Mombasa during the attack. I thought that was like a really neat idea.
Yeah, like in the game, when you approach certain people, they think you're a robot.
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck you are.
And you don't talk. You're
right.
Just like, you walk up and you start blasting the shit out of aliens. And everyone's like, I guess it's a cool robot. He's a cool robot.
But it's, I don't know, man. It's just like even little things. Like in the beginning, they imply like, man, we've been at war with the UNSC for a long time, us insurrectionists. And those Spartans, they're here to fucking, if they come here, though, they're going to kill us, man. Like you know, that's some crazy shit. You don't want to deal with that. And the Spartan shows up, and then immediately they're like, oh, he's killing the aliens. They must be on our side. And then they're all like, so it seems... let's go. And it's like, you're just going to like immediately assume? Like, haven't you hated these people for like ever? Like, I don't know. It's just, it's frustrating because so much of it is handled so poorly. And then there's like nuggets of things that I'm like, wow, I wish that was in a better show or a game even. Because I like Kai a lot. I think Kai's a fucking standout character. I think, as much as I don't like what they did with Halsey, I think they're portraying her sociopathy pretty well.
She's at least somewhat on brand.
Yeah, I think, you know, the dynamic between her and Miranda is cool. I think the other Spartans are fucking cool. I just think Chief sucks. I think this Covenant spy sucks. I think it sucks.
Captain Keyes
I think it
sucks.
sucks. Yeah, Captain Keyes is not as good as he should be. Fucking the Covenant suck. Because like the prophets don't speak English, and that's fucking lame. Like they speak this made up language, and it's like, I get it grounds it in realism, but it also makes it fucking so I can't care about these characters at all. Like I don't know what the fuck they're saying. There's no emotion or personality delivered through this voice when I can't connect with these people on a basic level. Like the reason, like the Prophet's voice acting in Halo 2 is so good.
Yeah,
like
there's
it
a
is
reason
such
why
a
people still quote those motherfuckers, you know? Like...
yeah, dude. And they speak so Shakespearean and so they're so verbose. Like the weight of your heresy will stay your feet, and you shall be left behind.
You get a real idea as to why they're the motherfuckers like in charge.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, yeah, you understand them, but aliens speaking English is silly, bro. Halo is silly.
Star Trek's been doing it for decades.
How are you gonna have
Star Trek though? But I don't even think aliens speaking English is silly. I just think that's fine. Like I don't know why people are always like, that's so dumb. It's like, well, if you have light speed if you have intergalactic travel, how the fuck is speaking English stupid?
Look,
that just doesn't make sense to me. I don't get that argument.
The thing to me is that I understand, like, oh, if they're from space, they would speak a different language. That does make sense.
Yes,
and it does, and it also
native tongue.
And it also does make sense that people wouldn't understand what the fuck they're saying. But for the sake of a story, it's usually never better to have
And
that. Like, it's
it
usually
would have been so easy. Like, if you wanted to show, if you wanted to show that it's a different language, you could at any point in time have a shot where the aliens are speaking, and then it cuts to a human's point of view, and you hear the alien language, and then it's like, oh, I don't understand what they're saying.
I just think,
but then you go back to being like, oh, here's the aliens talking. We're back to English, because why should you make the audience struggle? You know,
that shouldn't. I think I understand what you. I understand that's how it works. They are going to be on different planets. Obviously, English is not going to crop up in fucking the middle of space. There's not going to be a Germanic English fucking combo Latin language that pops up in the fucking far stars.
Yeah.
But the idea of everything that's already capable, because Sanheeli speak different languages, Grunts speak different languages, fucking Brutes speak different languages, so do the Prophets. The fact that you would assume there'd be some sort of translator, a universal translator. Yeah, that makes sense. That just makes sense.
That's kind of the thing too. It's like you could really just hand wave a lot of that stuff off to like, you know what? Whatever, because it's better that you understand these characters. It's just narratively, I think most people would forgive a lack of explanation for that if what they're getting is cool. If Halo 2 had the fucking aliens speaking a different language, it would have sucked.
This whole story would have went by the wayside because he's not speaking English, and they wouldn't have had Keith David.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be able to connect with him. You wouldn't get these grandiose speeches.
Not to mention, I feel like
I'm half convinced that the only reason they have the aliens speaking a different language is to give the new version of Miranda something to do. Because they
do you think that she's like putting together the translator so that next season they'll speak English?
Yeah, like she is her whole story arc has been revolving around like xenolinguistics and shit like that, and it's like they changed the character so much they needed to give her something to do because they took away everything that the character was from the original content. You know,
yeah.
It's like because. Before she was, what was her? I can't remember what her rank was in the games, but she was important. She filled the role of her father basically after he was gone.
I think she was a captain. I think she was Captain Keyes.
Yeah, and she's just, you know, but they're like, oh, we want to have them both, but we have no idea what to do with this other Keyes. I mean, and to be honest with you, they're not even using Captain Keyes correctly because where's his fucking ship? He's a captain. Where is his ship? Why isn't he on his ship?
Yeah. There's also the weird implication that if they go by the games and Master Chief punches a hole in Captain Keyes' head to fucking get that neural implant, like he does in Halo 1, how is Miranda going to react to... First of all, that already should have been like a pretty intense thing for her. That they, you know, they didn't explore that in the games because it's not the right medium for that, but especially at that time. But... how's he going to feel like that, oh, not only did you cause the fall of Reach because you fucked a POW,
but
you've exterminated billions of my friends and family, but now you punch a hole in my dad's head. I don't know, man. It's just a fucking mess. I like Kai, though. And I just, like, I don't know, it makes me sad. It makes me sad that I care about some of these people. But, like, Chief is fucked. The way they do Cortana is also just, like, really a massive miss for me. Captain Keyes is not good. Quan is just straight up the worst character I've ever seen in anything. I haven't seen a worse character on television since the fucking Noid. I don't think there's a worse character in fiction than Quan Ha.
She's very...
She is the worst written thing that I've ever seen.
Because
is
she's
Quan
not
Ha the what you call it?
The insurrectionist woman.
That's the Asian girl?
Yeah.
Can we stop talking about Halo? You're just making me sad. Just stop. There's no more. There's no more. I get it. It's bad. Stop
I feel really bad.
Yeah,
I feel really bad for that actress because she's gonna get a lot of hate, and it's not even her
really
fucking
bad
fault.
For actors in general, bro.
It's not her fucking fault.
It's never their faults. Like more often than not, when you see a movie, like the only time I could say like I saw an actor where it's like this guy sucks is like the fucking damaged Jared Leto fucking. Like that was like bad. I was like, oh, this is bad, but this is also probably the character they wrote for him, you know?
Yeah, that's a little bit more even-handed. That's both. That's a both problem. I have to pee real bad though, so I'll be right back. But you can keep talking.
But more often than not, it's not their fault, you know. It's just not. It's just simple problems, missed circumstances that people just get really fucking. But they did it, dude. I understand that, but that's how actors get other roles, dude. It's not as simple as not taking this. Dude, it's idiotic to not take a Disney role. That is stupid. That is absolutely stupid.
Yeah,
if you're not an established actor,
point of view,
if you're not an established actor and you don't take that, that is idiocy. That is idiotic. You will get paid millions of dollars. You will inherently be involved in the it crowd. You will have a chance to show your actual acting chops and then go further and do better. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's like not writing a pop song. It's like not going on a pop song. It's like what? Sorry, interrupt my man. What were you saying, bud?
Imagine the people you can just network with. Like you do a movie for Disney, and now you've got all these connections. The director, the producers, you've got all these connections, other actors. You could be on some really like good shit, and you got paid really well. Up front.
That's why they could call you back later on just to bring you back. Dude, look at Ewan McGregor. Ewan McGregor and freaking Hayden Christensen. Ewan's been doing work. Hayden kind of took a lower profile. He's been living his life, he's enjoying himself because he made a fuck ton of money being in Star Wars. Yeah. But now, 17 years later, they are called back and they are going to be the highest paid actors this year because of what they're going to be in right now. Like, that's just smart to do. Unless you're like a Sundance Film Festival type motherfucker that doesn't understand, like you're doing it more for the art than the lifestyle, which you should do it more for the art than the lifestyle. But you got to understand that you have to pay bills as well.
Yeah.
You know, you got to pay bills. You know, people call it selling out. I call it just making it so you can do what you want later on in your life. So I respect it. I'm like, do your thing, dude.
Respect what?
People that taking like people that are just taking roles that aren't exactly good, you know, but it's just like you got to take a role to be discovered later on. You have your because, dude, number one, Robert Pattinson.
Dude, the best actors, even the best actors have bad roles, man.
Joaquin Phoenix has some bad roles. I'd argue he's one of the best actors on the planet, like by leaps and bounds.
People often get paralyzed by the fear of failure, and it's like the worst thing to like. You just don't like if you're a voice actor, just take the fucking role, you know. Like it's not gonna be like the best thing ever, but like fucking you gotta survive, and also it just builds your talent. Like there's no such thing as selling out, in my opinion, when you're acting or when you're in the voice acting field. Like it just
when you make music and your message changes, they're selling out. You know, when you're like if Rise Against made a fucking far right album, that would be a problem. That'd be like, what's happening?
Yeah, what's happening? But that doesn't apply to acting.
Well, yeah, that's about acting. Acting is just like, you know, doing your thing.
You know, in spite of all the shit talk that we're engaged in today, I am probably going to jump on. I am probably going to jump on
writers and directors. Come on, writers and directors. We're not talking about people. Sweeney, did you like Kendrick's new album? Wasn't a huge fan, but I love Daddy Issues. The album was amazing. I think it wasn't an album full of bumping songs, which is, you know, just how it works.
I liked more off of this album than I liked out of any of it than I liked off of Damn.
I think Damn is a better album than my favorite album is still Butterfly, and then I'd put Damn as like his second best album. Silent Hills. Kendrick makes a new Silent Hill instead of Konami. He did make a new Silent Hill song. I really like this album.
Play some Halo.
I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna jump on.
All right, I'll be right back, and then I'll play with you for a little bit because I am done my day's work.
9 out of 10. Damn over Geek Mad City. Yeah, I do put Damn over Geek Mad City. Good Kid is a great intro album, but I don't think it's good as people say it is. Like, that album is very all over the place, and I don't... Are you mad? It's very all over the place, dude. Like, I like it, though. It's all good, but it's just very over the place. Dying of Thirst is a fantastic song. That album, that fucking song. My heart goes pop, 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 pop. I'd give it Butterfly. I give it Butterfly, Untitled, Damn, Good Kid, and without comparing to past albums, so I don't care what's up as much. It's good. Has great replayability. Section 80 is very good, but it's a mixtape. Mother, I'm Sober's top 7 songs. I think Auntie's Diary is top 7 songs of all time. That's such a good song.
Yeah, I like that one.
That song is so fucking good, bro.
I like Die Hard, or whatever that one is.
I like Savior a lot. Savior you could bump to. Only fan creators say that.
Whoa. Okay.
What is it? Both are powerful. The Ghostface verse on Purple Heart was very good.
Guess not.
It was overall a great album. Savior is the best. Rise Against Prove Me Wrong. It's
not. That's fucking...
Probably. Savior's 2017 one?
No, Savior is like 2006.
I think that's my favorite album though. Wait,
Appeal to Reason is that one.
I knew Rise Against Music when
Savior is
on
Appeal to Reason. It's good, but it's not their best song. It's just their most popular one because it's the most poppy. It is good though.
So Siren is your favorite, right?
Sufferer is mine.
Sufferer is okay. I think mine is Siren. Siren is the one I really like. Yes, State of Union. I fucking love that song. Ugh.
Siren is good. What do I want to fucking... I guess just normal Slayer for now. Haven't played any video games in like a week.
The Population is very good. Hey, this game is a great game. Really, really good video game. Very, very badly executed venture.
Whatever.
A really good video game though. Halo Infinite's a very good video game. Terribly executed, like financial venture.
Yeah, they should have just delayed it a year. It makes me sad that they didn't do that.
Yeah, they should have. But why would they do that?
Yeah. Oh well. Can't have it all, except for when we did. Oh man. Injection's a great one, yeah. Pretty much everything off of Suffer is a fucking contender for like a top one.
Slayer.
That's the only band that I know albums well, though. I like a lot of music, but like I feel like every other band or every other artist I find through like singles or like individual songs from albums, and I find myself not listening to them as discographies.
I have that problem too, but what I've tried to do is I've tried to, like, when I find a song by an artist that I like, or if I find 2 or 3 songs by artists that I like, I usually do a deep dive when I listen to all of their albums, and I Google if they have any mixtapes, I listen to all that stuff, or EPs. That's why I fell in love with like West Side Gun, Joey Badass too. I'm a huge fan of Sango now. Mick Jenkins as well.
Yeah, I try to do that.
I did that with Queen a lot. Like I've listened to every Queen album now, I'm pretty sure, and I've just realized that they're like I can't think of a better like band than them because of how much shit they've created. It's just nuts how many different kinds of albums exist from Queen.
Yeah, there's kind of a lot.
There's a lot, and then there's a lot of different kinds of them too, which makes it just unbelievable. But I give a lot of great thanks to that to Gabby. Living with Gabby put me onto Queen like very, very, very much.
Yeah.
Get him, get him. Damn it.
Oh.
Looking forward to a new Joey album. What you call it?
Oh, dude.
I'm really liked Head High. Head High is a very classic hip hop album.
I gotta say,
really
man, every
enjoy.
time I talk shit about Halo, it's like I get it, like it's frustrating, but then I jump into a match,
It's a great game.
and the plays you can get in this game are so fucking satisfying.
I play Destiny, and I have fun playing Destiny, you know. Especially like if my hands are warmed up, I have fun playing Destiny, you know. Like, but then I play Halo, and I'm like, my skill is being 100% rewarded, you know. Like me
Yeah.
knowing how to play shooting games.
Halo's
is giving me-
more casual, or Destiny's more casual.
Destiny's more casual. It is, but it isn't at the same time. Destiny's more of a, if you play Destiny, you'll get Destiny. Opposed to Halo, if you played shooting games, you understand how to pace your shots,
Yeah.
or understand how to track somebody, or you understand that, like, you know, where to approach and how, like, having air superiority is helpful.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But also minimizing your hitbox and team shooting, like, all that shit is it's so prevalent in this game, which I love. I love it so much, dude. Using the quick draw abilities and like, okay, I'm gonna shoot my AR at this point, and then the bullets will get there at this point, and I switch quick one headshot, and then you continue. And like the fact that the game even notifies you, it's like quick draw, good, like it's just so good.
Yeah, it is. As a video game, man, like it's really solid.
Ugh.
It's why I'm not necessarily all that doom and gloom about like this game. Like I know a lot of people are like Halo's fucked. It's like I really don't think so. I think the second they get Forge
Halo-
out, and the second
No,
they
this game is fucked. It is definitely fucked because of the way it was released.
I don't think
But
so.
it can end up pretty nice, you know. It can end up in a pretty good place. But there's no way that the game is not gonna suffer from how it's been so
Oh,
far.
for sure. It's definitely going to suffer,
Yeah.
but like suffering and having a worse outcome than it otherwise would have is not fucked necessarily.
It's not destroyed. It's not incapable of getting to where it should be. Because I mean, literally, Destiny did the same thing. So did fucking No Man's Sky and so many other games.
There are so many games that have launched in worse states that have come. Like to me, it's like.
I think MCC actually.
Oh yeah,
launched
MCC
in
is a fucking
isn't it?
fantastic example. MCC straight up didn't work.
Yeah. It was dog shit for a little while. I bought it and then I was like, why
Halo
did I
is so
buy
great.
this?
This game is. Remember, Chris? Remember when Joe and Whiskey really wanted it? And we were like, this game looks stupid. We were just like, this game looks dumb.
What, this
and
one?
They didn't listen to us. No freaking No Man's Sky.
What?
Not No Man's Sky, but I was like, let's get No Man's Sky, and I was like, I don't want it. You were like, this game looks kind of dumb, and I was like, I don't think this is gonna be a good game. And then they got it, and it was complete dog shit.
Yeah, and now it's
I was
people like it again.
The game doesn't even look the same anymore, dude. Like,
Yeah, they changed
From what
the
I
hell out
remember
of that
seeing
game.
it, I was like, what is this?
I just remember thinking No Man's Sky just looked like it was skipping too many steps. Like you can't convince me that you've got this insane game development problem figured out. You're like a small team, and you made a game with infinite planets. Like you're talking shit.
Like, you're lying.
Yeah, you're lying, and they were lying.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar.
MCC is a pretty good fucking comeback story. Although there's still some problems with it that like really bother me.
And the thing is it's problems with things that they fixed before, but then broke again.
Yeah.
Why?
Like I really don't understand why open lobbies are not in the game. Like it's genuinely
fucking bananas.
Yeah, it's baffling.
Like you had open lobbies was a thing that you could pull off on the original Xbox, guys. Like, come on.
Could you?
Yeah. You just
Yeah.
set your privacy to open.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
had
but-
that shit figured out in the earliest years of Xbox Live and Halo 2. They got that shit all ironed out.
But the issue is that in Halo 2, it was like fully implemented with. I guess that's more of a counterpoint. But it was fully implemented in the game, and it was game specific whether you could join recent games. But it was still a Halo game, so it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah. No, I mean
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. Like in the MCC, you just can't even. You don't even have that option.
Yeah, and the thing
Which is weird because you used to. In the MCC.
They had it in MCC, and then they pushed an update out, and then you couldn't do it in MCC anymore. It was like I remember the stream because you were streaming, and we were like, all right, you're gonna throw open an open lobby, we're all gonna play. There was an update, downloaded the update, and then it was fucked. The whole thing was fucked after that.
Yeah.
Hey, they're just trying to improve the gaming experience for everyone involved.
Yeah, right.
When they took out open lobbies, I was like, what? It's just there's just no good reason for that.
I'm fairly certain it was a mistake, and not enough people have complained about it. Because it does feel like it's a streamer problem specifically. Because
yeah, it is a little bit.
Because like, what does it matter? Like, most people don't need open lobbies. Like, all you need is like, oh, I'm gonna play with my friends, and then I'm gonna invite like a handful of specific people to join my game, or I'm gonna go into matchmaking with people I already know, and then I'll play games that way. Like, it's such a niche problem that like I don't think they're ever gonna fix it.
It's still a problem.
It is a problem. It's a massive problem in my opinion, but like,
yeah.
I would have people on MC. I would have people on every day playing MCC.
Like, was stalking people such a problem that they had to remove open lobbies?
I mean, you have the option to close them. I just don't get
Yeah,
it.
you can also just block people and prevent them from joining any.
I know, but we had to get rid of it.
I think it was an accident. I genuinely think it was like a bug, and they just don't.
It feels like a thing that they fucked up and just have not gone back to fix yet.
Yeah, I agree.
343 just sucks, man. They're just so dumb. 343 is that kid. 343 is that kid that got a fucking job simply because he knows somebody.
I feel like a lot of people at 343 really care about Halo 2, and they're just having a tragic time where it's like, we don't have control over this. So
yeah, you've probably got like a half a dozen corporate idiots at the very top that are making.
Oh yeah, guys, make no mistake.
decisions.
Make no mistake. This game would have been delayed the year. This game would have been delayed a year, again, if 343 had their way. There is no way in hell that 343 was like, yeah, let's push this game out. Very rarely does a developer push a game out. It's usually the publisher in most cases.
Yeah,
a bunch of people fucking come in each other's faces from across the room.
Because remember they fought for the first delay, which is crazy to think about. Because I don't even know what the fuck that game would have been without that first delay. It's so weird to play a game that's like so foundationally great. Well, I guess that was the Destiny problem as well.
Destiny 1 had a lot of magic to it. Like, when I look at that game, I didn't play it, but I see it, and it's like, this just seems like whimsical as shit, dude.
There was something special about it.
I was like, well, this just seems like... Also, it's still the only live service game that's actually done it well. Still. It's just like, damn, dude.
It's definitely one of the only live service shooter games that I feel like have done it well. But there's probably, like, successful other live service.
That and, like, Warframe, literally.
Well, Fortnite's obviously a massive success.
That's true. Is Fortnite technically a live shooter? Yeah, definitely, right?
Fortnite is definitely a live service. It's got a battle pass.
Right.
Well, just because something has a battle pass, it's a live service? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I don't know about that one. I don't think that's a fair.
I feel like that's entirely. That's almost.
I feel like that's definitely like the biggest.
That's almost. That's almost
core metric, if you will.
That's almost definitionally the best way to discern them.
It's like this game you shooting it, so that's a shooting game, definitely. So this game is, like I guess it is. Like I'm also a bit confused by it, but like hey man.
A battle pass implies that it's going to be monetized for multiple seasons, and if it's going to be monetized for multiple seasons, then it's a live service. That's just what that is.
Oh.
You're a live service.
Your mom's a live service.
You're monetizing your mom? What the fuck's happening here?
That's what all the content creators are doing nowadays. You know, that's the latest OnlyFans trend.
Yeah, man. She got to earn her keep and get the fuck out.
It's such a terrible. Imagine growing up as an OnlyFans person, shot like an actual proper, like not just like someone that's doing like legit sex work. Like these guys are fucking tag teaming your mom, and you gotta go to school on Thursday and be like, "Yo, I know these kids watch these guys fuck my mom."
I'm sure some porn stars have children, and that's a genuine problem.
Like I know they watched it. I know, and they're gonna make fun of me. Cause like dude, I wouldn't even make fun of the kid, but I would just be like, "Hey, dude, you might want to not open your mouth in class today." Just be like, you know, like.
Just maybe just keep that shit to yourself. You know?
I do wonder whether that would get them like silent respect instead, and people will actually want to be their friends so they could see their mom.
Where would that get him respect?
Well, you know what I mean. Like, it's like a.
That's a good point. I feel like attitudes will probably be a lot different by the time. I mean, so many people do OnlyFans now that like I can only imagine.
I understand that, but like, imagine that kid gets into an argument with someone, like just like, because even though I'm not like I was not the.
What are they going to say? Like, what are they going to say?
Like, dude, I watched your mom put an 18-inch dildo up her ass.
What's that
Shut
thing?
the fuck up.
Yeah, but then by that point it's like no, but then that kid will be canceled for like being like something phobic.
He won't.
Yeah, he'll be phobic. He'll be like some kind of phobic.
They're gonna laugh at him.
No,
dude.
Laugh
at Barry.
Nah, I don't think you're aware of how fucking lame these people are.
Dude, there are a lot of lame people, but there are always the people that are not quite as lame, ready to laugh at anyone.
I don't know how you're gonna laugh at somebody who probably like I don't know, man. Like I would want to be friends with that kid because I know he's fucking loaded.
That's true. I mean, I definitely wasn't friends with rich kids because they were rich.
I mean, there were no rich kids to be friends with where I was, so like.
Well, there were definitely rich kids where you were from, dude.
Nah.
100%.
No, where I was from and who I knew are so different.
That's true.
I'm from New York. Of course there are rich kids where I'm from.
Because like where we grew up, there were rich kids.
Yeah, but I didn't know any of them. I didn't even see them.
Jesus, I didn't even go to your school and I saw them.
I'm like, what? If you don't know who they are.
Shit.
I didn't see them. I didn't see shit. I went home.
I saw those fucking kids. I'm like, these guys suck.
I went to school and I went home. That's all I did.
Yeah, you're from New York, all right? You saw like every extra from Law and Order. I didn't see shit. I went to school and I went home.
Oh my god, these fucking pieces of shit. Oh, look at this dumbass kid. Oh my god, this kid has the fucking dub zeros. I remember when those first came out. Immediately had them. And I wasn't even a poor kid. I just didn't get shit. I was just suffered.
I can't get out of the Battle Pass screen, and I'm just really confused because I'm hitting B repeatedly, but it's not letting me out.
A lot of rich kids go to poor schools. That happens a lot.
If you're good at making crepes,
it's pronounced crepe, sir.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, is it really?
You.
Oh, so you can't be a crepist?
Wow.
Crepeist? Crepeist?
Yeah, there we go. You can use that one.
Oh, swung!
Why did you just say
that poor fucking guy? I feel bad for that guy.
I know a bunch of poor kids that went to private school.
Yeah, I went to private school.
Why?
Some are lucky.
I went to Catholic school for a little bit. Not for long.
I know a bunch of kids that had money that went to public school
Catholic
too.
school ain't public, I'll tell you that much.
Definitely not.
That's really weird because I feel like most public schools here are Catholic.
Oh yeah, because you have like the opposite of church and state separation. You get a free Catholic education, and the real one costs money.
The real one. The real education about the world costs a lot of money for you guys.
Over here, the unbiased one.
You guys are just jealous because we had meetings in our big school hall where all we did was pray and sing songs.
I did that and it was terrible.
I never did that, and I am blessed.
Well, no, you're not. You're specifically unblessed, which is like.
No, I'm blessed. May not be by that person, but I'm still blessed.
Oh, we both killed each other. Sick. Love it.
If I went to Catholic school, I would have been an atheist child. I know it. I know 100%. I would have been the most atheist little boy ever.
I know it because I am.
If you know that, then why aren't you?
I'm not atheist.
Yeah, but if you know that you would be in different circumstances,
Because I would have been swamped by religion even more so than I was, and I couldn't have done that.
I don't know how you're not living in
lost my
constant
mind.
fear over everything you've ever said if you're genuinely not an atheist.
I think he's just talking about being a radicalized atheist.
I'm not an atheist at all. I'm agnostic. But like, I'm not fucking. I would just be like, man, I couldn't do this. I can't do this every day.
Atheist centrism.
Yeah. So it's not atheist.
It's the same shit.
Shit might be going on.
You live your
No,
life
it's not.
exactly the same way. It's exactly the
no,
same.
agnostic is
Yeah,
just
you do.
atheist light.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. What do you mean?
No, I don't.
That is exactly. There's no fundamental difference.
I mean, he could vaguely believe in the spiritual concept of karma and then act in a more moral way as opposed to someone purely atheist.
Yeah, dude. Like a surely atheist person, they could like justify doing horrible shit because like, oh, there's no reason not to. Literally.
No, but that's what
Well, there
religious
is
people
reason
do.
not.
Religious people do. That's a religious
Oh
justification.
yeah, no, they do too. It's just the idea you could use all that shit. You could literally just. That's why like the idea of religion in general is so bananas to me because people justify like Christians will justify like setting a city on fire, be like, because God asked me to, and it's like, dang, your God.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who are like, well, if there's no God, then why don't I just kill people? And it's like, well, because it's fucked.
I mean, why though?
Because
it stresses you out as a human being.
It almost makes less sense. The opposite. Because it's like, if you really believe this is your only life, then why would you want to just rob someone of it? If you were a Christian, if you're a Christian, wouldn't your imperative be to send as many people to heaven as possible?
Nah, man, but then there's some people that are they choose to ignore the Lord's word, man.
Just
and you gotta go out and you gotta
ask somebody. It's like, have you ever done anything wrong? And it's like, no. And it's like, all right, cool. And then like,
it's
bam,
like,
you're in
nah,
heaven.
Dude.
I mean, yeah, you would be doing someone a favor.
The thing to me is like I'm an atheist, but like it's more that like I just don't believe that I don't believe that a religious God exists. Like I don't.
Yeah, not religious
I just don't believe that if there is a creator of everything, that any human being could possibly know what it wants or thinks or feels. Like if there is, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something. I almost feel like there has to be like some fucking thing.
I believe that like I just believe that the world is too big and too full of mysteries for me to understand it, and I take solace almost in the fact that I don't. I'm like, you know what? I'm fine with that. Yeah. I am okay knowing that I just don't know everything. I won't go crazy knowing.
Well, but that's the thing. It's like I know for sure. That's the thing. It's like I know for sure that the Christian God is not real. I know for sure that the Muslim God is not real, and all these other gods. Like I know for fucking sure. Like I am beyond confident.
Until they're real, bro.
No, but like
you gotta deal with Muhammad. So you gotta deal with Muhammad.
No, because how the
like,
fuck?
Chris,
what are
the
odds that we would? What are the odds that we would know anything about that?
Hey man, you never know.
That's so staggeringly
impossible. It's called divine intervention, Chris. Why are you so stupid?
No, there's too many planets.
Open up the fucking book, Chris. Oh my god.
There are far too many fucking galaxies and fucking planets with life on them. Like it's
really
not...
just in Christianity alone, there's too much shit borrowed from everything else for it to be a real thing.
You guys sound so fucking stupid.
No,
oh my god.
There's too much shit borrowed from other things for it to really be a thing.
I'm gonna mute everybody because everybody sounds terrible. But like I think there is I would believe that aliens created us before just like some random fucking ghost. Like sincerely.
That's God. The alien was probably God or something.
I mean God is just shorthand for just something that's like insanely above us.
It's the idea that there was like an episode of Solar Opposites where the alien was like, people get so upset when people say that Jesus was an alien, even though he did a bunch of alien shit, and it's like that makes sense. He was doing very alien-like things.
Yeah. I don't know.
Religion is the idea that people put towards things we don't understand. And I still think that there probably are aliens. There probably is a bunch of shit out there that we don't understand. There probably is a creator like thing that made us by mistake or on purpose, or probably swayed the ideas of what happened, all of the extinctions that just led to happenstance to us being humans. But at the same time,
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I don't think
What?
that either.
What?
I don't think that people are intentional.
Yeah, I don't think that either.
I don't think we're intentional now, but I think though that thing could have affected how it happened.
I mean, I think it
Like,
I mean,
oh,
maybe broadly in the sense that like
a meteorite going over there won't be that big of a, oh, whoa, look, there's monkeys.
yeah,
Have you
no,
ever heard of a
like that.
story? There was a story about a computer programmer, and what he did is he wrote codes that was sort of like self-evolving, and you know there was like resources, like it was specific blocks of data, and they sort of like the intelligent blocks of data rearranged the unintelligent blocks of data in a way where they were sort of communicating messages to the program, and they were like, what's our purpose? Like they were aware that there was someone watching them because of the sort of disasters the programmer meant like by like fucking with the program, right? So they knew there was someone there, and they're like, what's our purpose? And he's like, I don't know. And they're just like, fucking kill us then if we don't have a point, you know what I mean?
That's such a weird thing. I guess that's very like base. Like, oh, I don't have a reason to live. I should
But the
not
point is that
live.
the programmer didn't even expect that it would make
Yeah.
like these emergent things that can consciously communicate with him. And it's like God could just be like that. They could just make an intelligent program and be like, oh shit. Everyone sort of has their own opinions.
That's very likely what happened.
It's like buying an
Or just
anthill and then forgetting about it.
And
it's
Anthill eventually fucking made nuclear weapons, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
You're like,
Anthill
whoa,
used
I don't care because this is bits on my computer.
Whoa, that's crazy. Or the idea, like, there's I learned this in like one of my like later bio classes. There's like you can replicate the idea of Earth's earliest atmosphere, and if you do that, literal mRNA cells will appear.
Yeah, you can make
That
an
is
amino acid.
insane. That is insane. That is so wild. It's like some guy just did it. Some guy did it like 60 years ago, not even recently. And it was like, oh yeah, there are just mRNA cells on here, and the fact that RNA cells are assumed are the ones that evolved. Through some chance, mRNA cells became the double helix DNA cells, which is just like, what? Like, this is just, it's so random. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care where we come from, really.
I kind of want to know. I feel like this would be interesting.
The
I
point
think
is,
it's gonna be way less. It's gonna be
Do
way
you
less
care
cool
where
than we
we're
think it
going?
is.
Do you care where we're going?
Well, that's the most important thing, bro.
I
All I
guess.
care about is Cotton Eye Joe, you know?
That's all I care about.
Where
What a
did he
fucking
come from
simple
and,
existence.
You know, where did indeed he go?
I would fall back on people said video games violence leads. World violence is usually coming from people who already can't tell fiction from reality. I mean, to say that video game violence creates real violence is so silly. It definitely changes your effect on it. Like, it changes how violence will affect you. But it,
Yeah,
it doesn't make it. It doesn't make you violent. That's crazy.
I wouldn't say it causes it. Maybe it encourages it. Is the strongest I would say.
It definitely affects what happens when the stimuli of violence appears. I can say that much.
Yeah, it
You know, there was
definitely
this story.
desensitizes it. It definitely desensitizes you to it.
There was this story about Stephen King, right? Like, he wrote this story, it was called Rage. And he took it off the shelves because the story was about this kid that basically was a school shooter. He shot his teacher, and then he held his class hostage. And then, you know, blah, blah, blah. But basically the story winds up with him being in a mental asylum. having imprisoned his class for a while, basically. And Stephen King pulled it off the shelves because people kept mimicking the story in the real world. And he's like, yo, that's kind of fucked. Like, I don't want to have this effect on the world. Even though I don't think that the story itself is causing it, I think these are people that just have problems.
Oh yeah,
But I
so
don't want to be the inspiration for this people. And that was his reason.
Yeah, that shit happened. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
When things get attention, people that are disabled. When people have disability is rampant. It's always been rampant, but disability is more visible now because of how many people you can see across the world. People have always been fucking psychotic. But now the idea is that the attention that's drawn from it is what most people that are unfortunately not well desire. So they go and they do things that are like super fucked up and wild, but then because they see like, oh, this character was so epic in this thing,
Yeah.
Like this character was epic. I want to be like this character. This character talks to me, and it's like, well, that character shouldn't talk to you. That shouldn't be a character you want to model yourself afterwards. That's why it was always weird because I hated Joel from the beginning. Ever since Last of Us 1, I hated Joel, and everybody loved Joel so much, and I'm just like, Joel sucks dick. He fucking sucks. But
that's interesting. A lot of people didn't hate him at the beginning. That's interesting.
I never liked Joel. I
personally don't think Sweeney's telling the truth.
I did because my thing was this: Joel sacrificed the entire world to.
Oh well, that's not from the beginning. Ending. That's the end of the first game.
From the end of the game, that's what my mention is. From the end of the game, I never liked Joel. I was like, oh, I don't like this character. He's a piece of shit. And from that moment, I was just like, well, he's willing to sacrifice the whole entire world, therefore making tons of people go through the exact same thing he went through. He's a piece of shit. This guy's an asshole. But people were like, Joel is... Everybody loved him so much, and I was just like, all right.
Yeah, he's a good character.
It wasn't a guarantee either.
He's a good character.
She could have just died and could have done nothing.
That's true, but also it could have saved...
It wasn't
but also
guaranteed.
it also could have saved millions, and that's not exactly his choice. That's where I
it's
stand.
The girl's choice, and that's the important part.
Well, yeah, and he didn't even give her a choice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair.
I guess that's exactly what happened.
If someone had, there's a good chance that if someone told her like, hey, the secret to all of this shit might rest within you. We don't know for sure, but we think yes, maybe. There's a good chance she would have sacrificed herself because the character defined up to that point would have done that.
She also agrees that she would have done it. It's a fact because she said she would have done it
she could have done it later though.
In 2, she literally says,
"In 2 is different because I feel like 2 intentionally, 2 actually does intentionally retcon a lot of things, but
because I'm playing through 2 right now and like Ellie sucks in 2. I really don't like her because she's such a blissfully ignorant, destructive force. Into it's just like, whoa, you are causing trouble, my lady. But I don't know. I've never liked those kinds of characters because I think vengefulness is dangerous.
Jeez.
Well, then you would like those characters, then, wouldn't you? Because they illustrate that.
Well, no, I don't want to. I don't like them, and I think they're dangerous. I'd rather not look at them.
That's really weird.
Like,
you would be a terrible writer, I feel like, if that's how you feel.
I think you're talking out your butt, but also it's the idea of like I feel like it's also just like I don't like this character. I could probably characterize
like some
them
of the best
well.
characters in fiction are literally these characters.
I mean, yeah, some of the best characters are characters that go from having vengeful or problems, but then usually their problem is deeper than just their vengeance, and if their whole arc turns into something else. Number 1, Zuko.
No, that implies that character is only good if they become a good guy at the end, which is not.
No. I never said that. You're implying that. You're saying that.
Well,
I'm not saying that.
You said like, oh well, you literally just said well, usually it's because their arc coincides with something.
But I'm not. Usually, that's not every time.
Foxy Music Plays, thank you for the prime.
You can't argue those things are the same. Like, for often than not, a lot of characters that are usually vengeful or angry is because they have unfinished business with the person that they've got taken from them. Or, like Guts. Guts is great because he goes through everything. He goes from the worst to the best. That's why Guts is awesome. But some characters just like I'm angry and I'm evil now. It's just like, oh, that's like a fucking 80s.
But wait, so what are you saying? He goes what?
He goes from like the worst of the worst of the worst, like from the before you even see him, he's already went through like the worst shit. And then by the end, he grows from what happens, and he's like, "It's
right." So that's exactly what I just asserted that you said. It's another example of the same exact thing that you were saying that you didn't imply.
Well, no, I'm just saying that like Guts' full characterization, because he's still not a good person yet. He's still not good.
Right.
He's still probably, when he sees Griffith, he's probably gonna be like, "Well, fuck Casca, fuck everything that's happened so far. I'm icing this bitch." But the idea that like, as you exist, you grow is kind of like what makes me enjoy some of the vengeful characters. Opposed to you're growing and you stop, you're like, I'm gonna be selfish again. But it's like you have no really reason to also, like, it just feels dumb to me. It's like, I guess this is what people like. Why does a character that hasn't have an evil?
No mercy.
I'm good. I'm so confused. Why does a character that's evil have to have a good arc, have an arc where they become good? But they don't have to. You can stay evil. But usually, you being evil is just like usually like if a character can identify why they're doing fuck things, more often than not they stop doing the fuck things. It's like, oh yeah, this is just dumb. That's what, like, psychology teaches people.
I don't know, man.
Jujutsu Kaisen's actually an anime that came out recently that's really cool because the bad guys are like curses, so they're like literal human bad emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So they just do fuck shit because they feel like it, because that's like literally their purpose.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's I think what you're talking about is just character growth in general. But like that doesn't always have to be like to the affirmative.
It doesn't always have to be. But very often, like, it doesn't always have to be, but like character growth very often when it comes to someone that's like going through like moral dilemmas, it's just like you have to figure out why you're like, because more often than not, like first say like Spider-Man's guilty, you know, he feels guilt about what he's done. And very often he's come to the end of like, I understand what I did was problematic, but I didn't cause the death of my uncle. It's far bigger. This person chose to kill them. I didn't kill my uncle and all. And it should be the end of his character, you know? Spider-Man's come to the point of that understanding like 13 times in this last like 60 years of him existing. But then there are some characters like, oh, I've come to terms with the idea of what I'm doing, and like I get why I do this. But I'm gonna choose to do this other fuck thing for no reason. It's like, what was the point of going through everything you went through?
Yeah. Walter White is a good example of the opposite. You see if yeah.
Well, he kind of repairs what he kind of starts to repair what he did at the end.
No, he doesn't.
He kind of does. Why he lets Jesse go free, and he goes back and he ties up that loose end that was fucking with his family.
Yeah, but he kills a bunch of people. Like he's still a bad.
He's
person.
not good. He's not good. But he sets in stone like his family's not gonna have to look over their fucking backs for the rest of their lives. You know.
I mean,
that's kind of a good act. Not the most heroic. He doesn't like fucking get a glowing sword and fly off into the sunset on a pony.
You're taking a boundary that he never crossed, and you're assuming that following it is a good thing, when in reality it's just like, it's the way he's always been as a character. He just continued to do equally fuck. He's always been protecting his family. He's just been doing equally more fuck.
Well, no. At a point, he was outwardly endangering his family. That's the reason why Whatchamacallit was trying to kill him. That's why he was getting fucked up. Like, I have cancer. And it's like, just wait till I die. And he's like, bro, but that doesn't exactly keep your son, your wife, me, and everybody else safe, you know? That's why he goes back. That's the point of that whole ending of that's last season.
He never wanted his family to be in danger.
He never wanted to, but his actions kept putting him in danger, outwardly.
No, yeah, but he if something was to happen in the middle of like season 1 that would kill his family, he would actively work against it. Like it was never against his character to not protect his family.
Well, the thing is, the issue is, it's like the very setup of the show is that he has a choice to accept the money from his rich friends to help pay for the chemo or not. And he decides to be
He wants to be proud of himself.
He wants to be
He's
proud of
very
himself,
prideful.
so he turns to the criminal underworld to make his own money. So he does put his family in danger from the get-go, for no reason. He doesn't want anything
For
bad
no
to
good
happen to
reason,
him.
yeah.
He doesn't want
He
anything bad to happen.
doesn't want to hurt them. He doesn't have any bad and ill intentions toward them. I would say yes, but his direct actions are what's putting them in that bad situation.
Yeah. The thing, the
Like
biggest
over and
what's-
over and
what's-
over and
what's
over
great-
again. Then he drags Jesse into it too, and Jesse becomes an addict, and Jesse's life comes in danger. So at the end, he kind of cuts those ties by killing all of them, him dying as well, and then letting Jesse go live his own life. That's why I think El Camino, which I agree, El Camino is very stupid, because that was supposed to be the end of that. And they're like, let's continue this.
Yeah, El
It's
Camino
like,
sucks. El Camino's garbage. I don't consider that real. But
I didn't watch it. Why does it suck?
it's just so boring. Like nobody gives a shit about what Jesse's doing after that. And,
Well,
and
it doesn't have to happen.
yeah, like the whole point is that like you get to imagine that for yourself. So to have that answer is just dumb. But and it's also just like he just roams around New Mexico and just like it's just really stupid. El Camino sucks.
He's just in a daze the whole time, and he's like, I'm gonna go get back at the people that did wrong to me. And it's like, but this is just creating the same problem again. It's just like you're not moving past this.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Breaking Bad is just so good
Very good show.
because I feel like what's great about that ending. It's not him righting any wrongs. It's more so him being like, you know what? This is who I am, and that's how I'm gonna go out. That is like what the story of Breaking Bad is about. A guy who discovers that he
He's
is
a villain.
evil. That's what that story is.
He realizes he's a piece of shit. He realizes
Yeah, like he
that
realized,
the whole
like, you know what?
time-
I did it for me. I was good at it. I felt fucking alive, and you know what? I'm gonna do it again today. That's like what that's what the series finale is, and it's so good.
And like, though we all hate Skylar, like Skylar's right most of the time. Like she sucks. She's fucking annoying, but she's right.
She's
Walter,
not
you suck.
wrong. The thing is,
She's like, and she was like, Walter, kill yourself.
there's also
It was like, yo, probably.
There's also no. I mean, there's also just no good characters on that show, really. The whole point of that show is that
Except for
everybody.
Junior's the only not piece of shit.
I don't know. Junior's kind of a shithead.
Junior's an asshole to his dad after.
He's like a
everything.
shithead in a kid kind of way, where he's like using his like he goes and like acts extra crippled to get like free beer outside of like gas stations and shit. Like he's everybody in that show is like just kind of a terrible person.
Like Junior.
To be fair,
Marie is a fucking kleptomaniac. Hank is like a selfish asshole fucking macho.
What network was it on originally? Was
Hi,
it on
Kate.
AMC.
Yeah.
No.
AMC is
Except for
kinda
Hank.
like that though.
Hank
Like,
is
doesn't
Except for
AMC
Hank.
really like?
Hank is
just-
a piece of shit. Hank sucks.
Yeah, Hank does
They
suck.
all suck. They all suck, dude.
Yeah, they're all terrible people. Saul Goodman's a piece of shit. They're all fucking terrible people.
Yo, Snow. I think I'm gonna say this. Saul is the worst. Saul is bad. Like, Saul is the type of bad that's like. Saul.
I mean,
Saul's
he
actually
would
No,
defend-
Saul, right?
Saul's probably Saul is unironically probably the most ontologically good person in Breaking Bad.
yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I
seriously.
think Saul is a piece of shit.
He's
No,
not, but he's
he's-
not but he's not a murderer, and he specifically tells people like, hey,
Okay. All right. Yes.
he'll tell
you're
people
right.
he'll tell people like straight up like, hey, you're going too far with this. You should probably stop. Like that happens multiple
But
times.
then he'll openly defend these demons.
But
Yeah,
that's,
but he's not
but that's,
devil,
but that's
but that's his
also,
job.
but that's
I
also
know,
what
I
a
get it.
lawyer is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my cousin and my sister. My cousin is and my sister was a lawyer, and they suck.
Objection,
Yeah, but
hearsay.
they're not meth kingpins who fucking.
Oh yeah, no. My cousin's like a corporate lawyer. He does he defends like huge names when they do fuckery, you know. And it's just like, yeah, it sucks. That's why my sister left being a lawyer. She was a what you call a defense attorney. And she was like, I can't defend all these people because they suck sometimes. But that's still money being made, though. That's why Saul's so charming. He's like, hey, man, you know, I wouldn't do that if I was you. But also, if you pay me enough money, I will defend you.
I guess Jesse's probably like also another character who's like good, probably at heart, but like I don't know.
I would say at heart, Jesse's good. He's not really good in all his actions.
Well, no, he killed a fucking. He's killed
He also
many.
got his ex-girlfriend killed.
Well,
just being a jackass, just being a simple idiot, he got her killed.
That was Walt, though, technically.
Was that Walt's fault when he got kidnapped and she got shot in the face in front of her baby?
I mean, mostly, yeah. It was...
In front of her baby. I was like, damn, bro, they want to kill the baby too?
AMC really likes to put on shows where everyone's just kind of a piece of shit. And if they have a character in the show that isn't a piece of shit,
they die.
They either kill that character or they give them a reason to become a piece of shit.
What other shows you say are like that? I would say, obviously, like...
Mad Men, I guess, is the only other one.
Mad Men. Nah, Mad Men, everyone's kind of fucked in the beginning, but then it just gets, like, intimately fucked.
Let's get to skewering.
I met the main guy from Mad Men at Starbucks where we lived. He just randomly walked into our store and ordered, like, a chai tea latte, and I was like, what are you doing here?
Oh, John Hamm?
Yeah, I was like, what? He's like, we're filming not too far from here, man. I hope you have a good day. Gave like a fucking $30 tip. And I was like, what the fuck?
Damn.
Giancarlo Esposito's character was actually the only good guy in the whole series, if you really think about it.
You see that see that Photoshop of him in that Multiverses game?
Yeah. You know how crazy that'd be?
That would be so fucking insane.
You know how insane? He wouldn't do any damage or do anything to anybody. He would just walk around and say stuff. People would get hurt. And then those guys would come and kill you with the fucking skull on their shoes.
He'd pull a fucking box cutter out. Gus is in the Multiverses game though? No, he isn't.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
It's a Photoshop. It's a good Photoshop because I was convinced at first for a second because Arya Stark is in there, which is like already like that's all you need to maybe jump the shark for like, oh yeah, maybe why not?
I haven't seen this Photoshop. You got to put it in the chat so I can take a look at the.
Yeah, I have to find it again.
His special move would be the room would blow up and he'd walk in and he'd be fine this time. He'd be fine.
No, it's his best attack is like Vegeta's like final explosion. It's like if you do it right, he walks out just fine, but if you fuck it up, he still dies.
Yeah, he does the half face off. He's got one health.
Dude, the fact that we believed he was fine is a sign of how good that show was.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, he's fine. I thought he was fine. I was like, this motherfucker survived that. How the fuck? And then he died. I was like, okay, good.
That is one of the few shows that just got consistently better and then it ended. Like they did such a good job pacing that show out. I still think about the season 4 finale with the fucking flower like regularly because it's so fucking good.
Plasma grenades acquired.
Especially because they didn't have a plan either. They just did not have a plan for the show. They improvised the entire fucking thing.
Some people do their best work that way.
But do you know how crazy that is?
That's pretty insane.
That is like, I don't know how you do that. Like you just make like one of the best examples of your medium by accident.
That happens, bro.
Not that often, not that consistently, and not that perfectly.
That's lightning.
Like
in a bottle.
it's one thing to make a movie. You know what I mean? It's one thing to make a movie that way, where it's like, oh, we just made Ghostbusters, and it's like it's a crazy hit, and it's like, oh wow, there's a bunch of examples of that where like an individual movie or like maybe like somebody writes like a one-hit wonder by accident, like Beck when he wrote Loser. Like that wasn't like that was like that whole song is like a joke about how like fucking you don't have to write anything. You can just write a bunch of fucking nonsense and then it'll blow up. And it's like he wrote it intentionally terribly, and then it became his biggest hit. You know, like that happens. But like to be like, hey, we don't know what we're doing with this show. Let's do it. Oh, season 1 is fantastic. Oh, season 2's great. Oh, season 3's fantastic. Season 4's amazing. Season 5's amazing again, and then it ends perfectly.
Yeah.
Like that
doing it great the first time and then doing it the great 5 more times. It's crazy.
Like that third to last episode of Breaking Bad is some of the best television that I think exists. Sometimes planning things out too much leads to garbage, yeah. But then you have examples like of the opposite, where you have Star Wars, and they were like, ah, well, we'll just wing it. So that to me is the interesting thing. Like, how does Vince Gilligan and his like friends, how do they do a better job at improvising like a fantastic dramatic story, when Disney with their billions can't figure out how to write a story in a universe that already has so many established places to go? Crazy.
Well, the Star Wars problem is that the people that are writing Star Wars don't know what Star Wars is.
I'm still of the opinion that Star Wars is too many different things to too many different people, and that's why you can't write a Star Wars movie that'll make everybody happy.
Well, you shouldn't.
Not anymore.
Well, I think you can. I think you very much so can.
Because I think that it's just too many different things to too many different people. Because some people they want stories about the clone troopers. Some people want to see more of the underworld, like Han Solo stuff. Some people want more Jedi and Sith, and that's all they care about. And then, you know, it keeps going. There's so many different things that came out of the books.
Is there a single Star Wars movie that makes everybody happy though?
I think just the originals from the basis of nostalgia.
I think you can walk through the world of Star Wars, and a series could have all of that in it. Because Clone Wars has all of that in it, and that's why Clone Wars is
I think Star Wars at this point, I think you're right, is better as a series than as the movies.
Oh, absolutely. And any world, period, any way possible that it deals with characters. Like an action movie is fine if it's an action movie, but anything that deals with character of somebody is 100% better always done as a series. There's no doubt about it. If they did a Spider-Man show that was like Daredevil with that kind of attention to detail and character development, that shit would be groundbreaking. I would say video games can come close. I think the Spider-Man video game is very good, but a show would be better. It'd be infinitely better.
It would be better for the character, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh wow, this guy's Spider-Man's really dope.
The problem is that they're trying to make everybody happy. I feel like that's the problem.
That's
like,
more what I mean. You know, is that trying to make everybody happy is not gonna work. You gotta pick a lane.
The Mandalorian, what people want to. Well, the Mandalorian, it could have failed easily because the idea of the Mandalorian, the concept, is so it was so underbaked for so long.
Yeah.
And then like people really, because I know what was also again what makes the Mandalorians much better, not more better, is the Clone Wars again. The work we got to see with with Bo-Katan and Matrix, whatever her name is, did more work for what the Mandalorians were. So people are like, oh, I actually know what they are, because you don't hear anything about Mandalorians at all in the first series. You just see that this guy has cool armor on. They're sort of like clone troopers. That's all we got to see.
Is Katie Lee in here?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Lagging really bad. Hi.
You just showed up.
Boba Fett sucks, dog. He's the king of taking L's, bro. That's his character.
That show sucked.
Boba?
Yeah.
I didn't hate it, but it definitely wasn't great.
It was not the strongest one. No, that's for
and
sure.
And the best parts of the episode were dealing with freaking Din again. So I was like, yeah, well.
Yeah.
I was like,
it was like a season 2.5.
It was
Dude, I went
good.
off in that game, dude.
Oh wow, yeah, you did.
In Djarin was the best part of a show not about him.
GG.
I actually liked the brief, like, little aside that we had with Luke. You know, them kind of like pushing that kind of CG thing that they do with him, and with the one guy who's like his stand-in or whatever. I thought it was kind of cool, kind of seeing that. I think it went a little too long, but I always like seeing, you know, post Return of the Jedi Luke before Force Awakens stuff. You know, I like seeing that in between period.
He's so cool. He was so
kind of
cool
like
after
in his
that period.
prime.
He was so cool.
They
He
really
was
just
so
molested
cool.
him.
He was so cool. He was that boy, dude. He was like the
he was
guy.
cool, and I don't even give a shit.
He was like the guy. And then they just busted all over him, bro. They got him in a corner and they came him into a wall, bro. It was like Spider-Man webs, but it's just cum of idiots stuck him to a wall.
What's the lowest point in Halo's history to you? 2015, easily.
With the release of Halo 5?
When Halo 5 came out and that story was terrible and the Master Chief Collection was still broken and years away from being fixed, that was like so unbelievably bad that it was bad. That was bad.
Star Wars, this trilogy was so bad, actors in it were openly talking about how bad it was. That's what makes it insane. Like, that was like the first, other than like Game of Thrones, and other than that, Star Wars is the only other like series I've seen people who are involved in it outwardly be like, yo, it's not good. Like, I've never seen it, even when it's been like not good seasons. They were so upset. They were verbally like, Hamill was like, look, if you're expecting something grand and great, look, man, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. And he laughs like Joker and walks away. This needs to end completely. Nah, man, there's so many stories to tell. I think Star Wars needs to end with the characters that we've seen so far. As much as I love Ahsoka Tano and Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi and all them, it needs to not be about them anymore.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool seeing Luke talk to Ahsoka, though.
It was great.
That was
the fact they know each other makes me happy. And then seeing Obi-Wan again is going to be very happy too, and I'm very sure that show's going to be good. Like, I doubt they're going to like fuck up that show somehow. But it's just, after a certain point, they need to be like, all right, you guys are all going to go to the farm and have fun there. And we're going to continue with the rest of this world because there's so much more world and characters left to talk about that aren't the legacy characters.
Double kill.
That was just more bad media than good media.
Yeah. That's most things that have been around for a while, though.
We said about comics too, honestly. Which really sucks. Because people don't retire characters. Characters have
managed to
ton of it.
bag a few kills with the Ravager. That's not bad.
Oh, what I missed him. I tried to juke him. How are you still fucking alive?
Pretty bad Star Wars. There's some amazing Star Wars comics out there, though. Like, so good. I'm just like, whoa, why is this not the movie plot? Disney eventually buys Halo.
The thing is it would actually probably get better.
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, over we're talking about the show, right? Not the.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Because so far.
Oh yeah, the
Disney
show. The
shows
show would be better. Yeah.
I don't think any of the Disney shows are really bad, honestly. Like, I don't think any of. I think Falcon and Winter Soldier had really good, like, the cast in that show, particularly like freaking Sam and Bucky's character. They have such good dialogue with each other.
Yeah, it's a good show.
It's like very buddy copy, which I like a lot because they play off each other very well.
Yeah.
I think WandaVision had some pretty cool like set pieces and ideas. I think that Hawkeye was just nice to see, like someone that isn't him having his moment, but it wasn't amazing.
Yeah, I don't
Loki
know.
had some really good sets.
I feel like they're just fine.
I thought Hawkeye was decent because it spent time kind of showing you, like, you know, the after effects of being through all of what the MCU, you know, his body is fucked, man.
Yeah, he's old, dude.
He's not where he used to be, you know. He's not
like
that guy anymore.
Like, he sleeps with a bunch of ice packs all over his body because of how much he's been through.
Yeah.
Like, that's a regular ass guy. He has sticks and string to fight with, you know?
Who are you talking about?
Hawkeye. He just goes through so much shit.
Oh yeah, I don't give a shit about him.
And it's also they're doing that generational hero thing seriously, you know, instead of, you know, just kind of like the Hawkeye thing actually sets it up rather than just kind of like, all right, here's a hasty transition from one character to another. I think Sam Wilson's fine, but I think that the transition of the Hawkeyes is being handled a little better.
I like the character of Sam Wilson as Captain America. I just think that the way they kind of did it wasn't always the best way. Like, I think a black man being Captain America is a very interesting. Like, that's such a good story point.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's just inherently, like, that's great story potential right there. Like, oh, this black man is Captain America now, you know, like, there's gonna be obviously a juxtaposition of, like, what America means to me and how America treated people like me for centuries. You know, this is going to be a very good area of writing.
Thematically, it's very strong.
Yeah, like, this is a good area of writing. And I think they do a good job with him, especially in the beginning of his run. But I think so many people have a problem with it that it kind of just devalues how good of a character Sam is as Captain America. And it starts to fall apart, and eventually it's like, we're just going to end this because the legacy fans just are not okay with the fact that they changed it. Which I understand, but Captain America has pretty much been the hero for so long, just let him not be the hero anymore.
I'm perfectly fine with replacing heroes after a certain period of time. Like, I think that's the ideal way to handle these characters that are apparently going to be around forever. You know.
Fuck me. All right. This game plays very well. Do you feel like your shot registration? Do you feel like your shot registration is better than it was before? Because I feel like it's a lot smoother now. Thanks.
23 months and
in
still
general,
no bitching.
23 months. Hey, thank you, Sheetbox.
I mean, it always felt fine to me. It's never been a problem. Like, I feel like my shots, for the most part, go where I want them to go.
I feel like it was like a little bit fucky before this season.
Yeah, a little bit with some of the desync and everything.
Yeah. That poor fucking guy.
Enemy there.
Let's go ahead and go Needler because why not? I'm feeling like I want to die. Alright, worked out.
Nice.
Nabbed a commando.
Yay! Oh, this time Chris went off.
22. Halo games are always better when the needler is good.
They should be able to hold 2 of them.
Yeah.
Double needler. Bring that shit back, bro.
That shit was fucking unnecessary.
Keep on carrying. Keep on carrying.
People would just turn into mist quickly.
Triple needler glitch.
Katie, can you speak again?
Keep on carrying.
There you go.
What made the needler so funny is that they didn't scale it down. They were like, "It's just 2 of them now."
Sweetie, how do you feel about that? How do you about the She-Hulk show?
This is gonna sound very it's gonna sound very grossly manny, but the girl that She-Hulk isn't attractive enough. Like, that's a huge point of her character, is that she's like very attractive, like very bodacious. No, I think it'll be good. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a fine show, you know? Like, her angle of the Marvel universe where she kind of defends super people is very cool concept.
So one of the things about She-Hulk originally is that she was a character that was not a compromise. You know what I mean? She was super strong, but also hot. Super intelligent, but, you know, very brute force. Like, she's got this total package. And then when Disney gets a hold of her and then they're making her, it seems like they didn't understand that she can be all those things. And instead they tried going for this kind of like compromise somewhere in the middle and missed the mark on all fronts, you know?
I don't think it's mark on all fronts yet. I think we'll see. We'll see what they go.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, this is just my impression from the trailer. I'm still going to watch the show before I'm like, oh, this sucks. And most of the time, my impression from a trailer does change pretty drastically from when, you know, the show rolls around.
Wait, did they nerf She-Hulk? I mean, let's be real. She-Hulk was most prominent in the 90s.
Narvatron.
Anyone that knows anything about 90s characters knows they're not putting them, we're not getting her how she was, you know?
No.
We're not getting her. She was a very cool character because she was like one of the first characters like really break the fourth wall.
Yeah.
In like a very cool way, you know, like the people that wrote Deadpool got that from her character actually.
Yeah,
and she was very the thing about She-Hulk is that She-Hulk
I like that she would respond to letters to the editor in her own comics. She'd be like, "Motherfucker, you say what to me?" like she was great.
And she's strong in every aspect of her being strong, you know? Like, when it comes to her being strong as a freaking lawyer, like, as a lawyer, Matt Murdock doesn't want to come into the ring with her. He's like, nah, I'd rather not. You know, like, I could win, she could win, and I would just look dumb going against her. Opposed to when it comes to, like, time to fight and boogie and deal with things that, like, you know, superheroes deal with, she was, like, second to, like, maybe just Thor and Hulk, you know, like, and Ben Grimm. Like, she was an over in every aspect a powerful character. And I think what happens now is that Disney might mess that up and make her not the powerhouse of a character she is. Because a lot of people that are probably watching the show, they think they're gonna watch the show, people that like don't know the character. You know, like, oh, she's just because you know, there's always gonna be those fucking incel idiots who are like, oh, it's a political, it's about a girl, that she's doing government shit. But that's been her whole character, you know?
Yeah, it's been
like that's been her whole. She's been that bitch forever. Same thing with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, they kind of fucked her up because they took the most unlikable aspects about her. But she's always just been a crazy strong chick, you know.
Yeah,
like that's
character-wise, it's very consistent.
I hate Captain Marvel so much. She's the worst character in the MCU.
They didn't do a good job with her at all, which really
sucks.
They really
fucked
I love Captain Marvel. That's like one of my favorite female superheroes.
I hate this map.
Like, she's so Captain Marvel gets respect from Captain America, bro. Like, Captain America's like,
bitch, what the fuck?
I liked America Chavez more than Captain Marvel as a hero.
Yeah, me too. But although they didn't really give her much to do.
Yeah, I still like her more though.
But that's because she didn't do enough to make you hate her.
Like, Carol's a beast, bro.
Like, Captain Marvel is just such a boring shit character. I can't stand her.
They didn't give her the authority she's supposed to deserve. That's why, or they didn't let us see why she demands that level of authority from people. Because I would like to see Carol Danvers like beat the fuck out of somebody, so we know like, hey,
It's not even how
take it there, you can take it there. But no,
she went like 1v1 on Thanos. I don't care how strong she is. She's just an unlikable character.
That kind of felt stupid as a comment. I was like, she literally just 1v1 Thanos. Like that's not how she is. She's not strong enough to do that. But but even believing she's strong enough to do that, I still think she's a shit character. Oh no, they just didn't take the right aspects. They didn't take the right aspects of what makes her great. You know, her strategic planning. You know, her ability to lead. Her on the fly thinking. You know, like she's a really, really, really tough chick.
Yeah, I guess that's more implied than showed in the films,
Yeah,
which is
and I think you need to show that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The MCU is just very... I'm just kind of over it, for the most part.
Female characters can't be as diverse as male characters because they don't understand that they can be both, like, hey, she's a bad bitch, but also, she's sensitive.
I really think more women need to write female characters, man. I really think a lot of guys just don't fucking get it. I just don't think many dudes know how to write females well.
I mean, that makes sense, right?
Why would they?
I just don't think they do, and I think they do.
I'd be probably very shit at writing a male character, you know? I don't... Yeah. You guys have a range of emotions I don't know about.
You know, like, you've seen enough male characters rock to be like, I could probably, you know, I get it.
Right, I could copy somebody else's idea of that male character.
But, like, most dudes are like, should I write about her menstruating or not? It's like, no, just make her a person.
Are you implying that people don't menstruate?
No, but the idea is like guys just have no clue. Most guys don't even know how to talk to girls. Fucking let alone encapsulating a whole character as a woman, you know?
Are you implying that someone is less of a person if they menstruate? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said. That's what you said.
It sounds like what you said.
No, you sound stupid. You sound Are you trying to say that women are less? It's like, no, never said that, bro. You're just you're reaching
hit you in the back, bitch.
The Captain Marvel movie also breaks the canon of the MCU. Yeah, it kind of does.
Oh, does it? What is
that?
It
does.
What does it do?
It's like Nick Fury lost his eye trusting somebody, and it's like, whatever, dude.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then it was like, oh, we named the team the Avengers after Carol Danvers' plane, and it's just like, yo, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch.
It's so that's so very Solo of them. You know?
I like Solo. I like that movie, and I stand by I like that movie. I just think that him getting his name part is very stupid.
Well, there's a lot of dumb shit, like even Chewie getting his name and...
Oh, yeah, like those name parts are dumb, but I think Lando by Donald Glover did a great job. I think fucking the guy that played Han did a really good job. I don't even like Han, I think he did a good job.
Yeah, I really liked his Lando. I thought it was pretty spot on, actually.
It was really good. It's in fact better than the original Lando. If I say that, the black community will fight me. I know if I said that to my grandmother, but you'd be like, "What the fuck is your problem, bro?" My grandmother.
I definitely agree with you.
What's his character's name? I forgot the guy that played him, but he's like a very famous African American actor. He's also a singer. Like if I said that, my grandmother would be like, "Are you fucking stupid?"
Are you talking about Sammy? No.
Not Sammy Davis.
Sammy Davis Jr.
It's not Sammy Davis Jr. What played him? Sammy was part of the Rat Pack, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
He was also in the film Mahogany.
Oh, Billy D. Williams.
Billy D. There you go. Someone said Tyler the Creator. Eat dick. Fuck you. But
Tyler the Creator. Tyler the Creator played Lando Calrissian in the original Star Wars.
In the 70s. Yeah, sure.
How the fuck old is he? Why is Tyler so young looking? Does he have Andy Milonakis disease?
He's been eating children to stay young.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's just like over-explaining things like that. It gets so annoying. Like no one in the fucking world gives a shit why the Avengers are called the Avengers.
Yeah, it wasn't an
I
explanation.
mean, I kind of care.
The name explains itself, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not really, but we don't need to know.
Why are
did
the
they do
X-
it that
Why
way?
is any team called what they are? Like it's so.
Their
What
team
does the
name should
Yankees
be-
mean? What are the Mets? Who
No,
cares?
I understand. Well, the Mets are the Metropolitans. That makes sense in New York.
No, because metropolitan is just means city.
Yeah, but
cities.
that's for New York. The New
New
York
York
team, the New York team, the cities. They're
New
like
York
this.
isn't,
on ice
New
cream,
York
this
isn't
is
the only
city.
city.
Wait,
But
no,
this
that's
is New York. New York is, other than Tokyo, it's the city on the planet. It is. That's
Right,
a
but
fact.
that's not what that. But that's not. You understand?
That's
Do you
dumb.
understand?
It's silly, Chris. Yes, it's silly, but that's where they got this idea from. All
It's
right, there's like a
ridiculous.
team. There's like his team is called the Redskins because hey, a lot of
Mm.
people that they call the Redskins are in this area. You know, this is how things get names. You know, the Avengers is a
But
terrible
nobody-
name
but
because the
nobody-
Avengers means that they only retaliate. They should be called the Defenders, if anything.
No, they have a team for that. They got the Defenders.
I know, and that's
And then-
stupid that their team is named the Defenders, not the main team. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Because I think the idea is
dumb.
that the Avengers don't actively police things. They're the people that show up after a bad guy has fucked some things up. So
Yeah.
they are avenging. But the Avengers don't actively like go out and police the world or look for problems.
No, they're not Team America. I think it's I don't know, man. They don't need to over-explain shit. Over-explaining shit is so unnecessary.
Explanation is it's not. People don't know how to do it well either.
If just show me. If you can tell me, you can show me.
Well, that and also just like I don't know. I just feel like people get too caught up in the weeds of just like not telling the story and instead just giving explanations for why things are the way they are later on. Like it's just like I don't care how Nick Fury lost his eye. In fact, having that be a mystery is way more interesting than explaining it.
Yeah.
Kill everything that moves and try not to die.
Like one of my favorite I think that's one of my favorite things about Joker, about that movie, was that like
Forecast.
by the end of it you're not sure what was real.
How did he get those scars?
In fact, how did he get these stars? So fucking silly.
I know he told us, but he's also full of shit.
That's what makes Joker. That's what makes Joker so great for me personally. Is the fact that it's a series of like you can't believe what he's saying. Because throughout the whole time, even in the freaking the Nolan ones, which I think isn't really as good a movie people say it is to be, it's gets way too much praise for no reason. But in that movie, he lies like 4 times about how he gets the scars.
Yeah.
He just lies a bunch because he's like it's like, oh, that's cool. Even though I don't like the Joker as someone who is supposed to be super mysterious, the constant lies and him being insane, which was done immaculately in freaking the Joaquin Phoenix one, it fits.
Right.
It's like, oh, we don't know this guy's like,
Yeah.
and at the end, the fucking joke of Bruce's fucking parents dying, like that's such a good closing. I was like, oh, I get it.
It is a really
They
good
wouldn't
closing.
think it's funny. It's funny though.
It is a it is a good closing. But like what I love about it is that it implies there's like an implication in Joker, and it's kind of how I choose to read it because it makes it the most fun for me to watch, is that like it doesn't make sense
Active camo
for
inbound.
Joaquin Phoenix to be as old as he is at the time of Bruce's parents dying. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Active camo available.
Batman would kill the Joker with one punch at that point, like, because he'd be like a he'd be a geriatric. It doesn't really make a lot of sense that he would be that it would even be remotely believable that he would be like this love child. And it doesn't make sense that he would know that during that riot his parents get killed by a thug who is inspired by what he did on the talk show.
Well, that it's supposed to be the idea that Joker's the whole thing is made to fuck up, and Joker already knows who Bruce Wayne is. That's the idea of it. It's the idea like, oh, well, it can be interpreted. Sorry.
Well, my
interpreted
idea, like the way I read it was that like the whole movie is like a setup to a punchline that only he would think is funny. Where like a lot of it is like really unreliable, and you're not sure what parts of it are like real or like what parts of it are like closer to reality than other things. Like obviously we know the girlfriend is fake, but like there's all these other things that could be fake, and just the idea that like he's in that room, and like he's in that room at the end, and he's like, oh, you wouldn't get it, after ending the story with Bruce Wayne's parents dying. Like it just feels like the whole movie is just his joke, and I love it.
Yeah, it is. That's the point.
I love it. I just think
It's
that's
so fucking good.
I think it's so fun, especially because like I don't know, like in my opinion, like the character at the end is like a distinctly different character than we see throughout the movie. Like not even like
yes, slowly he metamorphosizes into this like fucking psychotic monster.
No,
you know?
but I don't even think it's that. Like it's not even that. There's like a slow grad. There is a slow.
Although there's different people.
There's
different people straight up.
Well, no, it's a slow. It's a gradual evolution of the character like throughout the main movie. But then in the therapist's office, I think that's proper like real like modern. Like, because he's like, oh, you wouldn't get it. Like, it's not. He doesn't act the same way. He has a different mannerism than he does like the rest of the film. He's like smiling, but like there's like a sinister smile. It's not like this like weird aloofness.
He's
not angry. It's the
idea of how to explain it. It's the idea that the Joker that we see by the end point is in fact the character that we know.
Yeah.
But the character that we watched throughout the movie is his idea of, wouldn't it be funny if this is what made me the way I am? But it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, this guy's just a fucking monster.
Because if you...
Ain't shit happened but this.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Like, the whole point of movies is to have interpretations and, like, you know, read them the way you want to read them. But, like, I love that interpretation of it because it's just so
good,
dude. It's so fun.
But then there are moments where Joker, like, I don't know, like, there's a story called The Three Batman, which is a modern Batman story that I think is so good because it does a lot of good character work with Batman, but people don't like it because of the fact that Batman progresses.
What do you mean?
I think just because the idea of the legacy heroes, people like looking to these heroes for this stuff because some people just get like used to them being this character forever, you know. And I think Batman as a character, it would make so much sense if he just like as he did more shit for Gotham, he becomes more like genuinely more like caring towards like every other person within the city. Because him just being this stoic asshole just sounds stupid. Like you'd lose your mind eventually, you know.
Yeah.
But in the Three Batman, it uses Jason Todd as a really big character point because he kills the Joker that killed him, which I understand and that makes sense. But like, it's supposed to be him kind of clashing against the ideals of Bruce, because he kills the Joker and then Bruce and Barbara like, I can't believe you did that, and he's like, that guy fucking beat me to death and blew me up. I'm supposed to just let him walk around and do that to somebody? Because I think that's the biggest flaw of Batman's character, especially with the idea of that story being written, because it's just like, he beat your Robin, the child that you got involved into this lifestyle. You could have easily told him not to, you know. He wasn't Dick Grayson. He didn't have the genetics and all this like this background of being like a very above average guy just to begin with as a kid, you know. You got him involved in this and then he dies and then you were like, I'm not gonna kill him. It's like, that's so stupid to me. Like, that never made sense to me. People are like, oh, because if he kills Joker, it becomes too easy for him to kill other people. It's like, well, Joker is different from every other villain you come in contact with. He sucks. But that's just me. I should write a Batman comic called Batman Finds a Dick.
What's it about?
Just finds a
Batman.
he just finds a severed dick.
and it spins out from there, and it gets crazy.
It's a classic Batman detective story.
Yeah.
The new Joker.
Computer, whose dick is this?
I don't like that they put Joker in a new Batman at all. I feel like that kind of insinuates that the first person he fought was the Joker, and that kind of explains why he's so kind of callous throughout the movie. Which that makes the movie a little better for me, actually. I just don't like that the Joker's even present. But it would make sense that the Joker would be one of the first people he fought, though.
Yeah. It does kind of minimize the movie. It just makes
Well, it doesn't, because remember that gang in the beginning, they had the Joker makeup on. So I'd assume that, like, that gang is spawned out of the Joker existing.
No, I get it. I don't like seeing the Joker on screen anymore.
Oh, you're right. Me too.
Like, I think I feel like I've seen enough of it. And
That's why the new Batman movie was so refreshing with the Riddler.
what I would love to see is like a live action. It would be
We
really
haven't seen anything with the Riddler since
It would
like
be
the 90s.
It would be really difficult.
Live action Killer Croc.
It would be really. We had that already recently.
So never mind.
I feel like it would be really awesome if we really had a live action rendition of the animated series Joker. But getting somebody to step up to that plate and be like, "Hey, can you do what Mark Hamill did convincingly in live action?" I feel like that would be very
I don't think anyone can encapsulate even that kind of Batman, really.
Kevin Conroy, yeah.
Because that Batman is so, like, it's so of the time. Like, that's such a fantastic rendition of the character because it's then, you know?
But still, to me, like, after all this time, that is quintessential Joker is Mark Hamill. Like, it's... And just that... Even just... I feel like the live-action movies, like... Either you have Jack Nicholson who plays it too silly, and then you have Heath Ledger that plays it too serious. Joker, like, Joaquin Phoenix is fine because it's not really a Batman movie. It's like a character study, and it's like its own separate thing, so it was cool to see. But in like a universe film, like, it would be... Joaquin Phoenix would be a terrible Batman, or he would be a terrible Joker for Batman to fight.
Yeah.
But, like...
Actually.
Yeah. But I think... I mean, unless the Joker that we see throughout that entire movie is... You know what I mean? Like, that's, again... Like, the whole other thing is, like, is that character even who that is? But...
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that live action... Or even just, like, the way the Arkham games do it. It's, like, it's just, like, a really good mix of sinister and silly. That I maybe can only be done in a video game or a cartoon, but, like, I would like to see, like, some genuine attempt. Because at this point, it would be more different than just, oh, he's a psychopath again.
I'm very much so over Joker as a character. He's very... I've never loved him, and the more I, like, view him as a character, more I'm just like, this guy's very boring.
Yeah. I especially hated how you got that weird, like, subculture of people who thought that Harley Quinn and Joker's story was romantic or some shit.
Those are just idiots. Those are just dumb people. Like, that's just like...
The trashiest people compare
That's
their
just like...
relationships to that shit.
That's just like the dumbest. That's like... it's like people that think like, oh, Deadpool and Spider-Man are best friends. It's like, no, they're not. Peter hates him.
Yeah.
They just made it. The only person that likes Deadpool is actually Captain America. He's the only one that's like, oh, he's not that bad of a guy. Everybody's like, yo, he sucks. Fuck that guy.
Captain America likes Deadpool, really?
Yeah, he respects him.
Why?
He does good stuff.
Because he understands what Deadpool went through. He's like, oh, this guy was forced into an experiment, you know, to try to help him do better, and then he ends up, you know, becoming sick from it.
It really just stems from Captain America being a little more empathetic. That's really all it is. It's not like he, you know,
He wants to get drinks with him.
likes Deadpool. It's
He
just
respects him. He's like,
he just gets it.
Is Deadpool... I can't wrap my head around that character, really.
what do you mean?
Like, he's fun to think about, like, every now and again, or, like, see every now and again. but the second I spend too much time thinking about like what the fuck is this thing?
He's a very popular character.
No, but like
Which-
is
no.
but is he a god?
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know.
Well, he's more immortal than Wolverine.
Well, the thing to me is just like, how are you stepping out of the page like this?
Like,
Like,
He was originally a joke character.
right.
yeah.
Not initially. He was not a joke character. He was just an assassin. But then he became like sort of a slapstick. Because one guy tried something different. He became like a slapstick jokey character.
Well, no, he was like the parody character of.
Oh
Deathstroke.
no, you're right. You're right. He was just an assassin. He was just an assassin dude. That's it. That came after Wolverine one time.
Yeah.
He's not exactly a god. He's just kind of like it's weird. It's like he's
How
like
does
one
he
of
break,
those
how does he
weird
break
like
the fourth wall? Like, what is that?
I don't know, Chris. I don't think breaking the
It's
fourth
just a
wall.
joke. It's just a joke.
But it's also part of the story in some of these.
Yep.
So
Yep.
like, you can't just be like, oh, it's just a joke.
It's just the character was created by Rob Liefeld. There's not a lot of thought that actually went into it. He wanted to make a parody character of Deathstroke because he thought he was rustling someone's jimmies. And that's pretty much it. There's not a lot of thought that went into Deadpool's character creation. And over the years, they've tried to do different things with him without, I don't know, without really satisfying anything effectively. They're like, oh, he's crazy.
No,
And-
they did. They made him in freaking X Factor. He was amazing.
Yeah, for a
He was
little while, like,
fantastic.
he was
a
good,
great
but then
character.
they go and undo it, and then
Because
he's
people
back
don't
to-
like that. People don't like. People are like, oh, we don't like Deadpool
there was
not being
a-
zany. It's like
There was a
he is.
story arc where so in the comics, typically he'll have moments where
Sorry.
the panels are a voice in his head that he can argue with, you know? And then they finally explain that. They're like, oh, at one point during a fight, he got someone else's brain matter stuck in one of his head wounds, and it just healed in there and integrated it incorrectly, and now he hears two voices. And it's like,
That is
okay.
insane.
And I'm glad they got rid of that. I'm glad they got rid of that. He's just a crazy man now.
That's over-explaining, man.
Overshield inbound.
I just don't like. I don't know, man. I just don't like.
But that's what I'm saying is they
Zany
took a
characters.
joke character and they tried making him serious within the narrative. And sometimes they have one way of doing it that works and another way that just doesn't, you know?
Gotham needs to be nuked. Don't nuke now, Gotham. Gotham never gets better though. That's the thing. Gotham just never gets better, like for real.
That's because it has something living under it
What?
that
What?
keeps it. There's
Court of Owls shit? What are you talking about?
there's a story arc in one of the Swamp Thing stories where they get into there's like some sort of malevolent spirit or some shit like that
Oh
that
my
exists
God.
where Gotham is, and it makes everything sick, you know? So everything eventually like suffers entropy and decay, and your mental state deteriorates over time, and that's
Too
why
much.
all that fuck shit is in Gotham.
That's
It's-
too much.
It's a cool Swamp Thing story, but it's
A terrible Gotham story. That's too much, man. Gotham is supposed to be an analogy for like a fucking the major city with like a huge wealth disparity.
That is so
It's just New
incredibly
York.
lame.
It's just New York. Like that's what I think of Gotham is. Gotham is just New York in the
Yo,
90s.
genuinely, I feel like
if
the
they just
Penguin.
didn't fix it.
I think the Penguin in that Gotham show was so well casted. It makes me sad that he's just sort of like. He's just like.
I think that show had a few good castings, honestly.
the major problem with DC and Vertigo's like magic heroes and magic stories and stuff is that they always feel a need to like tie it back into the standard DC stuff and over explain stuff like why Gotham is bad, you know? And it's like it would have been a cool story in and of itself, a city that's always sick and people go insane there. But as soon as you're like, oh, that's Gotham, you're like, it's not as good. Because it sort of comes in and strips something of its identity in order to build a story for itself,
Yeah,
you know?
it's called Mystery and Intrigue. It's like all these things that are really important that people just like don't care about because it's more important for them to have answers or on the Wikipedia.
Like, not knowing shit, bro. I want to know everything. Tell me everything in fucking detail, bitch. Tell me how long your pussy lips is. I need to know every fucking thing. I don't like mysteries. Mysteries scare me. Tell me everything.
Man, this Warthog is not as floaty as it used to be, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, right? You can actually drive it now.
It's fucking drivable now.
I thought that was the ghost.
So how hard is it to keep track of characters compared to manga characters? Kind of characters compared to manga characters? I mean, they're different kinds of stories. Some of them are pretty similar. I just think that manga character... I think the problem with Japanese medium in general is that there's a lot of unnecessary dialogue.
Yeah.
Your actions can do more than you saying something about it. Just do something.
They want to tell you instead of show you.
No, they want to tell you then show you. They want to tell you then show you instead of just being like, show me, dude.
Yeah. Well, and that comes from, like, that's one of the few things of anime that worked its way backwards to manga.
Yeah, because animation is hard in anime and it's expensive. So
Yeah,
it's easy. It's easier just to say that. It's easier to say something than it is to do it. That's why anime is like all these like really good looking drawings with just like mouth movements every couple minutes, and then like once every season there's like some crazy fight that like they spent most of their time doing.
And one of the very few things that worked its way back from anime to manga is that kind of like long ass exposition, because it makes sense in anime where they're trying to save on animation and you know put everything into their big fight sequences.
They don't try.
It does.
Oh my God, that was so bad.
Manga.
Derek said that, dude. Derek said that, and we literally got emails about it, bro.
What happened?
What Derek said, he was like, because they try in anime. I was like, oh lord, dude.
I don't remember what that was.
We were talking about like Western RPGs versus JRPGs, and they were like, I'm more of a fan of Western RPGs now, you know. And you were like, yeah, because they try. And I was like, oh, Derek, chill, bro. Don't say that. That's not nice. They try, bro. I think there's a ton of great JRPGs.
It's really so. When I was in school for animation, there's a really big, you know, East versus West divide that exists within, you know, the business, but within the hierarchy of the education structure as well. And it's kind of rough to navigate if you're a person who like sees merits in both, you know, like neither one of them is perfect to you. And it gets pretty heated, actually, like, you know, in a way that is not good. It's not conducive or healthy. Like, you get a lot of teachers who will just shit on new students coming in their first year and be like, you like anime? You know, you're an idiot.
It's become that in general, dude. It's become that in general. Like, people are like, oh, mangas are so stupid. Comic books are better. Comics are mangas better. It's like, I personally prefer.
It's weird for me because I'm seeing this thing that happened when I was in school and I didn't see it a lot of other places. And now it's spilling over into like the general community. And it's like, this is really bad.
You know what mangas have over comics? They end usually. That's one thing I can put for mangas. Mangas end usually. And what happened is that that's not becoming a trend anymore because of the fact that you can still just make manga again. And manga artists are like, well, not manga artists. Manga artists are like, I finished my story. The companies are like, no, you didn't, bitch. You better get back in that cubicle, tell your wife you'll see you in 4 years, and write this character again.
Yeah, you got really oppressive editors in manga, you know? And one of the things that I always got really like, I always thought was very strange was you'd get people who would criticize the shit out of anime from its look to its how they save frames and have a lot of like this and that. And I'm like, man, the things that you're criticizing anime for, they got those habits from Western animation.
Literally,
they got those habits from Walt Disney himself. The problem you're seeing is that the Japanese, when they do something, they don't after it starts working, they don't want to come up with a bunch of reasons and ways to fuck it up. They're just going to try and perfect it and not reinvent the wheel as often as possible. So they kept our traditions while we got rid of them in terms of animation.
Well, so you guys hear about the Chris? Nah, man. I actually have a huge migraine. I'm just here chatting with you guys. I have not streamed because I haven't been feeling good. I might stream Friday. I might do like a 6-hour stream Friday. I want to get a game that I can jump into that's fun and like try to play half of it.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you want me to kind of fire out a couple episodes just solo to kind of keep stuff running?
Yeah, dude. If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it.
I'll see if I can figure something out.
Dude, I hate never-ending stories mandating by publishing companies. Dude, right now, Venom as a character, he should be considered done as a character. They shouldn't have anything to do with Venom anymore as a character. He literally just hit his arc.
He should be done.
He should be a done character.
If they want to do another Venom story, it should be a decade from now.
No. It shouldn't be ever. That story's over. It's done.
Oh, absolutely.
Let it be done.
It definitely should be done, but I'm saying, like, if the decision is made to do another story, it has to wait a decade.
Like, he should only come back if Carnage somehow becomes a huge problem and they just need someone's help.
Yeah.
He needs to be, like, all the way in space, like,
so
gone.
the way that Chris described how he would have done Master Chief, like he goes away and then comes back only way later down the road, that's how I do Venom right now.
He's done. He hit his arc. Like, it's such a beautiful ending, crescendo of a character arc. And they're just gonna waste it. They're gonna waste it and be like, oh, somehow Venom's gone crazy again, and Eddie can't control him, and now Venom's gone cuckoo. And it's like, no, he's done. Let him be done.
Yeah.
Same thing with Spider-Man. Spider-Man should have been done after after Civil War.
What was Civil War?
No, after Big Time. After Big Time in a comic, he should have been done. I should have ended this character out. He should have just went on to be the person, or they could do it now where they, right now where him and MJ are trying to make things work, and it should be like a coming up point where Spider-Man's like, Miles, I'm not going to be doing this anymore.
He's like, man, I just want to get my life back on track with the woman I love. Like,
I need you to take over. I need you to take over for me as Spider-Man. And Miles having to come, that'd be a great story for Miles, coming to terms with the fact that he's going to become the Spider-Man now. And Peter getting ready, or MJ being like, I'm pregnant, Peter. And then being like, I have to be a part of my kid's life. Like, I can't do this anymore. And that's two great storylines they have there. They could properly transfer over all the villains from Spider-Man to Miles, so they're officially Miles villains now. They're no longer Peter's villains. Give Miles a few new ones, and let him become the Spider-Man for the next 20 plus years of him being Red. But
I think it'd be okay to retire a few of the villains too, to be honest with you.
Oh no, yeah, retire Doc Ock, retire Green Goblin, you know. Retire those people, bring people in that are sort of aligned to them, where you can kind of see how their mentalities affected them, or you know, or just have some brand, because you can make villains are easier to make than heroes, obviously. It's have to be evil guys, you know, and then sometimes they stick around if they work, and if they don't, they don't. But like, let them just, you know, let him become out. Get rid of Spider-Man. Let him go. Let Captain America go. Let Sam be Spider-Man for the time being. The space people, let them be around wherever, you know, like they can come back if things get really bad. But like, let the vast majority, like let Iron Man have like a little while longer that he just decides, or he just dies or something like that. That'd be fine.
Yeah, I'd be fine if a couple of the heroes didn't pass the torch, but actually like died, you know. Not all of them, but a few of them. I'd be fine with that.
Let them have their kids, stuff like that, and let them all just pass away. Let freaking let Tony have a kid, and he dies. But like how I did MCU, like that's one thing I actually like about the MCU. He's dead. He's gone now. You know.
Yeah, the MCU has to deal with truths that comics don't, and that's that these characters are gonna get old and they have to die. You know, like
let Steve go out being the hero he is, and he dies and he's gone, you know, let everyone have their moments, you know, but just let the street levels just pass away, and then let some of them tie back into the world, you know. Let Matt Murdock become paralyzed, sort of like Stick did, and then Matt teaches Miles like real martial arts. That'd be really cool. You know, he could become the living embodiment of both those characters. He moves forward, learning. Oh my God, I learned from freaking Matt Murdock, but I am the person that's taken over after Peter. Like, just stuff like that can work together. You know, like I've played D&D campaigns where you play as the characters, like the children of characters, or some of the people that knew the characters in the world afterwards, and it can work if you let those characters eventually no longer be the main focal point. They refuse. Too much money.
Yeah, they're too profitable.
Even though now we've proven that Miles can make just as amount of money. Miles can make probably now more money than Peter can. But they just like, we don't know. We don't know if it's gonna exactly happen. And it's like, he probably can, dude. And it's like, nah, we can't know for sure. We can't know for sure. We can't know for sure. And it's like, but
people will go see Spider-Man things.
People always go see Spider-Man things, no matter what Spider-Man it is. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like when live action Miles makes into the MCU, that is going to be a moment. People are gonna freak the fuck out.
Flag carrier.
Everybody's talking about, oh my God, Reed Richards and Xavier. No, the country's gonna be like, yo. It's gonna be like Black Panther again.
No, I don't know about that one.
I think it is, bro.
What about Black Panther?
It's gonna be like the kind of moment where everybody's like, oh my God, we're gonna go see Miles Morales in fucking Spider-Man, because now he's the Spider-Man. People are gonna freak the fuck.
That would be a huge shame, because he's an excellent character. You know?
No. People are gonna be like really excited. They're gonna be like, whoa, what? Like he's Spider-Man? So I'm hoping that's what they do. Hope China is like, this one's profitable. I think they're gonna let Miles be the main character.
We just got proper Spider-Man.
Oh, it's good. Not yet. No, it's not soon, but it's gonna happen.
Maybe. I mean, they are kind of like, they do kind of have to just get things sorted already.
Who do you want to? I don't know who can play Miles Morales, honestly.
Tyler, the Creator.
Tyler. Fuck you, Tyler. It's fucking Tyler, the Creator. I would say the best. There's Miles Brown, an actual like little black Latino kid. He's a little too fair skinned, I would say, but even he can work. There's the kid from Stranger Things. He's also a little too dark skinned. They're probably bringing in every black Latino kid that's a little darker. They're probably just going through them over and over again. Can this one act? No. Next. Can this one act? No.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm eating Chinese food.
Sounds delicious.
I'm getting some ramen in a second. I'm ecstatic. Some good old ramen. Billy D. Williams as Miles Morales. Elderly as Billy
D. Williams as young Miles Morales.
Elderly as 13, because he starts off at 13. Which is inherently even better because Miles, he has more time. Ryan Gosling as Miles Morales, that would be disrespectful, bro. That'd be the final push towards black people like going crazy in America. Like, it wasn't like Jim Crow, it wasn't like the brown coat laws, it wasn't like all of these people getting shot and killed out of race-driven things. It's that. Everybody'd be like, nah, we gotta do something about this. Willem Dafoe as Miles Morales. That'd be heat.
Hey, so,
That is such a good concept, though. Imagine whitewashing Miles Morales.
That's funny.
Wouldn't that be great?
It's funny to us. But like the kids that like love Miles Morales and like I see myself in him, that would just hurt them so bad.
Why are they racist? They can't see themselves in a white character?
Well, no, but I mean, Just you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption. You see what you did? You just Norman Reedus as Miles Morales. That'd be crazy.
I am so tired of this. that single-handedly made me so sleepy. Norman Reedus as
Norman Reedus looks sleepy himself. So imagine him
Norman
as Miles
Reedus
Morales.
is like 50. Norman Reedus looks older than he is, but like
he looks
I can't
old
tell
already.
how old he looks. I just know Norman Reedus looks like an old person.
He looked like a young old man in Walking Dead, definitely. He looked like a very young elderly man.
Oh no. I failed.
Womp womp.
Is Walking Dead done yet?
Hey, quick question. No, it's not.
Unfortunately.
How did Dr. Octopus know that the guy on the glider was Norman Osborn when he saw him?
His face was revealed?
No, it wasn't.
I think they. No, because
and what part are you talking about?
In No Way Home.
At what point? At what point are we talking?
At the beginning.
Because it wasn't. He's right. Because at the end of Spider-Man 1, to the general public, it is not known that Norman was the Green Goblin.
Are you sure?
Yes, because
Yes,
Harry would know.
because that's precisely why.
No, Harry knew though.
No,
didn't until towards the end of Spider-Man 3.
No, he knew. He brought his dead body back and put it on the bed at the end of the first movie. What are you guys talking about?
The reason
What are
Harry
you talking
is mad.
about?
The reason Harry is mad is because he thinks Spider-Man.
Wait. No, I have to hear this.
If I'm not mistaken,
You are.
Doesn't Peter just bring him back and
No.
put him on a bed?
No, he.
Yeah, but he's naked.
Yeah.
He's naked? Okay.
He's not wearing the Goblin suit.
Why did he take his clothes off?
I don't
He
know.
got rid of the Goblin suit because he didn't want Harry to know that his father.
Oh, he was like, please don't tell Harry.
Yeah.
I was talking about because they were already together in No Way Home. They were already around each other in the beginning of that movie.
What are you talking about?
In No Way Home, they got.
What I'm talking about is when the Goblin first emerges on the bridge.
Does he say Norman?
He calls him Norman.
He does?
He shouldn't know that he's Norman because nobody knew that as per the events of Spider-Man 2.
I think maybe the assumption is that they talk outside of the film's context.
They what?
You know, they exchanged business cards, and he's like, "Hey, I'm the Green Goblin. Hey, I'm the Octopus."
I'm getting more Chinese food. Fucking disrespect.
I could see it. Like, he's a scientist, the other guy's a scientist. They could talk. They could be like, "Hey, I want to blow up the world." Oh, could happen. The problem being,
I just watched the scene. He doesn't say it like he knows. He's like, he turns and he's like, Osborn? Because he kind of figures out at that moment that is Norman Osborn. He doesn't
maybe he knows as well.
He might have an idea of it. He might have an idea because the glider was Osborn tech, along with all the other shit he was using.
That's the other thing. The glider, I think, was publicly known as Osborn Tech.
You know, also because a man of science would probably assume that, but it can be argued either way. I'd rather choose not to think deep into that.
But he does give a detailed explanation of everything.
Who? He just says that Osborn died 3 years ago. That's it. Or he went missing or something. He doesn't exactly say like, oh no, he was Green Goblin running around doing goblin shit, dropping bitches off of bridges.
I think he does.
Osborn was dead. It doesn't make sense for him to be confused.
So they're also all assuming that where this is in the universe where they don't find out who's who, because there's like when it's the multiverse, there's so much shit going on, you know.
It's the same actors from Tobey Maguire's universe, so you have to assume it follows the same canon.
No, you don't.
I mean, realistically,
You can assume that some of the canon is similar, but the fact that these characters already know this stuff that they don't know in the other one means that inherently it's not the same universe already.
I mean, yeah, but you could just say it's not the same universe, even if implicitly they know the exact same things as the
Yeah,
universe.
which is true. That's how multiverse shit works. It's confusing.
You can be like, oh, no, they're definitely from that universe. Yes, but that Dr. Octopus thinks Diet Coke's more popular than regular Coke. So obviously,
Yeah, yes, but then that becomes something where it's like there's no proof of that. If it's proof of it, then you can be like, all right, then that can be argued. But if it's not, it's like
What are you talking
arguing.
about? What are you talking about?
I think
We're
Chris
just arguing.
raised a valid continuity error.
Oh, it definitely is, but I was like,
It's
I assume it's
definitely
a different one.
It's a massive. It's a bit of a problem, yeah.
I wouldn't say massive. It's definitely a bunch of continuity errors in that, but it's also the multiverse where continuity is by nature thrown the fuck out the window because it's a multiverse.
I hate that excuse though.
Yeah, I
But
hate that.
that's how it works, though. Chris, there is a point where there are 3 Peter Parkers standing next to each other. Continuity means nothing literally.
They don't look the same, though. They're different Peter Parker.
They don't look the same. The fact that they don't look the same doesn't make any fucking sense either.
Well, maybe.
They would all look very, very, very similar to each other if they're all Peter Parkers from an Earth where there's oxygen and they have the same powers. They'd all look very
I
similar.
don't think that's
How that
true
works.
at all, to be honest.
That's
I
not
don't
how
think
it
that's
works at
how
all.
it works.
How would that not? How would that not be? How would that not be? They'd all look relatively similar, very relatively similar, because they're all human beings from an Earth.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they look the exact fucking same.
No, but they would all look very strikingly similar. That's
I
how
mean,
it
they
works.
are all white men with short brunette hair. Probably same eye color. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
They're genetically quite similar anyway.
Hello? Are you outside or are you in front?
Octavius
Are
and
you
Harry
back there?
Osborn knew each other. It's implied in Spider-Man 2 that Norman and Octavius knew each other. No, I know that, but no, he doesn't know he's the Green Goblin.
My assumption was
His identity as the Green Goblin was kept a secret at the end of Spider-Man 1. No one else finds out that Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin until Harry finds out. That's it.
Right.
Harry is the only person who should know. And I think he finds out in Spider-Man, at the end of Spider-Man 2 or beginning of Spider-Man 3, somewhere around there, in that general area. But only Harry knew is the point.
Dr. Octopus was dead or had no chance of knowing.
All of that is just crazy. It's just how it works. Do any of the Spider-Men have blue eyes?
Peter.
MCU one? The Sam Raimi?
Yeah. Tobey Maguire.
There's another silly thing. A fucking blue-eyed Spider-Man. It's just not how he is. He's been famously had brown eyes since the beginning.
Wow, are you being discriminatory to people with different eye
I mean,
colors?
that's like the least important part of casting, I think.
I mean, true. He has to be a white man with brown hair, I guess. I was something you have to focus on.
Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be like...
I think this will be my last game, and then I'm going to go eat.
Yeah, I'm chomping down on fucking an insane amount of Chinese food. But
I got ramen. Let me go get that, actually. Let me get my ramen.
I'd love to have some fucking Chinese food right now.
I don't know. The more I think about No Way Home, the more I'm like, man. It's kind of just...
I think that the movie had too many moving parts over a period where moving parts just wasn't going to work. Because that would have been a difficult movie to pull off before COVID.
Right, yeah.
And then during COVID, it was just... Like, I think you also see a little bit of it in Multiverse of Madness.
Oh, yeah.
Even though Multiverse of Madness is not quite as egregious, I think. But, you know, Multiverse of Madness was supposed to happen before No Way Home. And you can kind of see how that would have been a better story.
Yeah.
If it had been handled that way. But instead of just, you know, pushing things back and being patient, they were like, all right, well, we're gonna go full steam ahead and do some hasty rewrites. And it's a lot of moving parts. And a lot of the stuff they didn't even know they had locked in until last minute. Like, they didn't know they had Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield until like relatively late in production, you know? So they had alternate stories and alternate endings and alternate everything in the event that they couldn't get so-and-so. you know. And I think all these like alternate things, I mean, considering what they had to deal with, I think the movie's fine, you know. It's pretty good considering they did it over, you know, during COVID restrictions and shit like that. But
I'm happy with what we got out of it. But it's not a the problem is it's like it's just not that solid of a movie by itself.
Mm-hmm. It's not a standalone movie, just like Endgame is not really a good standalone movie, or Infinity War. These are things that rely heavily on, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with, but it is very much a product of, you know, its own environment. You couldn't have a movie like those outside of the MCU environment. The fact that DC has tried to rush to that endpoint multiple times shows that it doesn't work outside of how the MCU has done it.
Yeah.
And now that the MCU's done it, people really question whether or not it should still be happening, you know? But everyone wants their shared universes now.
But Norman wasn't wearing the mask in No Way Home. Octavius saw Norman for the first time as the Goblin in No Way Home.
No, he didn't. He saw him first time.
He had the mask on. He had the mask on the bridge. He didn't know.
Yeah. He did. I looked it up just now.
What do you mean?
You're right. You're right, Chris.
Yeah. No, I because I was watching it recently because I own it, and I was like, wait. Whoa! What the fuck? Thanks for the 10 gifted subs, bro.
You know, it's entirely possible that they
AE86 Drev, thank you.
That the originally when Norman was revealed on the bridge, maybe the CG for it did not have it with his mask on.
That's still a problem, though.
Oh yeah, it's just a different kind of problem. It's just,
I don't know. I'm happy with where we ended up in that movie, so I can forgive a lot of that. But like, man, the more I think about it, the more of them I find.
We're one power seed closer.
But it is, again, like you said, it's like an event movie.
It's a multiverse movie, dude. That shit never makes sense, bro. That's just how they work. I'm never gonna read a movie, see a movie about like literally multiple iterations of a character talking to each other and expect everything to make sense to me.
Yeah. Except, I don't know, like, I've been hearing really good things about Everything Everywhere All at Once and how impeccable of a movie that is, and that's a multiverse movie where nothing doesn't make sense.
It is, but she doesn't encounter multiverses of herself, though.
No, don't tell me anything about it, asshole. I'm just saying.
That's the fucking point of, have you not seen a trailer for the movie
No!
yet?
That's the point! I want to go in as blind as possible.
Bro.
God.
Crazy.
What film is this?
I'm not even going to say it.
Wait, what?
Thank you for the tier monster.
I haven't even seen the movie, and that's what the point of the movie
Shut
is.
up! Christ! Just stop talking about it.
Send me a message because I'm curious.
It's called Everything Everywhere All at Once. Damn, A&E 86 Drev is
Dynamo grenades
fucking unloading money. But yeah, I don't know. It's an event movie, so like I can forgive a lot of it because ultimately it ends up with like a really fantastic Goblin face-off.
Oh yeah.
And
good.
Peter where he needs to be. So.
Yep. End result is fine. It's
the end result is fine. It's a fine movie.
I think he gets a lot of shit happen to him, bro.
What?
Like, he gets raw dog pretty heavily at the end of that movie.
Yeah, no, and that saves the movie.
Your team needs one more power seed. The enemy is at half power.
I appreciate it, man.
Your enemies have one power seed remaining.
Congrats on your very profitable tofu delivery.
Your team just scored.
Yeah,
Stockpile incoming.
there's you almost have to judge movies like that completely different, like event movies, or like it's like culminations of like different things.
Yeah, like it's very difficult for
like Endgame is Endgame and Infinity War are technically like not very good movies.
I disagree. I think Infinity War is a great movie. Endgame is not that great.
I enjoyed it.
I think it's a fine movie, but
I had more fun.
Infinity
with
War
Endgame
as a
than
film is a good movie, bro. Like film wise, does everything, especially from the beginning till. Actually, no, everything. The beginning of that movie is so well done.
My biggest problem with Infinity War is that of the two, it's more boring outside of the fact that the villain wins at the very end. Like the fight in Wakanda is really fucking boring.
It's definitely not the most action-packed movie.
It's not. It's just a visually really uninteresting place to fight. It's like everything's like really flatly lit. Everybody like just sort of steps into frame.
It's a field.
Yeah, it's just a fucking field. Whereas Endgame's a little bit. Endgame has a little bit more going on. But
it's more of a dynamic fight.
It is. Infinity War is a better movie just because it deals with less.
It's more dynamic and it did. But the writing of Endgame, though it isn't exactly bad, it's just not the best. Most of Infinity War has like a lot of like really genuinely like surprisingly good Marvel moments. Where I'm like, whoa.
I don't remember any moment from Infinity War outside of Thanos at the end.
That's crazy. Thor's entire speech of Rocket Raccoon's actually a great moment.
Who?
That's nuts. Thor's speech of Rocket Raccoon.
Oh, when they visit Thor: The Dark World.
No, that's in Infinity. You're talking about Endgame. I'm talking about Infinity War.
I don't know what we're talking about, but I don't remember that.
On the ship where he's talking about how he's lost everything because of Thanos. So he has to beat him. That's literally a great moment, dude. That's a fantastic moment.
I don't remember anything.
The whole Gamora moment where he's like, I told you to go left. Why didn't you listen to me? That's still a good fucking moment.
I think that was a good game to end the evening on.
Yeah. I don't remember that at all. I remember I remember
fantastic movie.
I remember Thanos at the end. I remember Tony Stark talking to his dad.
In Infinity War?
No, well, from the two of them. I think that was Endgame.
Yeah, that's Endgame.
You missed out really good moments, man. You weren't paying attention to the movie clearly then.
I just haven't seen it in a while.
No, I don't know. I remember that moment you're talking about, and I thought it was fine. It didn't actually impact me that much.
That's really crazy. His whole character, he literally his whole, even the beginning of the movie is great, bro.
I don't know.
You walk in and you see all of these literal superhumans on the ground getting stabbed and killed. And Thor, after he got like an insane power up, he was like strong enough to fight a fucking fire demon that could destroy a planet. Thor is on the ground getting his ass beat. And then the whole entire moment where fucking Hulk tries to fight fucking Thanos and he's like, let him have his fun. It does perfect exposition of showing you how strong a character is supposed to telling you. It's literally a great movie, but we have different metrics of measuring what's a good movie, I guess.
I mean, it's fine. Doesn't do anything wrong. I just,
I mean, it's more I don't like these speeches. I'm too used to them.
They weren't.
They're quite boring. Like, I don't know. Oh, I'm so angry. He killed my people. And I'm like, join the club. That's true of literally every character in this entire franchise.
Is Infinity War the one where Thor plays Fortnite?
That's Endgame.
Is it really?
Yeah, that would be Endgame because it's the second one.
Dude, I hate that.
Terrible moment. They fucked Thor up so bad that movie.
Is that rice and beans? No, it's pork fried rice and what do you call boneless spare ribs?
Are you telling me that a character becomes less valuable just because they play Fortnite?
Yes.
No, I'm telling you that it becomes worse because he had so much growth, and then it all just got taken away from him.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't like how he suddenly became just like a piece of shit. Like, it didn't feel like what his character would do.
Yeah, it was just a joke.
Yeah, I feel like it was just a joke.
It's definitely like people deal with depression in different ways, you know, and that's obvious.
Yeah.
You know, for me to say that some people
Oh,
Don't go
hey.
through
What's up,
like
Dr.
that.
Howitzer? I love your
It's a
videos.
bit ridiculous, but
Appreciate it. Is that a Wubby emote? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Endgame and Infinity War were fun to see in the movies, but like I don't know if I'll ever watch them again, or if I'll like have a weird desire to watch them again.
the scene where Tony's like, what you call it? So I was like, I know of you. You're like President Brennan with knowledge. He's like, it must be a nightmare. He's like, my nightmare is you. It harkens back to all the shit Tony's done and why he's done everything. It's a great moment for the whole franchise. It's a great movie. It's just that people can't watch those movies and not either see action all the time or just be like, oh, this is a great movie. I agree. A lot of them are bad. A lot of them are not the greatest movies. But I think people forget to observe movies for what they're good at, opposed to like them just being so cynical towards them.
I think for me, I just wish they were shot a little better. Because they don't feel, I don't know, so many of them just feel very sterile. Especially like Civil War. Dude, Civil War is such a fucking bland movie. It's insane.
I think that the fight scene at the end is very bland. Actually, no, especially at the end is very good, actually. I think it's a very dynamically shot fight, actually. But I don't think it's bland. I think that fight scene at the airport was kind of bland.
Yeah. Like that looked like I could have shot it.
But then there are so many other fight scenes in that movie that are like fucking beautiful.
I don't remember any. Like even the one at the end is like kind of bland.
I disagree. That one's beautiful, dude. It's a bunch of laser beams going on, and you're seeing shit through Tony's eyes, and he's getting punched, like beat up really bad, and then he's like, "All right, analyze and predict," and he starts whooping Steve's ass, and then the fucking part where, what happens next? The fight scene on the bridge where they're running down the fucking street and they're like jumping from car to car. And then jumps off a building and then Steve follows. I thought that was all really, really good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wouldn't say amazing, but I'll say very good.
If they did another creative class, would you go? Yes. Yeah, I kind of agree, Bojangles. I feel like I feel like one of the areas where the Marvel movies like drop the ball the most, I think, is in music.
I agree with you on that.
Like, I feel like the Avengers theme is really memorable, but aside from that, and I think Spider-Man's new theme is pretty good, to be honest. But like outside of that, there's really not a lot of. I was watching this TikTok the other day of like top 10 MCU themes, and I couldn't tell the difference between any of them. It was insane.
That music, they do have music, but it's not memorable.
You're not gonna get a. There's nothing like that.
Loki, that's the best part of that movie, honestly.
It's a great part.
It's so good. Fucking Flint Marco's theme.
That's not Flint Marco's theme, is it? I thought it was the Black Suit theme. Am I wrong?
It doesn't play for both of them?
No.
Doesn't that theme play for Marcos walking down the street?
No, the fucking that doesn't play well. That doesn't play well. Flint Marcos.
I could have swore it did. I'm wrong.
If that's Flint Marco's scene, then the editor made a big mistake. Peter Parker wakes up. He finds himself upside down, looking at himself in the black suit. Then he turns to the camera. He goes, "Why is Flint Marco's theme playing?"
Like what?
That's evil Peter Parker theme, yeah. Yeah, Flint Marco's theme is the. I feel like it's the music that they play when he's like the
Becoming
sand
Sandman?
when he's the sand guy in that CG sequence.
Dun, dun.
Yeah.
Man, this is something else. I love that part so much. It's not even like great.
Did you see that? Did you see that? What is it? Did you see that tweet where it was like me when the takeout gets the order wrong, and it's that clip.
What? That's such a simple joke. What the fuck?
I know. But what's fun? I think what makes it is that because Peter Parker is smiling. So it's almost like, yeah, why not? Of course I expected this.
It's weird because, like, I don't know, like the way I perceive comedy is changing so. Like, there's so comedy's. It's like I understand it's gonna be kind of obvious. Of course it is, but comedy's such a big. It's becoming bigger and bigger to me because for a while I thought like wordy, complex jokes were the best comedy, but then there are some jokes that are just so simple but hilarious.
Yeah.
And it's just confusing my mind. Like every day I'm like, damn, bro, that's really funny, but that's so simple. How is that so funny?
Because it's simple. A lot of the comedy in that stuff is that you kind of just think about like, how didn't I think of that? You know? Or like, why is that funny? I feel like a lot of meme culture is like that. But
there are some things that are funny that I can't believe they're funny.
Give me an example.
I saw this video of a cat sneezing, and the way the cat stood up afterwards was so funny to me, and I was like, that's not even funny.
But
I'm laughing at this.
But you're laughing at it, so you found it funny.
I know, but it's like, this isn't... There's way funnier things in this.
But things can be funny on different levels. Are you just discovering this?
That's impossible, Chris.
Right.
Those are like the ravings of a drunk man.
Remember that moment in Spider-Man 2 where the passengers tell Doc Ock he'll have to go through them to get to him, and it didn't make a difference at all? I do remember that.
It was that Cuban dude. I forgot his name.
Mark Cuban?
Yeah, sure.
He's not Cuban at all, is he?
Is he? I was going to say that. Is Mark Cuban even Cuban?
The thing is like, if he is, that's extra weird. Because that's almost like...
Well, it's not.
That's almost like someone made you as like a default concept, like a default character, and didn't even bother.
I don't think that's that. I think it's his family's
Hi,
probably
it's
from
me,
Cuba.
Johnny Spanish.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody's named Spanish.
That's not true.
There's who do you know?
No, I don't. No, I don't know anyone named Spanish, but I know there are people named Spanish. In fact, I haven't even heard the name Spanish before, but I still know that's a name. I'm sure of it.
I've never heard it. I know there's that movie,
Easy.
Johnny English.
I know it exists. That's too like common of a word not to be a last name.
So how do you know Peach Jar? She's pretty rad. I don't know exactly. I think we just followed each other a long time ago and occasionally interacted. This is the first time I met her in person. She's really cool. Everybody I met at Creator Class is really fucking cool. Meat Canyon was dope. You know, the Super Mega guys are really cool. It was nice to see Jakey again.
Oh, Jakey was there?
Yep.
That was dope.
Yeah, it was cool. Everybody was there. Literally everybody I've ever seen, pretty much, or like on the internet, was there. And it was awesome. Sween, how do you feel about John Krasinski?
I like him a lot. He's a great actor.
Do you like him as Reed Richards though? Because I kind of don't.
He was fine. He didn't really get a chance to really do anything, but he was fine.
Do you think he could though? Do you think somebody like him could
Absolutely
could do Reed Richards?
He's an amazing actor.
I haven't seen him in anything but The Office and A Quiet Place.
I saw him in Jack Reacher. He was really good in that. He was great in The Office. He was good at Quiet Place. All 4 scenes he was in. Oh, Quiet Place 2. He was in the whole first movie. He was in like 4 scenes in the second movie.
Oh, there's a second one. That's right. I forgot.
He's not smart looking enough. Reed doesn't look smart. He's just a good guy.
I do.
He doesn't have like fucking. He doesn't have trifocals on.
I do sort of agree though that like he doesn't
That's so
look
stupid. That's so stupid.
I know, but like it's he
such
doesn't.
a dumb thing.
The thing is like when he was speaking, I just remember feeling like that's John Krasinski.
Absolutely, he's so well acclaimed already as an actor. You know, like Marvel. Like in fact, if he did this, he'd be acting down. Because he's a good actor.
I'm
the
kinda,
thing is,
I'm kind of sad that they went with that casting.
Baginski?
Well, for this specific variation of Reed Richards. Because I feel like this would have been a fun time to bring back that guy from like the 2000s.
That could have been a good idea, yeah, totally.
Because it would have been hilarious to see that guy die. As opposed to John Krasinski making his like on-screen debut in the MCU and then getting like fucked up immediately. Which I love, but also like...
Juan, this is Black Bolt. He can destroy with a... that was his best line.
That was the best scene too.
Juan, this right here is Black Man Bolt a gun.
Blackagar Boltagon.
I love that name. That name's so fucking unnecessary.
Yeah. Chris Evans cannot play Johnny Storm.
That'd be so ridiculous. Again.
Yeah, he can't do that again.
Again. They're like, hey, you want to try being Johnny Storm again? He's like doing plays and shit now. He's like writing plays and like fucking doing musicals and shit.
You want to be the Chris Evans, you want to come back to the MCU as
not the mogul,
as the skater movie star from Scott Pilgrim?
He's like, no. He was great in Scott Pilgrim too. I loved him. He was the only ex I liked actually.
Oh, I thought they were all so fucking funny.
They were all funny, but I didn't like any of them. He was like, "Come on, man, get up."
I like the Indian one who fucking who showed up and he did those like weird fucking dance moves.
Come on, man. Seems sick. Stand up. Oh, got you again.
I love this scene in that movie. It's such a subtle part of that movie. I love Edgar Wright movies in general, but like when he like sucks all of his stuntmen on Scott, and then he walks away and then he checks his phone and he goes, "That's actually hilarious." And he just puts his phone away. I don't know what it is about that scene or that line delivery specifically, but it's so damn good.
The thing is that Chris Evans is a really likable guy. That's the energy he brings. I think that's why he was such a good cast as Captain America. Because Evans is just like, no matter what, you kind of just like that guy, you know? He's like a nice guy, the kind of guy you just wanted to get a beer with.
It's kind of hard to watch that first movie, though, because they do that Gollum thing with his head on that small body.
Oh, yeah, they mini his head. They mini him.
It's so much more distracting than if they had just used that person. Like, it looks so weird.
Oh, this rhyming spicy.
It is a good line. It's such a good... That's actually hilarious.
I really don't like Scott Pilgrim very much. Well, I like the movie. I hate Scott.
Scott sucks.
He's such a galactic piece of shit.
Yeah, Scott actually does just canonically suck in canon, but
like I think he's so unlikable. Yeah. He's just like a manipulative asshole who like just manipulates this poor girl and then treats her like shit. But it's really, really, really funny. Everything he does, because like that scene where he jumps out the window is so fucking funny.
It is, yeah.
That's what like Scott though. I don't think most of the people that are very young watching that will probably understand it. They'd be like, "Oh, he's badass. Look at him beat up these guys for his girl he loves." It's like, oh.
That's actually hilarious.
Poor knives. That's all I was thinking at that when I got older. I was like, poor knives.
This fucking scene. It's really low res because it's from ages ago, but
so spicy, bro.
That's actually hilarious.
Spicy.
Hilarious.
Mr. Lee.
It's like volcanic pussy. It's so spicy.
That's actually hilarious. Yeah, I don't think most young people have an idea that they're not supposed to like Scott.
That's the problem with little kids playing video games. It's like a lot of people like Joel at the end of that game, and I'm like, what?
Well, I like Joel.
I hate Joel.
I like Joel because he's just a good character.
Sorry, they like Joel. They don't find the problem in Joel's decision.
Well, that's just down to that's just down to a good performance, really, because that's a lot of what Walter White is as well. Like a lot of
But the whole time you're watching it though, you're like Walt. Like the scene where Walt because Walt is kind of like arguable until Jesse's girlfriend dies, you know.
Well, he's arguable.
Like he's arguable until that moment.
He's arguable. He's arguable for way longer. He's arguable.
No way.
Yeah, he is. The reason is because Bryan Cranston is such a likable person.
Oh, he is.
Like
I love Bryan Cranston. He's so funny.
So when he tells you like, yeah, I'm doing this for my family, you believe that you believe that he believes that.
I think Walter is likable. I believe Walter's intentions until he's bald. Once he's bald, you know, he isn't the dad from Malcolm in the Middle anymore. So I'm like, all right. Yeah. But then when he lets Jesse's girlfriend die, I'm like, yo, you could have just helped.
Well,
you could have turned the bitch over. That's all you had to do.
Well, the thing is also
he didn't even have to do much.
Yeah, but if he saved, that's the thing though. Is like,
yeah, well, if Jesse would have walked.
No, it's not even that. You have a situation where you've been following the character for so long, and you know that, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain because if Jesse Pinkman stayed with that girl,
he could have died.
He would have died.
Yeah, he probably would have.
He would have died very quickly.
Yes.
So there's this point there's this point in that scene where like you see him.
Yeah, Walter sees it. He's going through his mind.
You see him about to help, and then he stops himself, and then you as a viewer, you're like, okay, that's pretty fucked. What could I? How would I justify that?
Look, I understand. I think I understand where you're going.
Well, that's the point of the show.
I don't know many people because saving her wouldn't have been a feat, Chris. That's where like the idea of I was like, all right.
But he also didn't kill her.
He didn't. He essentially killed her.
He didn't help, but like
he essentially killed her.
But
Chris.
like if he didn't show up, she would have been dead anyway.
That's true, but he did show up and he saw her. Like, I understand what you mean. Like, he's not the... Like, dude, you're not the person that made this... You're not the person that pulls the trigger, you know?
Right.
but you do see the guy with the gun aim at somebody and drop it, you know, and the gun falls.
What I'm saying,
At that moment, it's like, yo,
what I'm saying
you should
is,
probably
what
help.
I'm saying is, there are a lot of moments throughout Breaking Bad that because Bryan Cranston is such a good actor and because he's so endearing and likable, the audience is a lot more willing to project to project nobility onto his most heinous actions.
I mean, literally.
I think the moment where everything like truly like for real, because like even in that scene where he like stops himself from helping his girlfriend. What's her name? I can't remember. Jane. Jane.
It is Jane.
Yeah, it's Jane. So when even when that moment, like when he stops, he looks like he's like stuck because it's like, okay. And then what are you thinking? It's like, okay, well, he's gonna die if he stays with this person. It's probably best that this person goes, right? It must be like, well, you're just doing what you got to do. And then he's crying. So like there's like an air of like he's devastated that he had to do that or that he did that. But like he projects it in such a way that like you almost feel bad.
Look, I agree with you on that because think of it like this: Skyler, like in all realness, is like never exactly wrong, but we like Walter so much that we're like, "Fuck you, Skyler," you know?
Yeah, no, totally.
Like, that kind of gives air to what you said, which is true. Because I'm like, I was watching it again, and I was just like, when has Skyler been wrong?
No,
Walt sucks.
Yeah, Walt's an asshole.
He's potentially ruining, like, he's bringing drugs into the house. He's buying fucking Walter Jr. all this shit with this fucking dirty money. That's fucked up, right?
Yeah, there's also a scene, I think to me, like, the moment where it really does change, like, full on, where I noticed that the flip was happening was... Because, like, everything up until, like, season 3, I was like, man, this good guy is making a lot of bad choices. But he's got to have good reasons because it's Bryan Cranston, and he's so nice.
He was so nice to Malcolm in the Middle.
He was so nice.
He can't possibly be a bad guy.
He's so docile, and, like, I don't know, like, but, like, in season 4, when the Lily of the Valley thing happened, I was like, oh...
The Lily of the Valley part was wild.
You're just genuinely. That is crazy.
I find it cool that like that late in his life he figures out he's a bad person, you know?
Yeah.
Like at that point, like it's usually because from what I assume, I'm not a bad person. I don't really know many bad people. I know a few people that are like arguably not good. But like usually you find that out when you're a kid. He had no clue he was a piece of shit until he got cancer. He didn't realize he was a huge piece of shit.
Yeah.
And then he beats it, and you're like, oh man, I'm just gonna keep being a fucking asshole. I'm fucking on the top of the world. And then the laws of the universe take place and he gets cancer again. And it's like, damn, bro. Bro, you suck, bro.
Yeah, I'm watching through it again, and it's just so good. He won so many Emmys for that show, which makes sense to me because it's just damn good.
Very good show.
Quite good. Can you imagine if another show, like, I don't know, Game of Thrones ended that way? Ended well.
Game of Thrones ended well, the planet would have blown up. So clearly things happen when they have to happen.
Yeah. We're talking about Breaking Bad. Mike in Better Call Saul is so good too. Yeah, he's really great in Better Call Saul. Mike.
I think
that monologue he gives about his son is like really good.
Mike in Better Call Saul?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet.
It's good. I think it's worth watching now that you don't have to wait for like all the seasons to come out. Because the biggest problem for me was like I was on board from the beginning because I was like, oh, okay, Breaking Bad, cool. And then the first season was over, and I was like, that was a really good first season. I can't wait for the next one. And then 2 years later, the next one came out, and I was like, oh, I don't remember what the fuck happened. I don't remember the first season because it was so long ago. And I've seen so many other things since then. And it was just like that over and over again. I was like, you know what? I'll wait until the final season's out. But it's good.
Is it done now?
Yeah, the final season is airing right now. It's pretty good. It's slower than Breaking Bad, but it's good in like a different way.
You had Better Call Saul.
There were some people who were telling me that it was better though, and I was like, I don't agree that it's better. It's definitely about as solid, but like,
you know what you need to watch? You need to watch Atlanta, man. It's so funny.
I don't even know what Atlanta is.
It's
a
so
comedy?
good. It's like a comedy. The best way to put Atlanta is like it's like Friends meets the Chappelle Show.
What?
If that makes any sense. Like I can't think of another show like Atlanta. Cause it's like a bunch of like social commentary about like what goes on like Atlanta and blackness and like all the wild shit that happens. Hit or miss. I think season 3's been amazing so far. Every episode's been so fucking funny.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
It's so crazy. The second half of the season is airing next year, so pace yourself.
Oh, really? The second half of Better Call Saul? That's a little bizarre.
People that like Dexter a lot, bro.
And Dexter's not that good.
I don't think it's bad. I think the first 2 seasons are pretty good. I didn't watch all of it, though.
Oh, the second half of Better Call Saul is in July? Hell yeah. Yeah, because they're doing a mid-season finale, right? Like a mid-season break. Yeah, it's worth seeing. I don't know.
I wouldn't call it trippy. I would call it like it's just so many episodes. Like there, it's able to find comedy and like really fuck shit.
Oh, that's right. Barry just aired, right? The 3rd season of Barry.
Atlanta is still hitting that's big cap. It's amazing. It might not be good for you guys, but that's a great show. Like I watched it with all my friends, and my friends are overly critical about everything. And they were all like, "That's great." It's like Twin Peaks meets the Boondocks. That's the best way to put it.
That sounds ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's also really funny.
What episode should I just start it?
Start from the beginning.
But it's a comedy, though, right? Like, so couldn't I just like jump into?
It's contextual.
Oh,
it's contextual. It's like an action episodic.
It's
Donald
serialized...
Glover is so He's so good at writing.
It's a serialized episodic comedy.
It's an overarching idea of the fact that his cousin is like became a famous rapper, and back in the day, Donald Glover's character, he was trying to become a rapper himself. So it's kind of him, his cousin, and his cousin's like hype man homie trying to progress to Atlanta to become bigger time stars, and it just goes to a lot of like wild shit. It's one of the best shows I've ever watched in my life. Like it's really, really, really good. Like every episode, I laugh my ass off at least once. This newest episode had one part in it that's so funny, I screamed out, bro. Sweeney's like One Piece, so his opinion's bad. One Piece is a good anime, a good manga, bro. It's just too long.
Yeah, all right, yeah, I'll give it a shot.
The Ted Perkins episode is not, dude. That episode is crazy.
Like, what is it on?
Use just mine.
Yeah, I'll see. I can't remember.
It's very good. Trust me.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I don't know.
It's a real black drama. Yes, it's a real black what's called black drama comedy that critiques on black culture and modern racism. It's really fucking funny, bro.
The scene where Glover is held in the police station is both hilarious and really sad.
That scene is it's sad. I feel like if it's not funny and sad to you, then there's probably something wrong with you. I think it needs to be both. If it's just sad, that, obviously that means there's a bleeding heart. If it's just funny, that kind of means you're probably racist. You're probably like, oh man, you saw this guy get hurt. That's funny. You see, now you've made it political.
Now you made it political. Black? You made it political. What is this? Is this real?
Paperboy, all about the... I was saying, watch the first episode of season 3. That episode was... I watched that with Lily, and she was so confused.
Yo, what the fuck? Is this real?
What are you looking at?
There's a Velma show on HBO Max aimed at adult audiences.
Oh, is she naked in it?
I mean, one can hope,
Because if I'm playing Multiverses, I'm getting a new mod for Velma.
That's so dumb.
So what?
The other thing about that whole thing, Multiverses, that was I feel like 5 years ago that would have been crazy to see.
No, we live in a world of multiverses now.
Yeah, everything's a multiverse. Even before we had all these movies about multiverses, and before you had Spider-Verse, you already had free-to-play games putting fucking Kratos in with Master Chief in the fucking Fortnite bus, and it's just whatever.
All I'm saying,
it's almost weirder if things are standalone now. That's weird. What do you mean you're not tying yourself into some fucking massive?
You better be half Hispanic and half Asian and fully naked. Jesus Christ. I'm putting a nude Velma mod in. Everybody else will be fine. It'll be nude Velma.
Nude Velma.
I'll never play her on stream. They'll be like, yo, stream play Velma. Nah, I can't do that.
Well, that's apparently a screenshot from the animated Velma that I just put in the Discord.
Is that real?
I can't do that.
Apparently.
That looks fucking insane.
Wait, that's real? Oh, is Velma actually Hispanic and Asian?
Yeah, I think she's meant to be in the animated series. I'm not sure she was canonically on release, but
I think canonically speaking, I think Velma's the one that has been the most changed, because I think her background...
She was not that color. She was not that color.
No, she's not.
Yeah, she was
No, but she's been played... of the Scooby-Doo adaptations that I've seen, she's the one that changes the most. It seems like she's the one that's okay to...
Yeah, I mean...
I don't think... look, I'm gonna be... I don't think you could have a black Shaggy, because I think it could come across as real racist real quick. So, I think...
I love that. I would love a black Shaggy.
You know what I mean, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You can't have a black Shaggy. You can't have oh, look,
this guy's a fucking burnout.
The one black guy is a stoner burnout who talks to a dog.
That sounds so funny, though.
It does sound.
That would
funny.
be so much better. That'd be so much better.
What is the premise here? Somebody gets their fucking head cut in half, and there's a naked woman, and what is?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, it's in the locker room, I guess.
Is it out already, or is it coming out?
It's coming out. It's not out yet. I don't even know if I could show this.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I wouldn't test.
Don't risk it. Yeah, but Velma looks especially dark there, and I'm I don't remember her ever being that color.
Yeah.
Darius from Atlanta is pretty much Scooby. It's pretty much he's Shaggy and Scooby put together. Can we have an all-black mystery team? No.
Why not?
Donald Glover would have to pay just fucking Shaggy. That'd be great. If Shaggy was black, though, his race would be 10 out of 10. Oh my god. Man, who would be another fucking... I want to see a black cast of Friends, but I feel like the world's not ready for that.
The world, you know what? I think it's time. We need a black nostalgia critic.
No, we don't.
Why not?
That guy's fucking insane. We don't need a black person that crazy.
We need a black nostalgia critic today. Yesterday.
A black person that's crazy is gonna try to go against the government, and it's not gonna end well. That is how it works.
You're telling me there aren't black people that are that crazy?
None, nowhere, don't exist.
They don't exist. They haven't had the freedom to become that insane.
They just don't exist. They have no one. That hasn't happened yet. Every time someone is black is born that crazy, a doctor comes on and is like, "Sir, your child will be a problem to the world.
I need to watch.
You got to do something about him."
Down episodes 7 and 8 of Atlanta. What? I need to watch a breakdown of episodes 7 and 8 of Atlanta, especially 7. Fuck, I'm confused. I don't know. I haven't seen.
I don't think they're confused. I don't think they're confusing.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like he hasn't watched it yet, so I don't think watching breakdowns is going to be...
I don't know. Most things, if you just pay attention, they're not confusing. Like this.
No, I don't agree with that. That's stupid.
Unless you're learning like a fucking a discipline of like mathematics or like a really intricate, like if you're watching a movie or a show, if you just pay attention, you'll kind of be able to put 2 and 2 together by the end.
Yeah. No, people pay attention to different things though, and they have different perspectives. It's hard to.
Like, that is true, but also you could just be like, what movie that I could like? I've definitely seen like confusing ass movies. I don't exactly know where it goes, but I can understand this.
I definitely miss a lot of things in the narratives of movies, so I have to watch them over again. Because like usually like the first instinct that I like whenever I watch a movie, I watch it primarily like I focus on like camera work and editing. Like that is the thing that I'm focused on primarily. Like when I watch a movie for the first time.
May I introduce you to Quantum TV? Jesus Christ.
That would be he would be fun to see in Creator Clash.
What if he's a warrior, bro?
Well then, good. I got no problem with that.
Like the fight begins and everyone's like, "Yeah, Quantum!" Boom, knock someone out their clothes. Their pants fall down.
You punch somebody in the head and their pants fall down.
You must have really punched him good in the head.
Pants down.
Like, yo, everybody run! Everybody run!
Their head moved such a distance that their pants couldn't follow.
It's like,
yeah,
yo,
it takes me like a couple of viewings to really fully digest a movie.
Even
still don't understand Mad Max Fury Road.
What was so confusing about Mad Max Fury Road?
Everything. How did Australians make it?
I missed a really key moment in Doctor Strange because I feel like somebody whispered something and I couldn't hear what they whispered, and it was apparently like one of the themes of the movie. I had to watch like clips of the movie just to find it, just to see what it said. But
you mean they whispered in the movie, or someone whispered in the theater?
There's a scene where Wanda tells herself, "Just know that they'll be loved," and I didn't hear that.
Oh yeah,
I didn't like when I first watched it. It was like the sound system was just a little bit bass heavy, and it just sounded really difficult to decipher. And I was like, what? And then the movie's over, and you're like, oh, I missed.
For me, I kind of guessed. I was like, I guess what she said.
It's like Wanda said the thing to Wanda that people were saying to Wanda the whole film, and now she accepts it. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's because the kids were terrified of her.
Yeah.
The bitch, they threw her fucking mom across the house.
I
literally threw her mom across the house.
when the kids were hiding behind the banister, I was always wondering why they didn't just like go around through the kitchen and check on their mother that just got flung across the room.
I just hated the kids personally. I couldn't
The
stand
kids are fine. They're not
No,
characters.
they weren't. No, they weren't. They were terrible. They were the most
They're
annoying
not
kids I've ever seen in a movie.
characters, they're props. You don't think of them as characters. They're not human people. They have no purpose other than to further the plot along.
Yeah, they're plot devices.
They were like, "We want ice cream." If I was Wanda, I would have killed them right there.
That was so fucking funny.
That was a really annoying song, and I was like, "There's no way you can find that endearing."
No,
Even
because
if you're
it's
the
like
mother.
that's exactly like that's kids. Kids are fucking cringe. Kids are cringe as shit.
Bro, I'm around so many kids. Kids are stupid, but most kids aren't that.
Well,
That
the
was
other
some
thing is
shit.
they presented
That
the
was
kids
some
as too idyllic.
They were dumb. They're dumb as bricks. I would have
Like,
thrown
you
them.
don't see them doing anything wrong. They're like, "Mother, I love you so much. You're amazing. Let us sing about ice cream." It's like, that's not how kids work.
I want to rephrase what you just said.
What do you mean?
Who are you talking to me?
Wait, I don't see what was wrong.
Who are you referring to? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say exactly? I don't know what I said.
That scene where Doctor Strange turned around and said, "Wow, I guess I really am Doctor Strange in a multiverse of immersive madness." That's
My
pretty
favorite part
insane.
is Spider-Man said, "Yo, what happened?" And the movie
Did
ends.
we go into the Spider-Verse? 2?
This must be the Spider-Verse 2. and then someone shoots Miles Morales dead, and it's like, in this reality, everyone's George Floyd, and that's the end of the movie.
I don't even know if that's accurate or not.
I don't think it is. I think it's safe to assume that it's not.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Miles Morales dies in the end of the post-credit scene. I didn't actually see it.
Did you imagine? He dies at the end of the movie.
He just dies for no reason.
Miles Morales gets shot by a superhero. And he's just there crying and wheezing and bleeding. Everybody's like, "Yo, who is this kid?" And then someone says he would have been the future. And somebody steps over him.
Did a kid actually cry in the theater? Yeah, for me, when Black Bolt's head exploded, there was a little... I couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl. It was like at that young age when like it's just pretty indecipherable by voice. But like, there was some screaming, and then the mother took the kid out, and I don't think they came back. Because there was definitely like a little moment.
That was kind of gross, though.
It was pretty fucked. It was it was definitely more than I was expecting.
What, that moment?
Yeah, that's pretty.
I definitely didn't see that coming.
That was
like, oh, whoa.
That was an insanely. That's probably the most violent thing I've seen in the MCU. I can't think of anything more violent than that. Like,
definitely Vision getting that stone ripped out his head was pretty bad too.
Yeah, but Vision's also like a robot.
Yeah, he's like a robot.
Like, and like even Thanos gets decapitated at the beginning of Infinity War, but for some reason, like that didn't feel like it had much weight.
Well, the decapitation opposed to your head collapsing on itself are different.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what it is? It felt like a discernibly.
Also, that moment is really fucking, like, sorry to interrupt you. That moment is really, it's really cool, but also extremely stupid.
Why?
Because that means he can't hum.
What do you mean? He's
Black Bolt. You
Bolt.
can't hum if you don't have a mouth.
He can hum.
You need a mouth to hum.
No, you don't.
Oh no, you need a nose to. Yeah, that's fair.
The fuck? People hum with their mouths closed usually. No one hums with their mouth open like a lot of demons.
Wait, but what do you? But isn't the whole like what is his character even?
His character is he's a mute, but he's been trained that way for years. I don't know why he would try to like. I understand. I get it. You know, like I get where I understand. But the idea is that his mouth disappears, and the first thing he does do is talk. And it's like, bro, don't you know your own powers?
I think he thought he could maybe rip it open.
Yeah, the fact that you have to think that is the problem. But it's still very good.
I don't know. That was that. I smiled like a fucking gremlin when that happened. I could not believe it. Because that was really fucked. Like, blood flew out of his nose, his eyes filled with
red.
His eyes all like they filled with blood, and then like his head slopes inwards and sags to the side. That was a fucking. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Super.
Yeah, that's true.
That scene in Super where Ellen Page gets fucking killed. Like it's just a very realistic death for a fucking Marvel movie. I thought Captain Marvel's death was kind of lame, like a statue. It's like, all right, well.
Yeah,
she lost her powers, and I was like, what?
Oh, because like Scarlet Witch absorbed
them? Yeah, I was like, you have to assume she lost her powers. That's stupid.
Yeah.
One of the strongest people ever. Oh, a rock fell on him. Oh,
that wasn't that wasn't. That being the last one was. Well, I guess Xavier was the last one, but I mean that one being the last one of that main fight was like, that was.
The other thing is, like Scarlet Witch like batted her out of the building, and then it took her like a solid 2 minutes to come back while she beat the crap out of the other one.
Yeah, I mean that's usually that's
all day, and then she got the fucking. The thing is that like I don't want to sound like a misogynist, but Captain America wouldn't have died there. What I'm saying.
I think he would have.
Not like that, at least.
No, I think he would have died even like that.
Nah.
He
would have tried something. He wouldn't have given up. Even if he was in half, he wouldn't have given up. It's Captain America for you.
Did you see some people claiming it was Final Destination levels of gore? No, people are insane.
You're wild.
Like it was definitely.
Final Destination doesn't have that much gore either. Like that's not.
That's true. It's definitely the most violent I've seen the MCU get. Just even some of the more benign ones were pretty intense. Like I remember that one lady when she destroys the book and she just becomes stone and you can just see her like kind of like that was kind of fucked too.
Into stone as well.
Yeah, like
a lot of people died that one.
it was a genuinely like this is surprising, and it's like of the MCU for sure. It's definitely like up there as far as like violence goes, but it's not like I don't know. Have you ever seen fucking Indiana Jones when that guy's face melts? You ever seen fucking like it's not insane. Yeah, even Daredevil, like the TV shows from that era.
Noble's death, bro. When Noble died, I giggled.
Fucking that fight with I think even in season 3 of Daredevil when it was like shit.
I don't think it was shit ever. I think season 3 was definitely not as good.
Season 3 was fucking not good at all.
It was not. I don't think it was bad. I think it just wasn't as good.
It had a good moment at the end with that fight. But between Kingpin and Daredevil, but like aside from
even the fight with Bullseye when they were inside the house in the in the office, and
I don't remember that at all.
Dude,
season 3,
you forget such good parts.
Season 3 just didn't stick with me.
Season 3 was definitely the worst season, without a doubt, but it was still pretty decent.
Yeah,
it was a sociopath, and I was like, "Yo, this guy is wild." Season 3. I wish they never canceled Daredevil.
Some folks mad that the Illuminati underestimated Scarlet Witch, the same Illuminati that underestimated Hulk, sent him into space, and indirectly caused World War Hulk. I don't know anything about that.
Not exactly what happened, though.
It doesn't really matter because it's
they didn't really cause World War Hulk. It wasn't exactly their fault. They sent him away because he like broke Nevada. He broke Vegas. Like he went crazy and literally leveled all of Vegas. And they were like, "Yo, we can't have someone on a planet that can do that." So they sent him into space. But Hulk woke up and destroyed where they were. They were gonna send him to a peaceful planet, but he woke up and he got knocked into a wormhole. So he ended up going to a place that was full of like warriors, like gladiatorial games. So what happens is that they sent him there, and Hulk eventually overthrew the king of that crazy place. But one of his warbound used the nuclear core of the ship that they sent him there with, and he blew up the city, killing everybody there. And then that's what made Hulk come back to Earth, looking to kill everybody.
Why would they send Hulk to a peaceful planet anyway?
Because that's all Hulk wanted, to be left alone.
I mean, if the issue is that he gets angry and he smashes things, sending him to a peaceful planet so he can smash that instead seems like a dumb idea.
It was uninhabited. He's gonna be by himself.
Oh, uninhabited is fine. I thought you meant peaceful as in civilized but peaceful.
No, he was just by himself.
Something else that I found really stupid is the Illuminati's like, oh, we can't let Doctor Strange have the book. He's so bad. It's like this woman literally has the book, and she's doing all of the things Doctor Strange did that was bad. But she's fine. Don't worry about her. Doctor Strange is.
That universe.
Their version of Wanda is particularly not particularly strong based on.
But she has the same powers that.
She's the same powers. She's just not evil. That's it. She's just not evil. That's all she is.
But the thing is, like, every universe they have more experience with Doctor Strange
being evil. Yes, that's the thing. So they were like, "Oh, you're the bad."
They were even like I think they were expecting their Wanda or like basically like some version of their Wanda, because they said like, we can handle your little witch. Like, I think they knew who he was talking about. I just don't think they expected. I don't think they expected that, and it's also an arrogant universe. Like, you can tell just by the way that they talk about the way that they killed Thanos. It's like, it's so. This is a universe that has not had to deal with much strife at all since Thanos, and probably even before that.
Or they probably got through their strife quicker, you know?
Well, one of the things you said is they expected their Wanda to help, but it's like they know how dreamwalking works. It's
no. I think they expected. I think they expected their Wanda not to help, but they expected their Wanda to be. That's the power set that we're dealing with.
I feel like Wanda is just as strong. I just think they weren't expecting. First of all, I don't think they knew how strong Wanda was actually.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they had to come in contact with Wanda when she's like bloodlusted, ready to kill people. And I also don't. I think they were just being arrogant.
Yeah, it's a uniquely arrogant Illuminati. That's why they all fucking died.
Because that's the even in the MCU, like in the comics, the Illuminati is arrogant. They're arrogant enough to think that 6 people can solve all the problems in the world. You know, like, that's inherently extremely arrogant. You know, like, they're not bad guys, but like a team with Tony Stark, Namor, not Captain America was on it for a little bit, then he left because he was like, you guys are fucking wildin'. Like Black Panther, that team is inherently kind of pretty arrogant. So they were just like, oh, we'll be fine. We're too smart for them to out-trick us. And it's like, well, you guys are smart, but this girl can literally change the way the world works. So, you know.
I thought the team was the same other than Namor and Iron Man. I didn't think Black Panther was on it.
Panther was on it.
It's like the Avengers. There's like a million different permutations.
Yeah, all right.
Not for the Illuminati. The team has always been like the main.
Well, like, if you go on Wikipedia, it just says the same thing, except instead of Marvel and Carl, it's Namor and Iron Man.
It's Namor, Iron Man, Reed Richards, Tony Stark, Charles Xavier. Xavier dies and gets substituted with Beast, and then Bruce Banner at a certain point, and Captain Britain.
Did you say Iron Man and then Tony Stark?
I might have. The Illuminati's crazy, though. They're like a really, really, really cool group, idea-wise. And they also all try to fight Thanos, and they get fucked up. It's really sad in the comics.
Oh, also, Black Bolt, I was saying earlier, was like Black Canary, except the difference is he has reality warping, I think, or particle manipulation, it says.
Mm-hmm. That's what his main power is.
So that's why he could kill Doctor Strange, essentially.
Yeah. They have the exact same. They have the similar power, just that his power comes from, like, the part of his brain that controls sound is the focal point of his powers. So he can he can internalize the power and like punch someone's head off, or like lift 100 tons, or he can scream and make you not be there anymore. He screamed him away, bro. Imagine somebody calling you the N-word and you die. Power word kill.
You don't even die, you just stop existing.
Power word kill after you get that N-word shot. He thooms the N-word at you, you die. You're like, that was the last thing I was called.
Yeah.
That was it.
He didn't even finish calling you. You were just halfway through and you just stopped being.
Dude, I was watching some of those scenes on YouTube. And I thought, like, I thought Scarlet Witch like snapped Xavier's neck. That's what I thought
She did
happened.
it
Good
psionically.
in the mental place.
No, what she did. If you watch that scene again, she rips his head in half.
What?
Yeah, you can see like it's like one frame, because I think if it lingered anymore, it would have been like a hard R. But like,
Well, what?
it
Yeah,
is,
we can't have the hard R, can we?
you can't have a hard R. But like, it's a fucking it's a really grisly sight for like one frame.
Oh, I see what you mean. Because she grabs his chin in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's really fucking violent. But I didn't notice it. I thought it was like snap your neck. I don't know, man. They should.
Oh wow!
If Thanos
no,
had,
yeah,
if
I
Thanos,
did actually notice. I just forgot about it.
if Thanos had
She
the
just-
Thanos copter, he would have won. I'm so sad they didn't bring the Thanos copter into play at all.
Wait, what?
The Thanos copter.
What is that?
It's the Thanos helicopter. You don't remember the Thanos copter?
It's literally just a helicopter with the word Thanos.
It is. All right, guys.
I guess you have to get around as well.
I'm getting a little tired.
I thought you were immune to fatigue.
Well, I just inhaled like a lot of Chinese food, like a lot, and I feel heavy and sleepy now. So I'm gonna head off, but I appreciate you guys coming into the little stream. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. Look at me. I'm sleepy. That's my sleepy song. If you pay attention, then you'll probably be free again. And there it goes. Everything's ending. And oh, la 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 la